Marx then detailed the vociferous opposition from the landowning classes to the new tenants' rights law proposed to Parliament in June 1853. It would have granted tenants various rights, among them some compensation for improvements upon termination of a lease, but the Tenants' Rights Bill failed to clear Parliament after 2 years of rancorous debate. To counter the landowners' arguments, he cites both Ricardo and Herbert Spencer, men he describes with a certain irony as being above any suspicion of communist leanings but who have nonetheless called into question the property rights of large landowners. According to Marx, Ricardo held that private proprietorship in land was a relation quite superfluous within the whole framework of modern production, 160-61. He also cites Spencer's social statics, equity, therefore, does not permit property in land, or the rest would live on the earth by sufferance only, 161. After a hiatus of nearly 2 years on the subject, Marx's article Ireland's Revenge appeared in the Neue Zeitung on March 16, 1855. It concerns social and economic changes since the Great Famine. One element, he writes, was the growing social consciousness of the Irish people, who now demanded that those standing for Parliament do what O'Connell had always avoided and refused to do, that is, to explore the real causes of the Irish malady and to make land and property relations and their reform the election slogan. Once elected to the House of Commons, however, the new politicians quickly forgot the rights of the tenants, he complains, MECW 14, 79. A second element in Ireland's transformation was economic, but here Marx sounds a somber note, suggesting that the social basis for a national revolution might actually be weakening. The Irish agricultural system is being replaced by the English system, the system of small tenures by big tenures, and the modern capitalist is taking the place of the old landowner. Behind these changes, he argues, lay the experience of defeat and despair, both in the Great Famine and the unsuccessful insurrection of 1848, which finally destroyed Ireland's faith in itself. 80. In a September 15, 1855, article for the Neue Zeitung eulogizing the Irish Chartist leader Feargus O'Connor, Marx notes the presence of leftist slogans at the funeral. Yesterday afternoon the funeral of O'Connor, the late Chartist leader, took place. A procession of 20,000 people, practically all of them from the working class, moved from Finsbury Square and Smithfield to Notting Hill, from where the coffin was taken to Kensal Green Cemetery, one of the most magnificent burial grounds in London. 4 horse carriages, decorated with enormous plumes in the English fashion, took their place at the head of the procession. Hard on their heels followed flag-bearers and standard-bearers. In letters of white, the black flags bore the inscription, "He lived and died for us." A gigantic red flag magnificently displayed the inscription "Alliance de Pupils." A red liberty cap was swaying at the top of the main standard. As the procession moved back into the city at about 5:30 in the afternoon, it had the ironic satisfaction of meeting 5 detachments of constables marching out, and greeted each in turn with a "too late." Since O'Connor died as a pauper in the true sense of the word, the burial expenses were met by the working class of London. MECW 14, 524. In this way, Marx focuses attention on the connections of the wider democratic, labor, and socialist movements to Irish national liberation. Engels, who had not written on Ireland since the 1840s, travelled there with his companion Mary Burns, reporting at length in a letter to Marx of May 23, 1856. He begins by remarking upon the atmosphere of total repression, which he compares unfavourably with Prussian discipline. The iron hand is visible in every nook and cranny, the government meddles in everything, not a trace of so-called self-government. Ireland may be regarded as the earliest English colony and one which, by reason of proximity, is still governed in exactly the same old way. Here one cannot fail to notice that the English citizens' so-called freedom is based on the oppression of the colonies. In no other country have I seen so many gendarmes, and it is in the constabulary, which is armed with carbine, bayonet, and handcuffs, that the bibulous expression of your Prussian gendarme reaches its ultimate state of perfection. MECW 40, 49. Engels also remarks upon the depopulation of the countryside, especially in the West. The abandoned houses, the vacant pastures, the fields are empty even of cattle, the countryside is a complete wilderness unwanted by anybody. 50. He concludes that 7 centuries of English conquest and martial law have utterly ruined the country, to the point that, for all their fanatical nationalism, the fellows no longer feel at home in their own country. Ireland for the Anglo-Saxon. That is now becoming a reality. Emigration will continue until the predominantly, indeed almost exclusively Celtic nature of the population has gone to pot. In this artificial manner, through systematic oppression, they have come to be a completely wretched nation, and now, as everyone knows, they have the job of providing England, America, Australia, etc., with whores, day laborers, pimps, pickpockets, swindlers and other wretches. 50. Engels sounded these despairing notes during a period when the hopes of the 1848 revolutions had receded. After another hiatus of nearly 3 years concerning Ireland, Marx describes a British witch hunt against what he believed to be imagined nationalist conspirators in a January 11, 1859, Tribune article, The Excitement in Ireland, MECW 16, 134-38. The British had placed Ireland in a state of siege, enacting a reign of terror through the use of paid informers and agents provocateurs. While Marx correctly gauged the new level of repression, he wrongly assumed that the British were hunting shadows created by their own imagination. In fact, as the Irish historian Peter Beresford Ellis recounts, a new clandestine revolutionary movement had been formed. The Fenians, or rather the Irish Republican Brotherhood, came into being on March 17, 1858, at a meeting in Dublin. It was a secret oath-bound revolutionary movement dedicated to overthrowing English rule in Ireland by force and establishing an Irish Republic. Ellis 1996, 130. While none of these writings by Marx and Engels in the 1840s and 1850s offered a systematic analysis of Irish national liberation, certain basic themes were evident. 1. While they enunciated clear support for the Irish national struggle against British rule, they always counseled Irish revolutionaries to devote more attention to the internal class dynamics of Irish society. In particular, they advised a greater focus on agrarian class conflict, also pointing out that part of the landlord class was itself Irish rather than British. In this sense, they were especially critical of the upper-class Catholic nationalism of O'Connell. 2. They urged Irish revolutionaries to develop the firmest unity with British workers from the mass-based Chartist movement, pointing out that the Chartists supported repeal of the Union of Ireland and England. They also noted that 2 Irishmen, Feargus O'Connor and Brontera O'Brien, had served as prominent Chartist leaders. Moreover, Marx argued that O'Connell's politics had been bypassed by economic changes that had integrated Ireland more closely than ever with Britain. Thus, he urged Irish revolutionaries to follow the example of their English counterparts. 3. They also singled out Irish immigrant labour in Britain, both as an index of Irish oppression at home and as a factor in holding down the wages of English workers. Whether in Ireland or in England, they referred to the oppressive situation of Irish peasants and workers to illustrate capitalist social relations. Moreover, they argued that British rule in Ireland proved that the British state could be just as repressive as continental regimes like Bonapartist France or Prussia. All of this fit into their larger analysis of the development of British capitalism, with Irish immigrant labour as a reserve labour pool for British industry, and Ireland itself as a crucially important agricultural colony, whose exported agricultural surplus was helping to finance Britain's industrialisation. Marx on Ireland during the crucial year 1867, I once believed the separation of Ireland from England to be impossible. I now regard it as inevitable. As will be discussed in the next chapter, Marx took up Ireland at some length in Capital. After the publication of its first edition in 1867, he became increasingly involved in Irish issues through the International. 5 As we saw in chapters 1 and 2, Between the 1840s and the late 1850s, Marx's perspective on India and Russia changed from a relatively uncritical modernism to one that took greater account of the internally generated emancipatory potential of these societies. In the remainder of this chapter, I will argue that after 1867, Marx's view of Ireland also underwent a transformation. In the 1864 inaugural address to the First International, Marx refers twice to Ireland. At the beginning of the address, he charges that Britain's unparalleled economic expansion since the 1840s has not mitigated the misery of the working masses, giving as his first example the people of Ireland, gradually replaced by machinery in the north and by sheep walks in the south, though even the sheep in that unhappy country are decreasing, it is true, not at so rapid a rate as the men, MECW 20, 5. Later, he refers to attempts by Palmerston to put down the advocates of the Irish Tenants' Right Bill, 12. During these years, the Fenian movement was gaining strength both in Ireland and among Irish immigrants in Britain and the United States. By 1865, the Fenian newspaper, The Irish People, was advocating an agrarian uprising as the basis of a national revolution. 20 years ago Thomas Davis appealed to the aristocracy to save the people with their own hands. We make no appeal to the aristocracy. They are the willing tools of the alien government whose policy it is to slay the people, or drive them like noxious vermin from the soil. The people must save themselves. Something more even than a successful insurrection is demanded. And what is that? An entire revolution which will restore the country to its rightful owners. And who are these? The people. Every man has one simple object to accomplish. It is to rid the land of robbers, and render every cultivator of the soil his own landlord. The Fenians yearned for a nation which bows to no power under heaven, also criticizing openly the Catholic clergy. Our only hope is revolution, but most bishops and many of the clergy are opposed to revolution, cited in Ellis 1996, 133. From its beginning, the International seems to have had some links to the Fenians, although, given the fact that the latter were part of a movement that was illegal in the British Empire, these were not always made public. There is, however, some surviving documentation of those links, as in the case of the prominent Fenian James Stephens. Stephens and other Fenian leaders were arrested in the fall of 1865, but Stephens was freed from a British prison in a March 1866 rescue carried out by Fenians from America. The somewhat erratic Stephens escaped to the United States, where he rather peremptorily declared himself the movement's supreme leader. In the spring of 1866, some 600 Civil War veterans from a rival Fenian faction led by William Roberts crossed into Canada from near Buffalo, New York, where they raised the Irish tricolour six for the first time on British territory, also killing 12 British soldiers before retreating across the border. Marx seemed to regard this operation with great reservation. Some months later, in a letter to Engels of December 17, 1866, Marx reports laconically concerning the International that one of our more dubious acquisitions was the joining, at New York, of Stephens, MECW 42, 338. Additional links are indicated by the fact that during 1865 and 1866, newspapers connected to the International published appeals from the wives of the imprisoned Fenians as well as several articles by General Council member Peter Fox on Ireland. One of these resulted in the British government's agreement to receive a delegation on behalf of the Fenian prisoners from the International, which had complained about their harsh treatment. 7 This included permanent solitary confinement, only one letter every 6 months, and floggings as well as rations of bread and water for 28 days for the slightest violation of prison rules. But 1867 was the year that the Irish struggle really came to a boil. In March, crack British troops crushed a Fenian-led uprising by poorly armed Irish peasants. On September 11 in Manchester, the British caught and arrested 2 leading Fenians, Thomas Kelly and Timothy Deasy. Then, on September 18, other Fenians ambushed their prison van, freeing both men. A British police sergeant died of his wounds soon afterwards. These events transpired during the same week that Marx and Paul Lafargue were visiting Engels in Manchester to confer about publicizing Capital, which had come off the press in Hamburg on September 14. Kelly and Deasy managed to escape to America, but the police swooped down upon the Irish community in Manchester, arresting dozens and eventually putting 5 men on trial for murder. 3 of them, the Manchester martyrs William Allen, Michael O'Brien, and Michael Larkin, were publicly hanged on November 23 as a drunken mob celebrated outside. Queen Victoria reflected the temper of upper-class opinion in a private communication of October 2. "These Irish are really shocking, abominable people, not like any other civilized nation," cited in Cap 1972, 84. Sectors of the British left and Labour movement strongly condemned the trial, however, in which little credible evidence was presented. They expressed even greater outrage at the executions. Already in June, Marx had written to Engels that he was quite sickened by the deplorable prison conditions for the Fenians that the British, whom he calls swine that nonetheless boast of their English humanity, had established. Invariably, the Fenian prisoners were treated as common criminals rather than as political prisoners, MECW 42, 394. He also reported that Mary O'Donovan Rosa, the wife of the prominent Fenian prisoner Jeremiah O'Donovan Rosa, had written to thank the International for its support. 5 months later, during the weeks preceding the November 23 execution, the International launched a solidarity campaign. In a letter to Engels of November 2, Marx writes, "I have sought by every means at my disposal to incite the English workers to demonstrate in favor of Fenianism." 460. They joined the debate in favor of the Fenian prisoners at a meeting of the Reform League, an influential group founded by members of the International as well as liberals to support expansion of the suffrage. Odger, one of the labor leaders who had been so outspoken against slavery during the Civil War, was among those holding forth for the Irish at the Reform League. He soon backtracked, however, saying that he had been misunderstood. Evidently, it was easier to oppose slavery across the Atlantic than to take a stand closer to home on Ireland. This was the beginning of a division that would create a split between Marx and the English trade union leaders in 1871, during the Paris Commune. In the November 2 letter to Engels, Marx suggests that his own views of the Irish struggle were evolving. "I once believed the separation of Ireland from England to be impossible. I now regard it as inevitable, although federation may follow upon separation." MECW 42, 460. Then, referring to a new series of evictions of tenant farmers in Ireland, he adds, "In no other European country has foreign rule assumed this form of direct expropriation of the natives." 461. The minutes of the November 19, 1867, public meeting of the General Council and members and friends of the Association on the Fenian question show that the majority held very strong pro-Irish views. Marx and Engels 1972b, 368. The London Times and 2 Dublin newspapers, The Nation and The Irishman, covered these proceedings. In the discussion, Hermann Jung, the International Secretary for Switzerland, received applause when he criticized those who attacked the Fenians for resorting to violence. Some endeavors have been made to divert the attention of the workpeople of this country with regard to the Fenians. While they are denounced as murderers, Garibaldi is held up as a great patriot, and have no lives been sacrificed in Garibaldi's movement. The Irish have a right to revolt against those who drive them out of their country. The English would do the same if any foreign powers oppressed them in a similar manner. 368-69. Eugene Dupont, the International Secretary for France, also referred to the right of revolution, but emphasized as well the progressive character of the Fenian political program. They affirm the republican form of government, liberty of conscience, no state religion, the produce of labor to the laborer, and the possession of the soil to the people. 369. English members of the General Council of the International were more equivocal. The Union leader Benjamin Luckraft stated that violence would do no good, also criticizing the Irish workers of London for keeping aloof from the English labour movement. Another Englishman, General Council member John Weston, who was chairing the meeting, was more supportive of the Fenians. The crime of starving the Irish was far greater than the accidental killing of one man in trying to rescue the Fenian prisoners. Marx and Engels 1972b, 371. Marx did not take the floor, but he was the main author of an appeal from the International that was sent to the Home Minister the next day. It stated that the executions, if carried out, would bear the stamp not of a judicial act, but of political revenge. Marx and Engels 1972b, 118. 2 days later, on November 21, some 20,000 workers gathered in London to petition for mercy. 2 men were reprieved at the last minute, but Allen, Larkin, and O'Brien were hanged on November 23. Writing to Marx on November 24, a day after the hangings, Engels concludes that an irreparable breach had occurred, one that would make Irish independence inevitable. The Tories have really performed the ultimate act of separation between England and Ireland. It was the execution of those 3 that will transform the liberation of Kelly and Deasy into an act of heroism, such as will now be sung at the cradle of every Irish child in Ireland, England, and America. The Irish women will see to that as surely as did the Polish womenfolk. To my knowledge, the only time that anyone has been executed for anything similar in a civilized state was the case of John Brown at Harper's Ferry. The Fenians could not wish for a better precedent. MECW 42, 474. Above, in a seamless web, Engels links together 3 issues at the core of the study: the Civil War, Poland, and Ireland. Marx prepared a speech on Ireland for the November 26 meeting of the General Council, but again he did not speak, allowing Fox to do so instead. In a letter to Engels dated November 30, he indicates that he might have taken the floor if the Irish press had shown up again. Marx writes that, had he taken the floor, the fact of the executions only 3 days earlier would have compelled him to unleash a revolutionary thunderbolt, instead of the intended objective analysis of the situation and the movement. MECW 42, 485. That is why, he adds, he was not unhappy that Fox spoke, in part because he was an Englishman and it was important for the English to take a stand at that moment. However, he has difficulty with the type of resolution the abstract Fox, MECW 42, 485, proposed for a vote at the end of his speech, one that stressed amity between the British and Irish nations rather than something stronger, but Fox's resolution was tabled without apparent controversy. General Council of the First International 1964, 181. Another reason Marx was glad not to have spoken, he adds, was that under the circumstances of the recent executions he would have had to identify himself publicly with the Fenians more than he would have liked to have done, for he did not enjoy getting embroiled with people like Roberts, Stevens, and the like. MECW 42, 485. Marx's notes for his undelivered November 26 speech, written in English, have survived. He begins on a similar note to the letter by Engels dated November 24. Since our last meeting, the object of our discussion, Fenianism, has entered a new phase. It has been baptized in blood by the English government. The political executions at Manchester remind us of the fate of John Brown at Harper's Ferry. They open a new period in the struggle between Ireland and England. MECW 21, 189. Marx devotes considerable attention to the centralization of agricultural holdings, writing that since 1855, 1,032,694 Irishmen have been displaced by about 1 million cattle, pigs, and sheep, 190. The result is that the situation of the mass of the people has deteriorated, and their state is verging to a crisis similar to that of 1846. The relative surplus population is now as great as before the famine. So result, gradual expulsion of the natives, gradual deterioration and exhaustion of natural life, the soil, 191. In this brief passage, Marx links together the destruction of the Irish people with the destruction of the natural environment. This new stage of Britain's capitalist penetration into Ireland was wreaking both human and ecological damage. The Irish historians Eamon Slater and Terence McDonough argue that this type of discussion, found here and in a few other passages on Ireland, projects Marx not only as an historical analyst of colonialism but also, perhaps, as a theorist of environmental modernity. 2008, 170. As to Fenianism, which his notes treat very briefly, he writes that its distinguishing character as a socialist, lower-class movement meant that it was not Catholic but Republican, this under the influence of the Irish in America, MECW 21, 192, 193. In a letter to Engels of November 30, 1867, Marx connects the socio-economic changes in Ireland since 1846 more explicitly to the emergence of Fenianism as a new type of resistance movement. What the English do not yet realize is that since 1846 the economic content and hence the political purpose of English rule in Ireland as well has entered an entirely new phase, and that for that very reason Fenianism is characterized by socialist, in the negative sense, as directed against the appropriation of the soil, leanings and as a lower orders movement. What could be more absurd than to lump together the barbarities of Elizabeth or Cromwell, who wanted to drive out the Irish by means of English colonists, in the Roman sense, and the present system, which wants to drive out the Irish by means of sheep, pigs, and oxen. Clearing of the estates of Ireland is now the sole meaning of English rule in Ireland. The stupid English government in London naturally knows nothing of this immense change since 1846. But the Irish do. The Irish have been expressing their awareness of it in the clearest and most forcible manner. The question now is, what advice should we give the English workers? In my view, they must make repeal of the Union an article of their manifesto. This is the only legal and hence the only possible form of Irish emancipation which can be adopted by an English party in its programme. What the Irish need is, 1. Self-government and independence from England. 2. Agrarian revolution. With the best will in the world the English cannot do this for them, but they can give them the legal means to do it for themselves. 3. Protective tariffs against England. MECW 42, 486-87, original emphasis. While a clear call for Irish independence was still evident, the notion that English workers would be the catalyst for change in Ireland remained, as before. Point 8. The Irish situation took another dramatic turn on December 13, 1867, when Fenians placed a bomb outside Clerkenwell Jail in London in an attempt to free some of their prisoners. The bomb misfired, instead killing a dozen English residents of the neighbouring working-class community. In a letter to Engels the next day, Marx expresses dismay at this incident, which was sure to undercut English working-class support for the Irish. He also critiques the notion of conspiratorial action by small groups. The latest Fenian exploit in Clerkenwell is a great folly. The London masses, which have shown much sympathy for Ireland, will be enraged by it and driven into the arms of the government party. One cannot expect the London proletarians to let themselves be blown up for the benefit of Fenian emissaries. Secret, melodramatic conspiracies of this kind are, in general, more or less doomed to failure. MECW 42, 501. Engels responds on December 19 that the incident was obviously the work of a few special fanatics. It is the misfortune of all conspiracies that they lead to acts of folly because we really must do something. 505. None of these private criticisms signified a turning away on Marx's part from the Irish cause, or even from the Fenians, however. In a letter of December 17, he informs Engels that the Irishman, the newspaper that had covered General Council meetings on Ireland, was willing to print, if you write it in English, a review of Capital. Referring to Capital's section on Ireland, he adds that Ireland must take the proper role in it. However, MECW 42, 504, 2.9 Marx also mentions that he gave a lengthy public talk on Ireland before an audience of 100 at a December 16 meeting sponsored by their colleagues in the German Workers' Educational Society, this only 3 days after the bombing at Clerkenwell. Marx's notes for this talk have survived, as has a brief unpublished article on it drafted by Johann Georg Ecarius, who was serving as secretary to the General Council of the International. In his notes for the speech of December 16, 1867, Marx begins by characterizing Fenianism once again as a movement that took root, and is still really rooted, only in the mass of the people, the lower orders, as against all earlier Irish movements, which in his view were led by the aristocracy or middle-class men, and always the Catholic churchmen, MECW 21, 194. He then asks why such a movement appeared when it did. Here is what baffles the English: they find the present regime mild compared with England's former oppression of Ireland. So why this most determined and irreconcilable form of opposition now? What I want to show, and what even those Englishmen who side with the Irish do not see, is that the oppression since 1846, though less barbarian in form, has been in effect destructive, leaving no alternative but Ireland's voluntary emancipation by England or life and death struggle. 194. Thus, the more capitalist form of English domination since the 1846 Great Famine, although less overtly violent, had been more destructive than all previous forms of English rule over the past 700 years. Next, Marx traces English attempts to conquer Ireland from the 12th century onwards. He describes them as similar to the wars of conquest against Native Americans by later English colonists in North America. The plan was to exterminate the Irish at least up to the River Shannon, to take their land and settle English colonists in their place, MECW 21, 195. The nationwide Irish revolt against Cromwell in the 1640s led to a new and more thorough type of reconquest: bloodshed, devastation, depopulation of entire counties, removal of their inhabitants to other regions, sale of many Irish into slavery in the West Indies, 196. This had two other results: 1. Cromwell's campaign in Ireland ended the hope of a radical revolution in England itself, it put pay to the English Republic, and, 2. It resulted in a special Irish mistrust of the English People's Party, thus driving a wedge between them and their successors on the British left, 196. Subsequent English policies under the Restoration prevented the development of manufacturing in Ireland and threw the people back on the land, 197. Marx also details the religious discrimination against Catholics and its link to the appropriation of land by the English. Inspired by the French Revolution, the 1798 Irish uprising failed because the peasants were not ripe, 198. The Anglo-Irish Union of 1801 resulted, under which Irish industry was curtailed. Every time Ireland was about to develop industrially, she was crushed and reconverted into a purely agricultural land. All their accumulations were sent therefore to England for investment. And thus Ireland was forced to contribute cheap labor and cheap capital to building up the great works of Britain, 200. In the second half of his notes, Marx focuses on the period after 1846. Ireland experienced not only mass death and emigration, but also a revolution of the old agricultural system, under which large farms were consolidated. This was not initially planned, but soon circumstances arose whereby this became a conscious and deliberate system, MECW 21, 201. He mentions four factors: 1. Repeal of the Corn Laws led to a drop in the prices of Irish grains. 2. Reorganization of agriculture in Ireland was a caricature of what had taken place in England, MECW 21, 202. 3. Masses of Irish men and women were fleeing to England in a state almost of starvation, 202, and 4. The Encumbered Estates Act of 1853 resulted in further concentration of land ownership. Peasants were driven from the land, sometimes by force. Marx then details the decrease in population through emigration and the downturn in living conditions for those remaining. In his article on the meeting, also unpublished, Ecarius gives us Marx's conclusion in a more detailed and sharper form than that found in Marx's notes, which suggests that his oral remarks may have been more pointed. Over 1,100,000 people have been replaced by 9,600,000 sheep. This is a thing unheard of in Europe. The Russians replace evicted Poles with Russians, not with sheep. Only under the Mongols in China was there once a discussion whether towns should be destroyed to make room for sheep. The Irish question is therefore not simply a question of nationality, but a question of land and existence. Ruin or revolution is the watchword. All the Irish are convinced that if anything is to happen at all, it must happen quickly. The English should demand separation and leave it to the Irish themselves to decide the question of land ownership. Everything else would be useless. MECW 21, 318-19. In thus comparing the effects of capitalist exploitation of Ireland to the depredations of the Mongols, Marx was making a point similar to his earlier characterization of British rule in India as an example of the inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization, MECW 12, 221. Theorizing Ireland after the upheavals of 1867. In the early months of 1868, the Bonaparte regime arrested members of the International in Paris, accusing them without evidence of being at the center of an international Fenian conspiracy. In Ireland, the rather moderate paper The Irishman came under attack for publishing pro-Fenian material, and its editor, Richard Pigott, was sentenced to prison. In a letter to Engels of March 16, Marx intones that this type of repression exceeds anything seen on the continent except Russia. What dogs? MECW 42, 550. In the coming weeks, a trial of Fenians in Manchester saw an old comrade of Marx and Engels, Ernest Jones, taking the role of attorney for the defense. They had become estranged from Jones due to his move toward liberalism, and Engels, writing to Marx on April 30, 1868, criticizes Jones's lukewarm approach in the courtroom, which in his view allowed the prosecution to rage unchecked, MECW 43, 26. Soon after, on May 26, Michael Barrett, a Fenian convicted of participation in the Clerkenwell bombing, was hanged. He was the last person to be publicly hanged in England. During this period, in a letter to a German member of the International, Ludwig Kugelmann, of April 6, Marx takes up the liberal Gladstone's election strategy. Gladstone's platform included extension of the suffrage to a great portion, but not the whole, of the working classes and greater flexibility toward Ireland. Marx complains that Odger and other labor reformers within the International had attached themselves to Gladstone's campaign. Referring to Gladstone's promises to disestablish the Anglican Church in Ireland, Marx expresses the hope that this could also lead to similar moves in England, as well as to greater solidarity between Irish Catholics and Protestants. All of this could undermine the landowning classes, with important effects. I have always felt that the social revolution must begin seriously from the ground, i.e., landed property, MECW 43, 4. Marx also continues to study economic data on landlord-tenant relations, writing to Engels on October 10, 1868, that he has purchased the Parliamentary Report and Evidence on Irish Tenant Right 1867. Here we have a real life and death struggle between farmer and landlord as to how far rent should include, apart from the payment for land differences, also the interest on the capital invested in the land, not by the landlord but by the tenant. These, he adds, are the real antagonisms that form the concealed background to the debates by political economists. 128. In an unsigned report published in the London Times on September 9, 1868, on the activities of the International over the past year, Marx mentions support actions for the Fenian prisoners, including public meetings in London for the defence of the rights of Ireland. He also details the arrests of members of the International in Paris, suggesting that Bonaparte was thereby trying to win the good graces of the British government, MECW 21:13. The Fenian prisoners continued to receive support from sections of the English working classes, judging by a hostile London Times article of November 23 on commemorations of the Manchester martyrs. Yesterday, Hyde Park was again disgraced by a field day of the London roughs who assembled there in the name of the murderers who were executed this day last year. These murderers are called martyrs. An inflammatory handbill was distributed among the dwellers in the worst parts in the metropolis. The bill was printed in green with a deep mourning border and headed by a funeral rose, cited in Ellis 1996, 141. In early 1869, after he had been elected Prime Minister, Gladstone moved to ease tensions over Ireland. He disestablished the Anglican Church, thus ending some of the blatant religious discrimination against the majority of the Irish population. Parliament also voted a limited amnesty for some of the imprisoned Fenians, but not their leaders. Engels, who was finally able to retire from his family's manufacturing firm in Manchester after 2 decades as a businessman, took the first opportunity to travel to Ireland, bringing his companion Elizabeth Burns, sister of Mary, who had died in 1863, and Marx's daughter Eleanor. In a letter to Marx dated September 27, 1869, Engels delineates 2 major economic changes since his last visit in 1856, the depopulation of the rural areas and how, at the same time, Dublin had become a bustling and cosmopolitan port city. He also describes a state of war, with soldiers literally everywhere, MECW 43, 357. Finally, he mentions that he plans to use his free time to write a book on Ireland. In the fall of 1869, Marx seemed also to be preparing a lengthy study of Ireland and he began asking Engels about source material. After beginning his studies, Engels makes an assessment similar to Marx's earlier one on Cromwell's invasion. In a letter to Marx of October 24, Irish history shows what a misfortune it is for one nation to subjugate another. All English abominations have their origin in the Irish Pale. I still have to bone up on the Cromwellian period, but it appears clear to me that things in England would have taken another turn but for the necessity of military rule in Ireland creating a new aristocracy, MECW 43, 363. During the summer and fall of 1869, the demand for amnesty for the Fenian prisoners took on new force, with one gathering in Dublin on October 10 drawing some 200,000 people. There were numerous petitions to the Gladstone government as well. On October 24 in London, Fenian supporters organised a demonstration that gathered some 100,000 people, the largest leftist gathering since the days of Chartism. Marx's daughter Jenny reports on the participation of the entire Marx family in a letter to Kugelman of October 30. In London, the event of the week has been a Fenian demonstration got up for the purpose of praying the government for the release of the Irish prisoners. As Tussie Eleanor has returned from Ireland a stauncher Irishman than ever, she did not rest until she had persuaded Moore Marx, Mama, and me to go with her to Hyde Park, the place appointed for the meeting point. This park, the biggest one in London, was one mass of men, women, and children. Even the trees up to their highest branches had their inhabitants. The number of persons present were by the papers estimated at somewhere about 70,000, but as these papers are English, this figure is no doubt too low. There were processionists carrying red, green, and white banners, with all sorts of devices, such as "Keep your powder dry, disobedience to tyrants is a duty to God." And hoisted higher than the flags were a profusion of red Jacobin caps, the bearers of which sang the Marseillaise, sights and sounds that must have greatly interfered with the enjoyment of the port wine at the clubs on the following day, Monday. All the papers made a furious onslaught on those confounded foreigners, and cursed the day they had landed in England to demoralize John Bull by means of their blue-red flags, noisy choruses and other enormities. MECW 43, 546-47. Marx, in his remarks to the General Council meeting of October 26, emphasizes the participation of English workers. The main feature of the demonstration had been ignored. It was that at least a part of the English working class had lost their prejudice against the Irish. General Council of the First International 1966, 172. Young, a strong supporter of Marx, saw wider implications for the labor movement. England had always represented the struggle as one of race. Last Sunday had shown that it was a struggle of classes. 173. Marx also suggested that the International pass and circulate a resolution on Ireland. According to the minutes, Lecraft, who had been more reticent during the 1867 debates, now wanted a strong resolution, since in his view English workers had been remiss in showing solidarity with their fellow workers in Ireland. We must compel the government to do something. He as an Englishman did not believe he had done his duty. It was our business to show the Irish that it was only a class of the English that wronged them and that the same class of Irish were as bad. General Council of the First International 1966, 173. The next 6 weeks saw another intensive debate inside the General Council over Ireland, much of it reported in Reynolds's newspaper, a Labour weekly. At the November 16, 1869, General Council meeting, Marx began the debate with a speech of more than an hour on the British government and the Fenian prisoners. As recorded in the minutes, he castigated Gladstone for failing to keep his campaign promises on Ireland and for reverting to typically British high-handed tactics, such as failing to reply to a petition for amnesty bearing 200,000 signatures. After Gladstone had freed a few rank-and-file Fenians, he imposed humiliating conditions on the freedom of the others. He wants them to renounce their principles, to degrade them morally. MECW 21, 408. Marx declares further that Gladstone wants the Irish to fall on their knees because an enlightened sovereign and parliament have done a great act of justice, even though they were the criminals before the Irish people. 409. Despite his claims to be a friend of Ireland, Gladstone mobilized soldiers with live ammunition on October 10 in Dublin, as government officials sought to provoke the demonstrators with last-minute restrictions on the parade route. In addition, all tenant right meetings are broken up, Marx notes. 410. At the end of his speech, which was greeted by substantial applause, he proposed the following resolution. Resolved, that in his reply to the Irish demands for the release of the imprisoned Irish patriots, a reply contained in his letter to Mr. O'Shea etc., Mr. Gladstone deliberately insults Irish nation, that he clogs political amnesty with conditions alike degrading to the victims of misgovernment and the people they belong to, that having, in the teeth of his responsible position, publicly and enthusiastically cheered on the American slaveholders' rebellion, he now steps in to preach to the Irish people the doctrine of passive obedience, that his whole proceedings with reference to the Irish amnesty question are the true and genuine offspring of that policy of conquest by the fiery denunciation of which Mr. Gladstone ousted his Tory rivals from office, that the General Council of the International Working Men's Association express their admiration of the spirited, firm, and high-souled manner in which the Irish people carry on their amnesty movement. That these resolutions be communicated to all the branches of, and working men's bodies connected with, the International Working Men's Association in Europe and America. MECW 21, 83. Marx's draft sparked extended discussion in the General Council during the next few weeks, even as the mass outpourings over Ireland continued. A few days after he presented it, a demonstration called by the Reform League in Hyde Park to demand amnesty for the Fenians drew thousands of Irish and English workers, an event that also supported Irish independence. At the November 23, 1869, General Council meeting, a heated debate took place. Odger, by now trying to stand for Parliament as a supporter of Gladstone, opposed any strong language such as a demand for unconditional release of the Fenian prisoners as counterproductive. General Council of the First International 1966, 185. Another English General Council member, Thomas Mottershead, strongly attacked Marx's resolution. I regret that Englishmen applauded the statements of Dr. Marx, as some did last week. Ireland cannot be independent. It lies between England and France. If we relinquish our hold, it would only be asking the French to walk in. 186. A strong supporter of Gladstone, Mothershead suggested that in time amnesty would be granted. Several speakers, including Ecarius and Young, attacked English liberals for hypocrisy in supporting the liberation of Poland but not Ireland. Weston strongly supported the resolution. However, Gladstone in his election speeches declared that the Irish were wrongly governed. He therefore virtually justified the Fenians. When he got in, he did nothing but he insulted the Irish. 189. In response to the debate, Marx argues that the purpose of the resolution was not to petition the Gladstone government. It is a resolution of sympathy with the Irish and a review of the conduct of the government. It may bring the English and the Irish together. Odger is right. If we wanted the prisoners released, this would not be the way to do it, but it is more important to make a concession to the Irish people than to Gladstone. MECW 21, 411-412. Marx, who seemed to have a clear majority of the General Council behind him, made one concession to his opponents, however. He accepted Odger's suggestion to delete the word deliberately from the phrase Gladstone deliberately insults the Irish nation near the beginning of the draft. MECW 21, 412. In the intervening week, O'Donovan Rossa was elected to Parliament from his prison cell in Tipperary. In a letter to Marx of November 29, Engels expresses the hope that this would lead to a change from urban guerrilla tactics. It launches the Fenians from empty conspiracies and the fabrication of coups on a path of action that, even if legal in appearance, is still far more revolutionary than what they have done since their abortive insurrection. MECW 43, 387. Marx writes to Engels on November 26, calling the debate at the General Council fiery, lively, vehement. 386. He exults that before the meeting, the labor-oriented Reynolds's paper had published the draft resolution, and an account of Marx's speech, both on the front page. This, he avers, seems to have scared those who are flirting with Gladstone. 386. Marx also points to the participation of an Irish worker, George Milner, in the debate. At its November 30 meeting, the General Council voted unanimously to support Marx's resolution, after some additional debate. The Irishman Milner countered Odger's suggestion to go a bit easier on Gladstone by arguing that he could not be treated differently to any other government by the International, General Council of the First International 1966, 193. In a brief response to Odger, Marx puts the issue in a wider European context, with particular reference to Poland. If Odger's suggestions were followed, the Council would put themselves on an English party standpoint. They could not do that. The Council must show the Irish that they understood the question and the continent that they showed no favour to the British government. The Council must treat the Irish like the English would treat the Polish. MECW 21, 412. The resolution was also published abroad in both German and French. In a letter to Engels dated December 4, Marx sums up the debate, writing that except for Odger and Mothershead, the English delegates behaved excellently. MECW 43, 392. This resolution was a great triumph for Marx, who had worked very hard to sensitize the British members of the General Council on Ireland. Despite the fact that a few, like Odger, had regarded it as too strong, in the end a body that included important representatives of British Labour had unanimously approved a remarkably strong pro-Irish statement. In voting for it, the members of the General Council broke with decades of prejudice and hostility of the British toward the Irish. Marx, understandably proud of the resolution, saw it as opening the possibility of a never-before-achieved alliance across ethnic and national lines among British workers, British intellectuals, Irish workers residing in Britain, Irish peasants, and Irish intellectuals. Another obstacle now appeared, the narrowness of Irish nationalist politics, something that Marx now begins to attack in his private correspondence. In the letter of December 4 to Engels, cited above, he complains that the Irishman and other Irish newspapers had failed to cover the international on Ireland, since in their view, the Irish question must be treated as something quite distinct, excluding the outside world, and it must be concealed that English workers sympathize with the Irish. MECW 43, 392, Original Emphasis. Engels responds in a December 9 letter that this avoidance of the profane class struggle was partly a calculated policy by Irish nationalists to maintain their domination over the peasants, since the Irish peasant must not be allowed to find out that the socialist workers are his sole allies in Europe. 394. Some months later, in a letter of July 8, 1870, Marx returns to this question, calling Pigott, the editor of the Irishman, a narrow-minded nationalist. 537. Notes on Irish Anthropology and History. During this period, Marx had begun to connect Ireland to the question of communal property. As discussed in chapters 1 and 2, in the early 1850s Marx saw communal property as a major foundation for Oriental despotism in Russia and India, or for authoritarian clan chieftains in Scotland. But his 1868 letters to Engels on George Mora's studies of pre-modern Germanic peoples show that he had begun to view early communal forms differently. In a letter of March 14, 1868, Marx informed Engels that Maurer had shown not only that communal property was the original Germanic form, as much as in Russia or India, but also that it had persisted in parts of rural Germany until their own time. However, he chides Maurer for failing to take up the ancient Celts. Maurer, though often referring, for instance, to Africa, Mexico, etc., knows absolutely nothing about the Celts, and therefore ascribes the development of communal property in France solely to the Germanic conquerors. As though we did not possess a Celtic, Welsh, book of laws from the 11th century that is entirely communist. 549. Moreover, as Marx writes in a subsequent letter to Engels of March 25, Maura's findings uncovered a primitive age that corresponds to the socialist tendency because its people were such egalitarians. MECW 42, 557. Commenting on these letters, the French anthropologist Maurice Godelier argues that henceforth in Marx's work, the accent is placed upon the vitality of the primitive communes and their multiple capacities of evolution. 1970, 79. Did Marx see some of these communal forms as persisting into his own century, at least within Irish culture? If so, could he have viewed them as points of resistance to Britain and to capital? This is indeed possible, but there is no direct evidence on this score in Marx's writings on Ireland. Some of Engels's writings in this period do suggest such a link, however. Engels worked during the first half of 1870 on his history of Ireland from prehistoric times to the present. He completed only 2 chapters, however, covering the period up to the early 11th century, when the Irish obtained a measure of peace after finally driving out the Vikings, but were unaware that they would soon face invasion from a much more powerful foe, England. From the beginning, Engels emphasizes the indomitable character of the Irish people. Despite 700 years of British rule, even at present, the Irish are no more English, or West Britons, as they are called, than the Poles are West Russians. MECW 21, 148. By this time, Engels was reading some Celtic sources in the original, as well as Latin and Scandinavian ones. Engels's notes for other parts of the book concern English conquest and brutality, especially under Cromwell, where he emphasizes the thousands of Irish people sold into slavery in the British West Indies. Of particular interest, given his and Marx's later concerns, are several places in the notes where Engels writes of communal property. For example, the land of the clan was communal property. In this context, in Ireland it was never the Irishman, but only the Englishman who held land as private property. 284. As they discussed Engels's book project, in a letter of May 11, 1870, Marx quotes from notes on ancient Irish law that he had made 2 decades earlier, when he had recorded the following historical data. The community of goods was accompanied by Celtic laxity in the marriage tie, already known in antiquity. At the same time, however, voting rights for women in the tribal assembly. The first chapter of the book on common law deals with women. If his wife lay with another man and he beats her, he sacrifices his claim to indemnification. Sufficient grounds for divorce for a wife were the man's impotence, scabies, and bad breath. MECW 43, 515, 11. Marx adds immediately, such gallant youngsters gallanty Jungen, these celts. MECW 43, 516. This reference to more egalitarian gender relations in a pre-literate society prefigures Marx's 1879-82 notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, to be discussed in Chapter 6. Marx researched more recent Irish history during October and November 1869, concentrating on the period of the American and the French Revolutions, up through the Anglo-Irish Union of 1801. Marx's research notes, which comprise some 70 printed pages, are mainly excerpts from historical sources, with his own occasional comments. He notes that under the impact of the American Revolution, the Protestant-dominated Irish Parliament moved to alter some of the most discriminatory laws against Catholics. Great fermentation produced by the American events in Ireland. Many Irish, mainly Presbyterians from Ulster, emigrate to America, enroll under the United States banners and fight against England on the other side of the Atlantic. The Catholics, who for a long time had in vain supplicated for a relaxation of the penal code, moved again in 1776, in louder tones. 1778, Irish Parliament relaxed the severity of the penal code, its worst features obliterated, Catholics were allowed to take leases of land. MECW 21, 216. When war broke out between England and France in 1778, Ireland was left undefended. In response, the volunteer movement began organizing Protestants for defense against a possible invasion. However, Marx writes that this soon developed into a truly revolutionary movement. 218. By 1790, under Wolfe Tone and others, the volunteers developed into the United Irishmen. Tone, a Presbyterian, resolved to redress the wrongs of the Catholics and to reform the Irish Parliament, if necessary creating an independent Republic of Ireland. 219. Marx first concentrates on the 1780s, however, on how the volunteers gradually developed a more inclusive view of the Irish people. As in America, British mercantilist policies had restricted local manufacturing, while flooding Ireland with British manufactured goods. Marx writes that a volunteer-led boycott of British goods found support among the entire population, that it flew quicker than the wind throughout the whole nation. MECW 21, 221. Meanwhile the volunteers, by now the numerically largest military force in the entire British Empire, announced that they would no longer obey the British Parliament and that they considered Ireland a separate kingdom within the empire. Marx quotes a 1782 declaration by one volunteer group on Catholic emancipation: as men, and as Irishmen, as Christians, and as Protestants, we rejoice in the relaxation of the penal laws against our Roman Catholic fellow subjects, and that we conceive the measure to be fraught with the happiest consequences to the union and prosperity of the inhabitants of Ireland. 225. Also in 1782, the Irish Parliament, led by Henry Grattan, moved to establish Ireland as a separate kingdom within the empire and thus not subordinate to the British Parliament. However, Marx held that Grattan's equivocation at crucial moments derailed the drive for Irish independence. Meanwhile, as the volunteers began to recruit Catholics, their numbers reached 150,000. Henry Flood's reforms, more radical than those of Grattan, were rejected by the Irish Parliament, which was packed with corrupt members who sold their votes to the aristocracy under the notorious Rotten Boroughs system. After 1789, under the impact of the French Revolution, the Irish Parliament enacted some minor reforms. At this point, Marx began to concentrate on the career and writings of John Curran, a radical parliamentarian who was later to become the defense attorney for the United Irishmen. Curran's opponents attacked him for having as his friends, the beggars in the streets, MECW 21, 236. Marx records at length parliamentary debates from 1787 in which Curran points to class antagonisms and castigates the corruption of Parliament. Cease to utter idle complaints of inevitable effects, when you yourselves have been the causes. The patience of the people has been totally exhausted, their grievances have long been the empty song of this House, but no productive effect has ever followed. The non-residence of the landholders, the tyranny of intermediate landlords. You denied the existence of the grievance, and refused redress. No wonder that the peasantry should be ripe for rebellion and revolt. Not a single man of property or consequence connected with the rebels. You were called upon solemnly for a proper reformation in the representation of the people. Did you grant it? No, and how does it at present stand? Why, sir, seats in this House are bought and sold. They are set up to public sale, they have become an absolute article of commerce, a traffic of the Constitution. Saleable rotten boroughs. 243. Marx sums up the situation as the United Irishmen arose in the 1790s. We remark that Catholic emancipation and parliamentary reform were the two cries. 247. He quotes at great length from various declarations of what he terms the Irish Jacobins, on religious freedom and republicanism, for example, where the mode of government is not derived from all the people clearly expressed. That nation has no constitution. Need we say that this is the case with Ireland? It possesses only an acting government. 249. Marx then traces the outbreak of insurrection in 1798, which he ties closely to the success of the French armies on the continent. At the same time, he records material on the increasing British repression, through both new laws and the creation of vigilante groups like the Yeomanry Corps. Marx excerpts Curran's last speech to Parliament, in May 1797, before he and Grattan stopped attending. We have seen the decreasing minorities of the party who gallantly struggled to maintain the parliamentary constitution of Ireland. But they grew daily more powerless. The people looked to the United Irish Executive, to France, to arms, to revolution. The government persisted in refusing reform and Catholic emancipation, continued the suspension of the Constitution, and incessantly augmented the despotism of their laws. The government and the United Irishmen face to face. MECW 21, 255. Marx holds that British Prime Minister William Pitt deliberately provoked the 1798 insurrection by his blatantly oppressive actions, such as quartering troops in peasant homes. Free quarters rendered officers and soldiers despotic masters of the peasantry, their homes, food, property, and occasionally, their families. 257. After the insurrection was suppressed, the British began to move toward union. In suppressing the insurrection, the British played off Protestants against Catholics. The Union of 1801 was carried during the reign of martial law, Marx notes, with an Irish Parliament of 1,800 elected in 1797 for 8 years, 263. Marx suggests that Pitt betrayed the upper-class Catholics who had supported him once the Union was voted, but he did so in an underhanded manner. Pitt in 1801 handed in his resignation, on pretext that the king kept not his word to Catholics. This was mere show. He wanted not to be minister during truce with Bonaparte. Re-entered afterwards the ministry without stipulating any favor for Catholics. 265. Finally, Marx traces some of the results of the 1801 Union. In his view, these were all extremely reactionary for both Britain and Ireland. Marx cites the English radical William Cobbett's assessment that it would take 60,000 regular army troops to hold Ireland, but then adds, Ireland one of the pretexts for keeping a large standing army, MECW 21, 268. He then quotes from George Ensor's Anti-Union, Ireland as She Ought to Be, 1831. Every acquisition of a nation by a nation is injurious to the liberty of both. The accessory country is a lapsed inheritance, while the people who make the acquisition are submissive to their own rulers, lest they might countenance any disturbance in the suprad nation, they submit at home for a barren, often expensive, superiority abroad. This is the whole story of Roman history. As the world fell before the Roman aristocracy, the Roman citizens were pauperized and enslaved. Every impeachment of liberty in one country leads to its loss in another. MECW 21, 268. On the outlook of the British dominant classes, Marx also cites a 1793 statement by the future King William IV to the effect that abolitionist efforts to end the slave trade should be condemned as part of the leveling principles of the French Revolution, 268. In a letter to Engels of December 10, 1869, Marx sums up what he had concluded from his historical research. You must get hold of Curran's speeches. I meant to give it to you when you were in London. It is now circulating among the English members of the General Council, and God knows when I shall see it again. For the period of 1779 to 1800, Union, it is of decisive importance, not only because of Curran's speeches, namely in court. I regard Curran as the sole great lawyer, people's advocate, of the 18th century, and the noblest personality, while Grattan was a parliamentary rogue, but because you find all the sources about the United Irishmen. This period is of greatest interest, scientifically and dramatically. First, the dirty infamies of the English in 1588-89 repeated, perhaps even intensified, in 1788-89. Second, class movement is easily shown in the Irish movement itself. Third, the infamous policy of Pitt. Fourth, which very much irks the English gentleman, the proof that Ireland came to grief because in fact, from a revolutionary standpoint, the Irish were too far advanced for the English king and church mob, while, on the other hand, English reaction in England, as in Cromwell's time, had its roots in the subjugation of Ireland. This period must be described in at least one chapter, A Pillory for John Bull. MECW 43, 398. The last sentence refers to Engels's projected book on Ireland. He also asks Engels for source material on common property, 398. This letter came after 2 months of intense involvement on Marx's part in public debates over Ireland, as well as his study of Irish history. He was now placing Ireland at the center of British revolutionary and labor politics. In both Cromwell's time and the 1790s, he now held, the collapse of revolutionary possibilities in Britain was preceded by British suppression of the Irish people. A change of position in 1869-70, Ireland as the lever of the revolution. The two threads stimulating Marx's recent thinking on Ireland debates within the international and historical research seemed now to come together as his own perspectives on Ireland underwent a radical change. Henceforth, agrarian Ireland would in his view be very likely to play a leading role in sparking a social revolution in Britain. He states explicitly that he has changed his position, this in the December 10, 1869, letter to Engels. For a long time, I believed it would be possible to overthrow the Irish regime by English working class ascendancy. I always took this viewpoint in the New York Tribune. Deeper study has now convinced me of the opposite. The English working class will never accomplish anything before it has got rid of Ireland. The lever must be applied in Ireland. This is why the Irish question is so important for the social movement in general. MECW 43, 398. The American political theorist August Nimitz calls this turn most significant since it makes clear that the revolutionary lever for him, contrary to the usual Marxological claim, did not reside exclusively in the advanced industrialized capitalist world, 2204, Point 12 Marx restated and developed his new position at some length in several other writings during late 1869 and 1870, a period in which the debate over Ireland continued to grip Britain. None of these texts in which he spells out his position bluntly and frankly were composed in English. 2 weeks earlier, in a letter of November 29, 1869, to Kugelmann, Marx spelled out his new position on Ireland in greater detail, without mentioning that it represented a change. Writing in German, he begins by explaining that his November 16 speech and the General Council resolution on Ireland had other grounds than simply to speak out loudly and decidedly for the oppressed Irish against their oppressors, MECW 43, 390. Those deeper grounds bore on the possibility of radical change in England. I have become more and more convinced, and the thing now is to drum this conviction into the English working class that they will never do anything decisive here in England before they separate their attitude towards Ireland quite definitely from that of the ruling classes, and not only make common cause with the Irish, but even take the initiative in dissolving the Union established in 1801, and substituting a free federal relationship for it. Every movement in England itself is crippled by the dissension with the Irish, who form a very important section of the working class in England itself. 390. Thus, English working class consciousness was attenuated by anti-Irish prejudice. At the level of the dominant classes, Britain was on the one hand a modern industrial country with an industrial bourgeoisie, but was on the other hand possessed of a large aristocratic landowning class, a major part of whose holdings lay in Ireland. While this situation undoubtedly strengthened the dominant classes in their struggle against the English working class, it also led in dialectical fashion to a new type of vulnerability for those very dominant classes, this one from within Ireland itself. The primary condition of emancipation here, the overthrow of the English landed oligarchy, remains unattainable, since its positions cannot be stormed here as long as it holds its strongly entrenched outposts in Ireland. But over there, once affairs have been laid in the hands of the Irish people themselves, it will be infinitely easier there than here to abolish the landed aristocracy, to a large extent the same persons as the English landlords, since in Ireland it is not merely an economic question, but also a national one, as the landlords there are not, as they are in England, traditional dignitaries and representatives, but the mortally hated oppressors of the nationality. MECW 43, 390-91. All of this is of great importance to the European Revolution, writes Marx, because due to England's position as the most developed capitalist society, the English working class undoubtedly throws the greatest weight on the scales of social emancipation generally. 391. Yet because of the specific interaction of class and national consciousness in Britain and Ireland, Ireland is the point where the lever must be applied. 391. The fate of the English Revolution of the 1640s bore this out. He concludes, it is a fact that the English Republic under Cromwell met shipwreck in Ireland. This shall not happen twice. 391. The controversy with Bakunin and after. During this period, Marx also began his long fight against the anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, which became public in January 1870 with what is now known as the General Council's confidential communication. Written by Marx in French and sent to all branches of the International, it strongly attacked Bakunin. As is well known, in this period, Marx was responding to Bakunin's accusation that an authoritarian and overly centralized leadership in London was running the International. One example of this, in the eyes of Bakunin and his supporters, was the fact that, unlike in other countries, the International had no separate British Federal Council. Instead, the General Council in London filled two roles simultaneously, coordinator for Britain and for the entire International. 13. Bakunin's second critique of the General Council, which bore on Ireland, is less known. In some respects, this critique paralleled that of the Proudhonists, who had criticized from within the International its stance in favor of Polish national emancipation, for Bakunin and his supporters took issue with any kind of particular support for Irish national emancipation. 14 Bakuninists were highly suspicious of working class involvement in political action of any kind, not only running for office, but also petitions to governments or statements designed to pressure them. An example of their position could be found in the 1868 program of Bakunin's International Alliance of Socialist Democracy, point 4 of which rejects any political action that does not have as its immediate and direct aim the triumph of the workers' cause against capital, cited in MECW 21, 208, point 15. Based on this rather formalistic premise, Illegalite, a pro-Bakunin newspaper published in French in Geneva, Switzerland, published a strong attack on the General Council resolution on Ireland in December 11, 1869, characterizing the latter as a diversion from revolutionary politics. Under the headline Le Conseil Général, Illegalite ran on its front page a French translation of Marx's November 1869 General Council resolution attacking Gladstone and applauding the high-souled manner in which the Irish people carry out their amnesty movement. MECW 21, 83, Le Conseil Général 1869. Directly under this article, also on the front page, Illegalite ran its response, entitled Reflections, which read in part: "It cannot be repeated often enough that the interests of the workers do not lie in attempts at ameliorating the governments of today, but in eliminating them in a radical fashion, and in replacing the present political, authoritarian, religious, and juridical state of today with a new social organization guaranteeing to each person the entire product of his labor and all the results therefrom." Reflections 1869. Marx drafted a response to these criticisms on behalf of the General Council in the form of the aforementioned confidential communication, written in French and sent to all the branches of the International. The confidential communication was approved at a General Council meeting of January 1, 1870.16. While Marx's confidential communication takes up a number of issues related to the organizational structure of the International, about a quarter of its 12 pages are devoted to Ireland. Some of Marx's new positions on Ireland are articulated here, for example. Although revolutionary initiative will probably come from France, England alone can serve as the lever for a serious economic revolution. It is the only country where there are no more peasants and where landed property is concentrated in a few hands. It is the only country where the capitalist form, that is to say, combined labor on a large scale under the authority of capitalists to maîtres capitalists, has seized hold of almost the whole of production. It is the only country where the vast majority of the population consists of wage laborers. The English have all the material conditions matière nécessaire for social revolution. What they lack is a sense of generalization and revolutionary passion. It is only the General Council that can provide them with this, that can thus accelerate the truly revolutionary movement in this country, and consequently everywhere. If England is the bulwark of landlordism and European capitalism, the only point where official England can be struck a great blow is Ireland. MECW 21, 118-19, original emphasis. In addition, while pointing to English labor's crucial place in the European Revolution, Marx was also defending the structure of the General Council, arguing that the British labour movement needed the input of exile revolutionaries like himself. While the occasion for the confidential communication was to answer the charges by Bakunin's group against the resolution on Ireland, one can also discern here larger themes concerning the relation of national emancipation to the labour movement. Sociologist Torben Krings writes of an increasing dialecticization of the issues of nationalism and internationalism at this juncture in Marx's work, 2004, 1508. Some of the following could have applied as well to the relation of Polish national emancipation to revolution in Germany, for example. In the first place, Ireland is the bulwark of English landlordism. If it fell in Ireland, it would fall in England. In Ireland this is 100 times easier because the economic struggle there is concentrated exclusively on landed property, Because this struggle is at the same time national, and because the people there are more revolutionary and angry than in England. Landlordism in Ireland is maintained solely by the English army. The moment the forced union between the two countries ends, a social revolution will immediately break out in Ireland, though in backward forms. MECW 21, 119-20, original emphasis. Marx's second point, on the relation of national minorities to majorities inside the working class in England, also had wider implications and would at the time have applied, for example, to Polish immigrant labor in France and Germany, or to black labor in America, which is mentioned below. In the second place, the English bourgeoisie has divided the proletariat into two hostile camps. In all the big industrial centers in England, there is profound antagonism between the Irish proletarian and the English proletarian. The common English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who lowers wages and the standard of life. He feels national and religious antipathies for him. He views him similarly to how the poor whites of the southern states of North America viewed black slaves. This antagonism among the proletarians of England is artificially nourished and kept up by the bourgeoisie. It knows that this split is the true secret of the preservation of its power. MECW 21, 119-20, original emphasis. Marx's confidential communication makes some further comments on the Irish in America, before concluding, thus, the position of the International Association with regard to the Irish question is very clear. Its first concern is to advance the social revolution in England. To this end the great blow must be struck in Ireland, 120. Ireland and the wider European Revolution. Marx's lengthiest statement of his new view of Ireland was contained in a letter of April 9, 1870, to two German-American members of the International in New York, Siegfried Meyer and August Voigt. As in his letters to Kugelmann and Engels and the confidential communication, Marx describes Ireland not only as a stronghold of the English aristocracy, but also a society that was ripe for a social revolution. At the objective level, Marx first argues that the English industrial bourgeoisie has a common interest with the English aristocracy in turning Ireland into simply pasture land to provide meat and wool at the cheapest possible price for the English market, MECW 43, 474. However, the consolidation of agriculture in Ireland benefits English capital in a second and more crucial way, by supplying cheap labor for the English factories, but the English bourgeoisie also has much more important interests in the present Irish economy. As a result of the steadily increasing concentration of leaseholding, Ireland is steadily supplying its surplus for the English labor market, and thus forcing down the wages and material and moral position of the English working class, 474. At this point, Marx moves into a discussion of the subjective factor, of those elements of England's relationship to Ireland that impact the level of class consciousness and the potential for a break with capital on the part of the English working classes. As in the confidential communication, but here in more depth and detail, he compares it to the racial situation in the United States. And most important of all industrial and commercial centers in England now have a working class split into two hostile camps, English proletarians and Irish proletarians. The ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who forces down the standard of life. In relation to the Irish worker, he feels himself to be a member of the dominant nation and, therefore, makes himself a tool of his aristocrats and capitalists against Ireland, thus strengthening their domination over himself. He harbors religious, social, and national prejudices against him. His attitude towards him is roughly that of the poor whites to the niggers 17 in the former slave states of the American Union. The Irishman pays him back with interest in his own money. He sees in the English worker both the accomplice and the stupid tool of English domination in Ireland. This antagonism is kept artificially alive and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short by all the means at the disposal of the ruling class. This antagonism is the secret of the powerlessness of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret of the capitalist class's maintenance of its power. And the latter is fully conscious of this. MECW 43, 474-75. In this sense, mutual antagonism between two elements, the English and the Irish immigrant workers, constricted the development of class consciousness in an ethnically stratified working class. 18. For Marx, this situation was not immutable, however. It was here that the role of an organized group such as the International became crucial. He holds, in the following summary of his intentions during the debate in the International over Ireland. England, as the metropolis of capital, as the power that has hitherto ruled the world market, is for the present the most important country for the workers' revolution and, in addition, the only country where the material conditions of this revolution have developed to a certain state of maturity. Thus, to hasten the social revolution in England is the most important object of the International Working Men's Association. The sole means of doing so is to make Ireland independent. It is therefore, the task of the International to bring the conflict between England and Ireland to the forefront everywhere, and to side with Ireland publicly everywhere. The special task of the General Council in London is to awaken the consciousness of the English working class to the notion that, for them, the national emancipation of Ireland is not a question of abstract justice or humanitarian sentiment, but the first condition of their own social emancipation. MECW 43, 475. In this sense, Marx was connecting support of Ireland to what he saw as the wider European revolution. England was to be its linchpin, but Ireland was the crucial lever for developing revolutionary consciousness among English workers. While the confidential communication and this letter go into more detail on Ireland, the British workers, and their relationship to a wider revolution against capital, the December 10, 1869, letter to Engels, and the one of November 29 to Kugelman, stated one crucial point even more explicitly. This point, which Marx told Engels he could not reveal to his English worker colleagues, was that the lever of revolution, the issue that would actually open up the world's situation, must be applied in Ireland, not England. MECW 43, 399.19. Only afterwards, could England, the center of world capitalism, be drawn into the wider revolution. Marx's various writings on Ireland in the winter and spring of 1869-70 represent a concretization of the dialectics of class and national liberation in the struggle to uproot capitalism at a specific juncture in the history of Europe and North America. These writings illustrate his overall thinking about the relationship of societies peripheral to capitalism to those comprising its core. In this sense, they represent a broader shift in his thinking, toward the notion that struggles on the periphery of capitalism could become sparks that might very well go off in advance of the workers' revolution in the industrially developed societies. Together, these two types of struggles could bring about a radical transcendence of the capitalist system itself. Marx's writings on Ireland are the first place where he fully concretizes these notions. At no time, however, did Marx make national self-determination into an abstract principle, separate from the issue of whether a given movement had a liberatory content. Otherwise he could have supported the Confederacy's right to independence during the Civil War. As the British political theorist Erica Benner notes astutely, it would be wrong to infer that his support for Irish independence brought him close to endorsing a suprahistorical principle of national self-determination, 1995, 192. Far from any type of identity politics, she adds, the key thing was Marx's growing appreciation of the constructive role played by nationalism in promoting international revolution, 195. Throughout the first half of 1870, Marx continued to occupy himself with the campaign for the release of the Fenian prisoners. In February and March, his article, The English Government and the Fenian Prisoners, appeared in French in a Belgian organ of the International. He presents detailed information on the treatment of the prisoners, writing that in the land of bourgeois freedom, sentences of 20 years hard labor are given for offenses that are punished by 6 months in prison in the land of the barracks, the latter a reference to Bonapartist France, MECW 21, 101. He attacks not only Gladstone's hypocrisy but also the French Republicans as narrow-minded and selfish for concentrating all their anger on their own regime and keeping silent about English oppression, 101. Marx's daughter Jenny, then 25 years old, sought to end the silence in France about the Fenian prisoners. From February through April 1870, she published under a pseudonym an 8-part series of articles on Ireland in La Marseillaise, a left-of-center newspaper in Paris. With her moving reports on the conditions of the Fenian prisoners, information that up until then had been confined to the Irish papers or small English ones was now appearing in a major European daily paper. The information in these articles, especially one in which she quoted at length from a letter that O'Donovan Rossa had smuggled out of prison, was picked up by newspapers throughout Europe and the United States. This forced the British press to cover the story, although it almost always responded with pained defensiveness at this criticism from abroad. The international embarrassment caused by the articles also sparked debate in Parliament, resulting in a formal inquiry. Finally, in December 1870, Gladstone released the Fenians, on condition that they leave the United Kingdom forever. One of Jenny Marx's articles was co-authored by her father, and it argued that the British press's silence and scorn regarding the Fenians did not represent the views of the working class. Referring to the October 24, 1869, demonstration, it states, "Let it suffice to say that more than 200,000 men, women, and children of the English working class raised their voices in Hyde Park to demand freedom for their Irish brothers, and that the General Council of the International Working Men's Association, which has its headquarters in London and includes well-known English working-class leaders among its members, has severely condemned the treatment of the Fenian prisoners and come out in defense of the rights of the Irish people against the English government." MECW 21, 423-24. In their letters, both Marx and Engels expressed considerable pride in Jenny's accomplishment, with Engels and Elizabeth Burns sending her a twig of shamrock on St. Patrick's Day. Marx also noted with pleasure that the attention that Jenny's articles had drawn to the International had resulted in the formation of its first section inside Ireland. In the second half of 1870, however, Marx's attention moved away from Ireland, toward the Franco-Prussian War and then the Paris Commune, which erupted in the spring of 1871. The revolutionary character of the Commune and the outraged response to it in British public opinion was to split the First International irrevocably. Most of the British Union leaders resigned from the General Council after Marx hailed the Commune in the Civil War in France, which was first published in English as an address of the International. These divisions undermined the International's influence over the British labour movement. The reaction against the anti-clerical politics of the Commune also wiped out the small foothold that the International had gained in Ireland, where it came under attack by O'Donovan Rossa and other prominent nationalists, Collins and Abramsky 1965, Neusinger 1982. These setbacks did not, however, invalidate the general theoretical principles Marx had elaborated in 1869-70 concerning the Irish freedom struggle as a lever for the labour movement in Britain. It was soon after these writings on Ireland that Marx revised Capital, Volume I, for the 1872-75 French edition. That book and Marx's other critiques of political economy in relationship to non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, and to nationalism, race, and ethnicity are the focus of the next chapter. Chapter 5. From the Grundrisse to Capital, Multilinear Themes. Had Marx confined his discussions of non-Western societies, nationalism, and race and ethnicity to his political and journalistic writings, these issues could more easily be dismissed as tangential to his core intellectual project. In this chapter, however, I will show how these concerns found their way into Marx's major critiques of political economy, from the Grundrisse to Capital. Moreover, I will argue that Marx's continually evolving stance toward non-Western societies helped to shape the overall argument of Capital, Volume I, especially the too little-known French edition of 1872-75, the last one he personally prepared for publication. The Grundriss, a multilinear perspective. Marx's 1857-58 Grundriss, first published over 50 years after his death, is widely seen today as a major text in his critique of political economy, second only to Capital. Since it is a draft, not a finished work, it allows the reader, in the British historian Eric Hobsbawm's felicitous expression, to follow Marx while he is actually thinking. Introduction to Marx 1965, 18. Raya Dunayevskaya characterizes the Grundriss as, in many respects, more total a conception than the logical, precise Capital. It manifests a tremendous world historic view, not only an analysis of the existing society, but a conception of a new society based on expanding human forces. Its shapelessness notwithstanding, its historic sweep is what allows Marx, during the discussion of the relationship of free labor as alienated labor to capital, to pose the question of, and excursion into, pre-capitalist societies. 1973-1989, 65-66. A year after the Grundriss, in the preface to the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, a published book based on a small part of the former, Marx famously refers to the 6 topics he intends to develop in the coming years. I examine the system of bourgeois economy in the following order: capital, landed property, wage labor, the state, foreign trade, world market. MECW 29, 261, original emphasis. In that same 1859 preface, Marx had already divided the treatment of the first of these 6 topics, capital, into 3 parts: commodity, circulation, and capital in general. The latter tripartite list was roughly comparable to what he was to publish and revise from 1867 to 1872 as the first volume of Capital, and, at least in general terms, what Engels published posthumously from Marx's notes as volumes 2 and 3.1. Considered at some length in a separate section of the Grundriss, but only intermittently in Capital, was the topic of pre-capitalist societies. In an evocative but unfinished analysis of how early clan-stam and communal forms of social organization were transformed into class societies, Marx examined the different course that these developments had taken in Asia as opposed to Western Europe. Although these issues were to generate much discussion in the 20th century under the rubric of the Asiatic mode of production, Marx never actually uses this term in the Grundriss. Point 2. He uses the term Oriental despotism in his 1853 India writings, as we saw in Chapter 1. In 1859, however, in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, he does employ the term Asiatic mode of production. Marx writes of the Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production, which may be designated as epochs marking progress in the economic development of society. Since he characterizes modern capitalism as the last antagonistic form, part of the prehistory of human society, a socialist future is also implied, as was some type of early stateless form preceding both the Asiatic and the ancient modes of production. MECW 29, 263-64. Adding these 2 implied modes of production would yield a 6-fold list: 1. Early stateless, 2. Asiatic, 3. Ancient, 4. Feudal, 5. Bourgeois or capitalist, and 6. Socialist. Some sort of multilinearity was also implied through the insertion of an Asian form, in what otherwise would have been a unilinear model focusing on Western development, from early stateless clan societies, to the ancient Greco-Roman class societies based on slave labor, to the feudalism of the Middle Ages, and on to bourgeois society and its successor, socialism. Some scholars of the Grundriss, like Roman Rostalski, have insisted that Marx's list constituted a unilinear enumeration of the successive periods of economic history, 1968-1977, 273, but most have agreed with Hobsbawm that any such unilinear approach, which was also shared by orthodox Soviet Marxists, implies a considerable simplification of Marx's thought. Introduction to Marx 1965, 60.3. Thus, by 1857–58, Marx had developed a more complex account of historical development than the one he and Engels had elaborated a decade earlier in the German ideology, 1846. There, in the absence of the Asian form, stood a unilinear model based on Western European history, which ran in a straight line from clan or tribal, to ancient, to feudal, and on to modern bourgeois forms of society, MECW 5, 32–35. As the political theorist Ellen Meixines would suggest at a more general level, if anything, Marx in the maturity of his critique of political economy, from the Grundrisse onwards, becomes less rather than more a determinist, if by that is meant a thinker who treats human agents as passive receptacles of external structures or playthings of eternal laws of motion. 2008, 88. Marx carried out his discussion on pre-capitalist societies in Notebooks 4 and 5 of the Grundrisse, written between mid-December 1857 and February 1858. As we saw in Chapter 1, this was the period directly following the outbreak of the Sepoy uprising in India, during which he had begun to express a greater hostility to colonialism than in his 1853 India writings. In addition, whereas in 1853 he had characterized traditional communal forms in the Indian village as a source of Oriental despotism, in the Grundrisse he described these forms neutrally, or even a bit sympathetically. In most of the Grundrisse, of course, Marx focused on something else, the rise of the modern Western proletariat, a working class that was formally free but largely atomized and stripped of any significant control over its means of production. In the various pre-capitalist societies, by contrast, individuals related to each other as members of a community and as proprietors of land. Moreover, the purpose of their labor was not the creation of value. Grundrisse, 471.4. The earliest forms were all communal, both in their social organization and in their property relations. Marx delineated three early communal forms: Asiatic, Greco-Roman, and Germanic. In the Asian form, early clan-based groups undergirded a communal social structure rooted in pastoralism or other types of nomadic existence, which preceded fixed settlement. The clan community Stammgemeinschaft, the natural community, appears not as a result of, but as a presupposition for the communal appropriation, temporary, and utilization of the land. Grundrisse, 472. Original emphasis. Thus, communal social organization preceded communal property. The former's community of blood, language, customs related naively to the land as the property of the community. 472. Original emphasis. Eventually, however, in most of the primary Asiatic forms, a higher entity established itself as the landowner, and the communal villagers became that land's mere hereditary possessors at the local level. 473. This Oriental despotism extracted a surplus product, which was not surplus value. At the village level, the ancient communal structures persisted, even with the rise of small-scale manufacturing, all of this underneath a single person, the despot. Amidst Oriental despotism and the propertylessness that seems legally to exist there, this clan or communal property exists in fact as the foundation, created mostly by a combination of manufactures and agriculture within the small commune, which thus becomes altogether self-sustaining, and contains all the conditions of reproduction and surplus production within itself. A part of their surplus labor belongs to the higher community, which exists ultimately as a person, and this surplus labor takes the form of tribute etc., as well as of common labor for the exaltation of the unity, partly of the real despot, partly of the imagined clan being, the god. 473. Throughout this discussion of Asian forms, Marx considers the communality of labor, 473, to have been more fundamental than communal property to this social formation. In terms of historical examples of the Asian form, he casts his net very widely, here mentioning not only India, but also lands outside Asia like Romania, Mexico, and Peru. As against his 1853 writings, where he mentions only Oriental despotism, he now takes a more even-handed position, referring to the possibility of a more despotic or a more democratic form of this communal system. 473, emphasis added. The second pre-capitalist form, the Greco-Roman, he writes, was more urbanized and the product of a more active historical life, Grundriss, 474, but it too began as a clan-based communal form. Conflict arose among the various communally organized locales, whether towns or villages, and especially for the Romans, warfare became the great comprehensive task, the great communal labor. 474. In the Roman case, a greater degree of separation developed between the living individual concerning land and the community. In Rome, there was, to be sure, the ager publicus, public land belonging to the commune. As against the Asian forms, however, the landed property of the individual was not directly communal property, 474-75. Nor was communal labor as central to society aside from in warfare. Property in land existed, although only for the Roman citizen, but this contrasted with the Asian forms, where all property in land was communal and the individual was at most only a possessor of a particular part, without juridical ownership rights. 477. Although Greco-Roman society was highly urbanized, agriculture conducted by the free citizen landowner was the ideal form of economic activity, while commerce and trade were considered dishonorable, often left to freedmen and non-citizen foreigners. Moreover, where the Asian clans were basically ancestral, the Greco-Roman ones were built around locality and did not view themselves as consanguineal. Ancestral clans were much older, Marx concludes, writing that their most extreme, strictest form is the caste order, in which one is separated from the other, without the right of intermarriage, quite different in privilege, each with an exclusive, irrevocable occupation. In this way, Marx ascribed a clan or tribal origin to the Indian caste system. This was what Greece and Rome overcame early on, however, he argues, as the ancestral clans were almost everywhere pushed aside by the locality clans, which were somewhat more open in terms of membership. 478. Marx does not suggest here that the Asian clans were at an earlier stage than the Greco-Roman ones. Instead, a multilinear framework is strongly implied. On the whole, as the literary theorist E. San Juan Jr. writes, the notion of an Asiatic mode of production functioned as a heuristic tool that Marx deployed to eliminate any teleological determinism or evolutionary monism in his speculative instruments of historical investigation. 2002, 63. Marx gave far less attention to the third pre-capitalist form, the Germanic, which was centered in the countryside. Among the early Germanic tribes, isolated by great distances in the forests, the commune was not permanent, but rather a periodic coming together to hold a communal meeting. Here, the commune was only a complement to individual property, Grundriss, 483. This social form became the basis of the feudal system of medieval Europe, Marx suggests. After sketching these three forms and their sharp differences, Marx began to draw a larger distinction between all of these pre-capitalist societies on the one hand and the modern bourgeois order on the other. All of the pre-capitalist forms had as their economic aim the production of use values, Grundriss, 485. Despite the greater individuation found in the Greco-Roman and Germanic forms, as against the Asian ones, none of them ever developed anything like the dot-like isolation of the modern free worker. Nor did they develop the modern bourgeois property owner, a self-defined isolated and therefore free individual. For these earlier societies, the notion of an isolated individual owner of landed property would have been absurd. This is because property especially in land was mediated by a whole set of community relationships, even in the more individualized Greco-Roman or Germanic societies. Thus, Marx's main purpose seemed to be the elucidation of the structures of the modern capitalist society, through a contrast with both its predecessors in Europe and the alternative historical trajectories of Asia. While Marx portrays these pre-capitalist societies in the Grundriss in more neutral tones than in his earlier writings, and occasionally even in guardedly positive terms, he does not idealize them. He argues that the lofty ideals of these societies, which disparaged commerce, also confined them to a restricted level of economic and social development. At this point, he asks, referring to modern capitalism and its possible negation by a newer, superior social form, once the narrow bourgeois form has been peeled away, what is wealth other than the universality of individual needs, capacities, pleasures, productive forces etc., created through universal exchange? These achievements of modernity stood in contrast to the predetermined yardstick of pre-capitalist societies, with their fixed absolutes focused upon the past. Instead, the future-oriented modern human being, he writes, is engaged in the absolute movement of becoming. Nonetheless, this process of becoming was only a potential amid the actual capitalist world of universal objectification as total alienation. Grundriss, 488, original emphasis. Of all of the pre-capitalist forms, the Asian one was structurally at the furthest remove from modern capitalism, to which it put up a strong resistance. The Asiatic form necessarily hangs on most tenaciously and for the longest time. This is due to its presupposition that the individual does not become independent vis-a-vis the commune, that there is a self-sustaining circle of production, unity of agriculture and manufacture, etc. Grundriss, 486. Whereas the evolution of the Greco-Roman and Germanic forms saw the breakdown of communal society, as well as a certain degree of individuation in both consciousness and social existence, including property forms, Asian societies preserved more of the older clan-based communal forms. In the Greco-Roman world, slavery and serfdom helped to break down the old communal forms, modifying these earlier social relationships by increasing the class divide among citizens and also by introducing into the community large numbers of non-citizens, a few of them very wealthy merchants, but many more of them slaves stripped of all rights. Such modifications took place within an urban, commercial civilization. As Marx saw it, slavery and serfdom did not have the same effect in Asian empires, where social relations were in many cases already despotic. At another point in the Grundriss, Marx took up slavery in a different context, the situation of the recently freed slaves of British-ruled Jamaica. These free blacks had become self-sustaining peasants producing use value and enjoying some leisure time, rather than proletarians producing exchange value. This was because the economic foundations for modern capitalist wage labor did not yet exist in Jamaica. Marx comments with a certain glee that the idleness of the former slaves displeased the white planter class, which rightly feared its own economic demise. The Times of November 1857 contains an utterly delightful cry of outrage on the part of a West Indian plantation owner. This advocate analyzes with great moral indignation as a plea for the reintroduction of Negro slavery how the Quassies, the free niggers 5 of Jamaica, content themselves with producing only what is strictly necessary for their own consumption, and, alongside this use value, regard loafing, indulgence and idleness, as the real luxury good, how they do not care a damn for the sugar and the fixed capital invested in the plantations, but rather observe the planters' impending bankruptcy with an ironic grin of malicious pleasure, and even exploit their acquired Christianity as an embellishment for this mood of malicious glee and indolence. They have ceased to be slaves, not in order to become wage laborers, but instead self-sustaining peasants working for their own consumption. Grundriss, 325-26. Here again, the focus is not non-capitalist social relations as such, but the uniqueness of modern capitalism. On the last page of the Grundriss, Marx returns to the subject of communal property, terming it a naturally arisen Naturwuchsigen communism found at the earliest stages of all societies, but better preserved in India than elsewhere. Communal property has recently been rediscovered as a special Slavic curiosity. But, in fact, India offers us a sample chart of the most diverse forms of such economic communities, more or less dissolved, but still completely recognizable, and a more thorough research into history uncovers it as the point of departure of all cultured peoples. The system of production founded on private exchange is, to begin with, the historical dissolution of this naturally arisen communism. However, a whole series of economic systems lies in turn between the modern world, where exchange value dominates production to its whole depth and extent, and the social formations whose foundation is already formed by the dissolution of communal property, without. Grundriss, 882. Tantalizingly, the manuscript breaks off this point. 7. As we have seen, Marx referred to an Asiatic mode of production in the preface to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859. In this work, he also made some remarks on communal social forms, again in the context of a broader discussion of pre-capitalist social formations. After considering patriarchal and feudal social relationships and arguing for their alterity with respect to modern capitalism, he brought in early communal societies. Here again, he stresses not so much communal property as communal labor, which he sees as the more fundamental aspect. Or finally, let us take communal labor in its naturally arisen form as we find it among all civilized nations at the threshold of their history. The communal system on which this production is based prevents the labor of an individual from becoming private labor and his product a private product. It causes individual labor to appear rather as the unmediated function of a member of the social organism. MECW 29, 275, emphasis added. At one level, this seemed like a unilinear perspective in which communal forms constituted the first stage of social development for all societies. Moreover, in a footnote critiquing scholars 8 who had made a separate analytical category out of Russian communal property, he argues that this type of early social organization was very widespread, perhaps even universal. It is a laughable prejudice, spread abroad recently, that naturally arisen communal property is a specifically Slavic, or even an exclusively Russian form. It is the original form that can be found among the Romans, Teutons, and Celts, and which indeed is still in existence in India, in a whole collection of diverse patterns, albeit sometimes only vestiges of them. A more careful study of the Asiatic, particularly the Indian, forms of communal property would indicate the way in which different forms of naturally arisen communal property result in different forms of its dissolution. For example, the different original types of Roman and Germanic private property can be derived from Abeleiten von 9 various forms of Indian communal property. MECW 29, 275, original emphasis. However, when the above passages 10 are considered alongside the Grundriss, it is pretty clear that Marx was emphasizing not only the identity of these various communal forms but also their differences. To use the language of Hegelian dialectics, he was examining differences and contradictions within apparent identities, as well as their interrelationship. Point 11 here, and in more detail in the Grundriss, he was stressing the variety of social forms that emerged out of the dissolution of naturally arisen communal ones, especially the structural differences between the early class societies that had emerged in India and in Rome. Something more was at stake here, however. Marx was also changing his views concerning these communal forms. As George Lichtheim argues, this was linked to a more fundamental shift in his thinking, toward a greater hostility toward capitalism. While in the 1850s Marx was inclined to emphasize the progressive role of Western capitalism in disrupting Oriental stagnation, by the time he came to draft his major economic work he was less certain that traditional society embodied no positive factors. We now find him remarking upon the stability of the ancient village communities, in a manner suggesting that he saw some genuine virtue in their peculiar mode of life. At the same time his hostility to capitalism had deepened. This is worth stressing as a qualification to the familiar statement that he had by the 1860s lost some of his early revolutionary ardor. But at the same time he sharpened his critique of bourgeois society and the operation of capitalism as an economic system. The note of indulgence has vanished, and the tone has become one of unqualified contempt. In 1847 the bourgeoisie still gained some plaudits for battering down the Chinese walls of barbarism. By 1867 even the Asiatic mode comes in for favorable comment, at any rate so far as the village community is concerned, it is valued as a bulwark against social disintegration. 1963, 98. On its face, Lichthiem's notion of a growing hostility to capitalism on Marx's part sounds absurd, for such sentiments were hardly absent from the Communist Manifesto, 1848, and other earlier works. Nonetheless, as we have seen in previous chapters, these earlier writings also exhibited more of a sense of capitalism's progressiveness vis-a-vis earlier social forms, whether this concerned Western feudalism or non-Western societies. By the late 1850s and early 1860s, however, Marx's perspectives on non-Western societies began to evolve. This was true of India, where he attacked British colonialism far more sharply during the 1857 Sepoy uprising than in his 1853 writings on that country, as addressed in Chapter 1. It was also true of Russia, where by 1858 he began to consider the possibility of peasant-based upheaval in a society he had previously viewed as utterly conservative from top to bottom, as discussed in Chapter 2. Lichtheim added to this mix the notion of a change of position on Western capitalism itself, as Marx's thinking evolved from the Manifesto to Capital. Non-Western societies, especially India, in the 1861-65 economic manuscripts. The early 1860s was one of the most productive periods of Marx's life, during which he drafted thousands of pages for what were to become the 3 volumes of Capital and what is sometimes called the 4th volume, Theories of Surplus Value, itself 3 volumes in its published form. As we have seen, in this same period he wrote extensively on the American Civil War and the 1863 Polish Uprising, also working to found the International in 1864. One long text, usually referred to as the Economic Manuscript of 1861-63, stretches to 5 volumes in the collected works of Marx and Engels. 12 Part of it is drafts for Volume I of Capital, and the rest is the text of what was published in the early 20th century as Theories of Surplus Value. Still other manuscripts, written in 1864-65, formed the basis of what Engels published in 1894 as Capital, Volume 3. The latter had quite a bit of discussion of landed property, some of which made connections to Asian social forms. Below, I will treat all of these materials from 1861 to 1865 as a single whole, in order to view the ways in which Marx continued in his economic writings to discuss non-Western societies, especially India. I will also look more briefly at his treatment of Ireland and of slavery, particularly in the United States. Despite the fact that these are by no means the core themes of the 1861-65 economic writings, they come up more than occasionally, usually as counterexamples to modern capitalism. At one point in the 1861-63 manuscript, as Marx is discussing the origins of modern capitalism and the transition from feudal land ownership, he mentions again the Asiatic forms of land ownership still in existence. He quickly adds that discussion of the Asiatic forms does not belong here, being tangential to his core subject, MECW 31, 276. At another point, he compares what he calls the natural laws of capitalism to those of pre-capitalist modes of production. Here, it is true, it is a matter of the natural laws of bourgeois production, hence of the laws within which production occurs at a particular historical stage and under particular historical conditions of production. What is involved here, therefore, is the presentation of the nature of this particular mode of production, hence its natural laws. But just as it is itself historical, so are its nature and the laws of that nature. The natural laws of the Asiatic, the ancient, or the feudal mode of production were essentially different. MECW 34, 236, original emphasis, 13. While he allows for some commonalities across these modes of production, these were extremely limited. On the other hand, it is entirely certain that human production possesses definite laws or relations which remain the same in all forms of production. These identical characteristics are quite simple and can be summarized in a very small number of commonplace phrases. MECW 34, 236, Original Emphasis. His emphasis on the uniqueness of modern capitalism was one of Marx's biggest disagreements with classical political economy. At another point in the 1861-63 manuscript, Marx fleshes out some of the content of these similarities and differences at the level of ideology, this in a discussion of the openness of the pure money relation of capitalist and worker in modern capitalism. In all states of society, the class that rules, or the classes, is always the one that has possession of the objective conditions of labor, and the repositories of those conditions, in so far as they do work, do so not as workers but as proprietors, and the serving class is always the one that is either itself, as labor capacity, a possession of the proprietors, slavery, or disposes only over its labor capacity, even if, as e.g. in India, Egypt, etc., it possesses land, the proprietor of which is however the king, or a caste, etc. But all these forms are distinguished from capital by this relation being veiled in them, by appearing as a relation of masters to servants, of free men to slaves, or demigods to ordinary mortals, etc., and existing in the consciousness of both sides as a relation of this kind. In capital alone are all political, religious, and other ideal trimmings stripped from this relation. MECW 30, 131-32. In Volume 3 of Capital, which as mentioned above was drafted soon afterwards, Marx again underlines the uniqueness of the Asiatic mode of production, as against Western feudalism, here with regard to the effects of usury. Usury, he writes, has a revolutionary effect on pre-capitalist modes of production, helping to open the way for modern capitalism, but only where and when other conditions are present. This was not the case in Asiatic forms, however, where usury could persist for a long while without leading to anything more than economic decay and political corruption. Capital 3, 732. Here again, in addition to the relative stability of the Asian forms, his key point is the radical difference between Asian and Western European economic history. Marx focuses on usury in British-ruled India at one point in the 1861-63 manuscript, writing that its development in rural areas had very few of the hallmarks of a capitalist development. Thus even the formal capital relation does not take place, still less the specifically capitalist mode of production. It is rather a form which makes labor sterile, places it under the most unfavorable economic conditions, and combines together capitalist exploitation without a capitalist mode of production, and the mode of production of independent small-scale property in the instruments of labor without the advantages this mode of production offers for less developed conditions. Here in fact the means of production have ceased to belong to the producer, but they are nominally subsumed to him, and the mode of production remains in the same relations of small independent enterprise, only the relations are in ruins. MECW 34, 118-19, Original Emphasis. The tone of this statement is significant, when one considers the development of Marx's thought. There is no longer the sense, as in 1853, that truly capitalist relations were beginning to develop in India, or that however painfully, some sort of progressive modernization was taking place. Rather, there is a sense of reaching an historical impasse, as the old forms have disintegrated without progressive new ones being able to form and develop. Marx adds that the Indian peasant merely vegetates in the most miserable manner, this after the old communal system has begun to dissolve. MECW 34, 118, 119. Marx develops this point further when, in an aside to his discussion of the tendential fall in the rate of profit, he writes that usury in the Indian village was so extortionate that what was left to the peasant was well below the minimum needed for subsistence. Capital 3, 321. At another point, here in his discussion of the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, a prime source of capitalist crisis during his own period, Marx also takes up countervailing factors, how the same causes that bring about a fall in the general rate of profit provoke counter effects that inhibit this fall. Capital 3, 346. Among the sources of such counter effects that serve to attenuate the falling rate of profit, Marx mentions super profits based upon colonial exploitation, as far as capital invested in the colonies, etc. is concerned. However, the reason why this can yield higher rates of profit is that the profit rate is generally higher there on account of the lower degree of development, and so too is the exploitation of labor, through the use of slaves and coolies, etc. 345. Also in Volume 3 of Capital, Marx addresses the role of colonialism during an earlier period, at the birth of European capitalism, especially with regard to India. But here he tends to minimize the effects of colonialism on capitalist development. During the mercantile era of the 16th and 17th centuries, colonialism was only one of several factors that had contributed to capitalist modernity, as the failure of Spain and Portugal to modernize successfully demonstrated. The sudden expansion of the world market, the multiplication of commodities in circulation, the competition among the European nations for the seizure of Asiatic products and American treasures, the colonial system, all made a fundamental contribution towards shattering the feudal barriers to production. And yet the modern mode of production in its first period, that of manufacture, developed only where the conditions for it had been created in the Middle Ages. Compare Holland with Portugal, for example. Capital 3, 450. Thus, internal factors within European society were decisive in allowing Holland to surpass Portugal in its economic development. But this was the early stage of commercial or mercantile capitalism. Once the capitalist mode of production had become dominant on a global scale, however, mercantile Holland gave way to industrializing England. He therefore adds that it is no longer trade that constantly revolutionizes industry, but industry that constantly revolutionizes trade. Compare England and Holland, for example. Holland's decline as the dominant trading nation is the history of the subordination of commercial capital to industrial capital, 451. It was in this latter period that the British began to dominate India fully and to make inroads into China as well. Nonetheless, there were many barriers, Marx avers, not least the remnants of the pre-capitalist Asian social forms. The obstacles that the internal solidity and articulation of pre-capitalist national modes of production oppose to the solvent effect of trade are strikingly apparent in the English commerce with India and China. There the broad basis of the mode of production is formed by the union between small-scale agriculture and domestic industry, on top of which we have in the Indian case the form of village communities based on common property in the soil, which was also the original form in China. In India, moreover, the English applied their direct political and economic power, as masters and landlords, to destroying these small economic communities. Capital 3, 451. The English did so very consciously, albeit cruelly and ineptly, at least in terms of modernizing India. More than that of any other nation, the history of English economic management in India is a history of futile and actually stupid, in practice, infamous, economic experiments. In Bengal they created a caricature of English large-scale landed property, in the southeast they created a caricature of peasant small holdings. In the northwest they did all they could to transform the Indian economic community with communal ownership of the soil into a caricature of itself. 451. At a broader level, the penetration of mass-produced British textiles severely undermined the traditional producers, but even this did not completely destroy the village community, where the British work of dissolution was proceeding very gradually. In China and Russia, where global capital lacked the assistance of direct political force as in colonized India, the change came even more slowly. In Russia in particular, Marx holds, trade leaves the economic basis of Asiatic production quite untouched, 452. Here we find Marx making a linkage among pre-capitalist forms in China, India, and Russia, all of which are termed Asiatic. 14. While these social forms resisted capitalism, This was certainly not a progressive form of resistance, nor did it alleviate in any way the suffering of the working people. Thus, the outlook Marx presented here was quite bleak. Capitalism might never be able to develop these pre-capitalist societies, but it had severely undermined their traditional modes of production, leaving them in far worse straits. 15. Marx critiqued a number of political economists at great length in the 1861-63 manuscript, among them Richard Jones. 16. He credits Jones with greater sensitivity to varying historical forms, thus avoiding the illusion that capital has been in existence since the beginning of the world, MECW 33, 320. He also used Jones as he developed his own theory of the tendential decline in the rate of profit. Jones devoted considerable attention to landed property and the theory of rent, often touching on India and other Asian societies. Jones followed François Bernier, source for Marx's 1853 Indian writings, in seeing the state as owner of all of the land in pre-colonial India, which he connected to the sudden rise and fall of cities. Marx retorts, Jones overlooks the Asiatic communal system with its unity of agriculture and industry, here emphasizing the solid economic foundations of these societies. 335. At one point, Jones stimulated Marx to reflect again on the differences between India's pre-capitalist forms and modern capitalism, this in a discussion of social labor, the form in which labor under capitalism appears as universal abstract labor, fit for any task in any amount. The original unity between the worker and the conditions of labor / abstracting from slavery, where the laborer himself belongs to the objective conditions of labor / has two main forms, the Asiatic communal system, primitive communism, and small-scale agriculture based on the family, and linked with domestic industry, in one or another form. Both are embryonic forms and both are equally unfit to develop labor as social labor and the productive power of social labor. Hence the necessity for the separation, for the rupture, for the antithesis of labor and property, by which property in the conditions of production is to be understood. The most extreme form of this rupture, and the one in which the productive forces of social labor are also most powerfully developed, is capital. The original unity can be re-established only on the material foundation that capital creates and by means of the revolutions that the working class and the whole society undergo in the process of this creation. MECW 33, 340. Modern social labor thus created a radical separation between the worker and the conditions of work, including the means of production, which were now owned externally, reducing the worker to a mere bearer of labor power at the command of capital. In looking at social labor's pre-modern opposite, Marx sketched two non-capitalist forms of labor, which were by no means the same, that of the Asian communal villager and that of the Western European small farmer of the pre-capitalist period. Most significantly, as the last sentence above shows, Marx's perspective on the Asiatic communal system and its villages had evidently shifted a bit from the earlier stress on Oriental despotism and vegetative torpor. How else could Marx have written above of recovering some of the original unity of the pre-capitalist world, both the Asian and the Western pre-capitalist village, in a socialist society of the future, albeit in a radically different form that had a higher material foundation and a greater scope for individual development? Unfortunately, this language from the 1861-63 manuscript did not find itself into what under Engels's editorship became Volume 3 of Capital. The years of these economic writings, 1861-65, were also those of the Civil War, which brought to an end one of the largest slave systems that has ever existed under capitalism. From time to time in these writings, Marx addressed the relationship of capitalism to slavery. In the 1861-63 manuscript, he makes clear that modern plantation slavery was part of the capitalist mode of production, not a vestige of earlier ones. While the slavery of Negroes precludes free wage labor, which is the basis of capitalist production, it was also true that the business in which slaves are used is conducted by capitalists. The mode of production that they introduce has not arisen out of slavery but is grafted onto it. In this case the same person is capitalist and landowner, MECW 31, 516. In Volume 3 of Capital, Marx took up slavery as a general category in a discussion of the role of supervision in production. This work of supervision necessarily arises in all modes of production that are based on opposition between the worker as direct producer and the proprietor of the means of production. The greater this opposition, the greater the role that the work of supervision plays. It reaches its high point in the slave system, Capital 3, 507-8. Thus, slavery was at the far end of a continuum insofar as the stringency of its direct supervision of labor was concerned. Moreover, Marx argues repeatedly, modern capitalist slavery was harsher than even its most oppressive ancient forms, because of the pressures of value creation. Where, for example, slavery and serfdom predominate among peoples that engage in little trade, there can be no question of overwork. It is therefore among commercial peoples that slavery and serfdom take on their most hateful form, as e.g. among the Carthaginians. This is even more pronounced among peoples that retain slavery and serfdom as the basis of their production in an epoch when they are connected with other peoples in a situation of capitalist production, thus, e.g. the southern states of the American Union. MECW 30, 197. If it could retain a ready supply of new labor power, the modern capitalist slave system had a tendency to work people to death, he notes, citing John Cairnes's The Slave Power, 1862, on how slaves in the Deep South could easily be replaced from the teeming preserves of Virginia and Kentucky. He cites Cairnes further, to the effect that in an earlier period, before the abolition of the slave trade, it became a maxim of slave management, in slave importing countries, that the most effective economy is that which takes out of the human chattel in the shortest space of time the utmost amount of exertion it is capable of putting forth. It is in tropical culture, where annual profits often equal the whole capital of plantations, that Negro life is most recklessly sacrificed. MECW 34, 70, original emphasis. Marx places this insight drawn from Cairnes into his general framework concerning capital. If labor is prolonged beyond a certain period or labor capacity is valorized to more than a certain extent, labor capacity will be temporarily or definitively destroyed, instead of being preserved. If the capitalist sets the worker to work for e.g. 20 hours today, tomorrow he will be incapable of working the normal labor time of 12 hours or perhaps any labor time at all. If the overwork extends over a long period, the worker will perhaps only preserve himself and therefore his labor capacity for 7 years instead of the 20 or 30 years for which he might otherwise have preserved it. This is still at this moment the case in Cuba, where after 12 hours in the fields the Negroes have a further 2 hours of manufacturing labor to perform in connection with the preparation of sugar or tobacco. MECW 30, 182-83. While abolition was on the horizon in the United States, in Spanish-ruled Cuba, slavery continued until 1886. Here and elsewhere, however, Marx also makes the point that wage workers who were formerly free were also being worked to death, for in this situation the manufacturers do not even have to pay the fee simple for the workers, but could hire them without any outlay for their labor power before the actual work was performed. This was because these workers were also part of a seemingly inexhaustible supply of labor power, MECW 34, 69. The source of that labor power for British capital included not only rural England, he writes, but also Ireland, where the destructive force of the agricultural revolution had wiped out the sources of subsistence of millions of people. In England, the conversion of arable land into pasture since the decade prior to the middle of the 18th century through enclosures of commons, the throwing together of small farms. This is still proceeding now. The clearing of estates has taken place again in Ireland on a very large scale since 1846. The death by hunger of 1 million Irish and the driving of another million overseas, this was a clearing of the estate of Ireland. Still continuing. 257-58, original emphasis. Somewhat later, he remarks that the flow of Irish people into the industrial districts of England had depressed the price of labor power, far exceeding the capitalist hopes that immigration would increase competition among workers, 296. The Narrative Structure of Capital, Volume I, especially the French edition. In Marx's masterwork, Capital, Volume I, the abstract and impersonal power of capital is itself an historical actor, a self-developing subject. Its value form is the dominant subject of this process, capital I, 255. The increasing hegemony of its value form over all of social life grinds down into subjection the living human subject, the worker. Moreover, Marx argues that under the domination of this humanly created but impersonal subject that is the value form, relationships between human beings take on the fantastic form of a relation between things, 165. Rather than a false appearance behind which a pristine human essence hid, Marx writes, this subject-object reversal constitutes what human relationships really are under capitalism, 166. Marx delineates a second type of subjectivity as well. In a decisive chapter, The Working Day, Capital chronicles the self-constitution of the working class as modern revolutionary subject out of its resistance to its dehumanization. Suddenly, there arises the voice of the worker, which had previously been stifled by the sound and fury of the production process, capital I, 342. Marx concludes that this resistance on the part of workers would eventually result in a social conflagration, for capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a natural process, its own negation. This is the negation of the negation, capital I, 929. Here the book's underlying Hegelian framework was also quite evident. The negation of the negation, and this was a Hegelian concept that Marx surely adopted, was not an empty negative of pure destructiveness. Its doubling, the positive in its negative, Hegel 1831 1969, 836, was concretized by Marx in this context as an affirmative, creative side of modernity that was emerging as old forms were negated in a revolutionary manner. This undergirded a third level of Marx's argument in Capital. He takes up not only the possibility of worker resistance, as above, but in the first chapter of Capital he also sketches briefly some parameters for a post-capitalist society in a progressive sense. In this envisioning of an alternative to capitalism, Marx evokes an association of free human beings, working with the means of production held in common, capital I, 171. Creating such a world of freely associated human beings would also remove the distorting lens or veil of the commodity fetish and allow members of society to see their social relations clearly for the first time since the establishment of the hegemony of the value form was established, 173. Such was the dialectical structure of the first volume of Capital, where the logical predominated over the historical or chronological. In fact, Marx placed the extended treatment of the historical origins of capitalism at the end of the book, under the category primitive accumulation of capital, after the reader had been led through a conceptual and empirical analysis of modern capitalism itself. Since the unique society that was Western capitalism had of necessity arisen from a pre-existing non-capitalist one, in this case European feudalism, the issue of unilinear versus multilinear models of development was also posed. A question arose here, as in Marx's earlier writings. Was the pathway through which modern capitalism had emerged in Western Europe and North America to be followed by all other societies, with the rest of the world simply left behind by these technologically more advanced societies? As we have seen, such a grand narrative had surely been implied in the Communist Manifesto 2 decades earlier, but Marx had altered his perspectives on non-Western societies since 1848. Before examining this question of a grand narrative, however, a brief discussion of the development of the text of Volume I of Capital is necessary. A major part of the argument I will put forward below hinges on the later stages of the development of the text of Capital, Volume I, with some significant texts still largely unknown. Marx's masterwork is a symphony with variations, even a work in progress. Few except specialist scholars are aware that Engels not only edited volumes 2 and 3 of Capital from Marx's sometimes rough notes after his friend's death but also created the standard edition of volume I, a process in which he made significant editorial choices, all of this during the years 1883 to 1894. The chronology of the editions of the first volume of Capital on which either Marx or Engels had significant input runs as follows. The most significant of these editorial choices was Engels's decision to leave aside considerable material from the 1872-75 French edition, even in the 1890 German edition, which became the standard. Yet the French edition was the last one Marx had personally prepared for publication, as he heavily edited and amended the translation by Joseph Roy. Hidden here are some theoretical differences between Marx and his friend Engels, who prepared the 1883 third German edition and the 1894 German edition, both published after Marx's death. These Engelsian editions, especially the 1891, have been the basis for all English-language ones to date. Marx's first German edition was published in 1867, and his second German edition, with major revisions, followed in 1873. This was followed in turn by the 1872-75 French edition, translated on the basis of the 1873 German one, but very extensively edited by Marx. One undisputed fact will illustrate the scope of these changes from 1867 all the way to 1875, and reveal the 1867 edition to have been a rather early stage of this work in progress. In the 1867 edition, the most discussed first chapter on the commodity 17 had an entirely different form than in later editions. What was to become this chapter's section on commodity fetishism was only partially finished in 1867, and what had actually been written was divided between the first pages of the book and an appendix on value at the end. By the 1873 German edition, the text of the first chapter had become quite similar to the one we know today from the standard edition. Unfortunately, today's standard edition is also problematic, based as it is on Engels's 1894 German edition. For example, Mega 22/10, the closest thing we have to a variorum edition of Volume I of Capital, contains a 50-page appendix entitled List of Places in the text of the French edition that were not included in the third and fourth German editions, 732-83. Many of these passages left out by Engels from the standard edition are significant, and as will be discussed below, some of them bear on the themes of this study. Point 18. From the first, Engels had a different opinion of the French edition's worth than did Marx. In Marx's 1875 postface to the French edition, his last published statement on Capital, he stresses that whatever the literary defects of the French edition, it possesses a scientific value independent of the original and should be consulted even by readers familiar with German. Capital I, 105. Again and again in his correspondence, Marx expresses appreciation for the fact that the title page included the phrase, completely revised by the author, Mega 22/7, 3. As early as May 28, 1872, Marx had written to one of the translators for the Russian edition, Nikolai Danielson, that although he had some reservations about it, he wanted to make the French edition the basis for the work's future translations. Although the French edition has been prepared by a great expert in the two languages, he has often translated too literally. I have therefore found myself compelled to rewrite whole passages in French, to make them palatable to the French public. It will be all the easier later on to translate the book from French into English and the Romance languages. MECW 44, 385. Here at least, Marx's quarrel with Roy's draft translation was that it was too literal. Engels, who read part of Roy's draft, differed strongly with Marx concerning what was wrong with Roy's work. For Engels, The problem with Roy's translation lay in what the German socialist considered in a tone marked by a sense of German cultural superiority to be the anti-dialectical character of the French language itself. After reading the draft translation of the chapter The Working Day, Engels writes Marx on November 29, 1873. Yesterday I read the chapter on factory legislation in the French translation. With all due respect for the skill with which this chapter has been rendered into elegant French, I still felt regret at what had been lost from the beautiful chapter. Its vigor and vitality and life have gone to the devil. The chance for an ordinary writer to express himself with a certain elegance has been purchased by castrating the language. It is becoming increasingly impossible to think originally in the straitjacket of modern French. Everything striking or vital is removed if only by the need, which has become essential almost everywhere, to bow to the dictates of a pedantic formal logic and change round the sentences. I would think it a great mistake to take the French version as a model for the English translation. In English the power of expression in the original does not need to be toned down. Whatever has inevitably to be sacrificed in the genuinely dialectical passages can be made up in others by the greater energy and brevity of the English language. MECW 44, 540-41. Marx was not convinced and replies the next day, now that you are taking a look at the French translation of Capital, I would be grateful if you could persevere with it. I think you will find that some passages are superior to the German, MECW 44, 541. Engels replies on December 5 without conceding his basic point about the French language, more soon on the French translation. Up to now I find that what you have revised is indeed better than the German, but neither French nor German has anything to do with that. Best of all is the note on Mill 19 as to style, 545. In the ensuing years, Marx indicated again and again in various correspondence that in any new edition of the work, the French edition was the last word, except for the very important first 6 chapters. In a November 15, 1878, letter to Danielson concerning a second Russian edition, Marx asked that the translator always compare carefully the second German edition with the French one, since the latter contains many important changes and additions. He also wanted the division into parts and chapters of new editions to be based on the French edition. The most important issue here was making the discussion of primitive accumulation into a separate Part 8, rather than keeping it within Part 7 on accumulation, MECW 45, 343. Marx never won the argument with Engels about the French edition, however. In editing the 1883 third German edition after Marx's death, Engels indicated that he had consulted the French edition. However, he writes that he did so not for its substantive theoretical value, but only to get a sense of what the author himself was prepared to sacrifice for greater readability. Capital I, 110, preface to the 1886 English edition. Unfortunately, Engels gave no examples to buttress his claims that the French edition as a whole was a simplified one. Here began the unsubstantiated charge, propagated widely to this day, that the 1872-75 French edition, the last one Marx prepared for publication, was somehow inferior, a more popularized version created for a less knowledgeable French public, and that the 1890 Engels edited edition, based primarily on the second German edition of 1873, was the true version of the work. 20 To be sure, Marx sometimes indicates, for example in the 1878 letter to Danielson quoted above, that he had simplified the beginning chapters of the book in the French edition. I was also sometimes obliged principally in the first chapter to simplify the matter in its French version, MECW 45, 343. In another letter to Danielson of November 28, 1878, Marx specifies that for a new Russian edition, the first 2 sections 21 were to be translated from the German text, MECW 45, 346. These very important chapters, which included the fetishism discussion in the first chapter, nonetheless comprised only about a third of the 1873 German edition. However, in another letter during the same period, dated September 27, 1877, Marx applauds a report of an attempt, ultimately unsuccessful, to publish an Italian edition translated from the French edition, MECW 45, 277. As late as 1880, the American journalist John Swinton recounted, Marx had given him a copy of the French edition and stated that it is from this that the translation into English ought to be made, Foner 1973, 243. In his preface to the new Persian edition of Capital, Volume I, Marx 2008, one of the few editions in any language that takes serious account of the French edition, translator Hassan Mortazavi notes that as late as a letter to Danielson on December 13, 1881, Marx was writing that he wanted to make major changes to the German edition of Volume I. Engels saw the simplifications as running through the entire text of the French edition, rather than only the first chapters. The most generous thing that could be said of Engels as editor of Volume I of Capital is that he left us an incomplete edition, which he put forward as the definitive one. Nonetheless, in the preface to the fourth German edition of 1890, he writes that he had established in final form endgültig feststellen, as nearly as possible, both text and footnotes, capital I, 114. Nonetheless, Engels left out Marx's preface and postface to the French edition. They did not appear in English until Donatour's edition, Marx 1939. A stronger criticism of Engels could be made, however, based on the notion that Marx wanted the French edition to be the standard for subsequent editions and translations, at least after the sixth chapter. A few of the textual differences in the French edition will help to illuminate the question of a grand narrative in Capital. Marx surreptitiously introduced a change into the preface of the 1867 German edition when it was translated into French. In a well-known sentence on the relationship of industrialized to non-industrialized societies, the standard English and German editions read, "The country that is more developed industrially only shows, to the less developed, the image of its own future," capital I, 91, emphasis added, point 22. Some of those who have attacked Capital as a deterministic work have seen this sentence as an example of blatant unilinearism. Tiederschanin, the editor of a valuable book on Marx, is among those who have seen Marx's writings up through Capital as essentially similar to the Manifesto in their unilinearism. Using the above sentence as his prime example, Schanin writes that Capital's main weakness was the optimistic and unilinear determinism usually built into it, 1983b, 4. The British Marx scholars Derek Sayer and Philip Corrigan responded at the time to Schanin by pointing out that Marx was not setting up a general global framework, but comparing England to Germany. Quoting the passage more fully, as they do, it reads, "England is used as the main illustration of the theoretical developments I make." If, however, the German reader pharisaically shrugs his shoulders at the condition of the English industrial and agricultural workers, or optimistically comforts himself with the thought that in Germany things are not nearly so bad, I must plainly tell him, de te fabula narrator, 23. Intrinsically it is not a question of higher or lower degree of development of the social antagonisms that spring from the natural laws of capitalist production. It is a question of these laws themselves, of these tendencies winning their way through and working themselves out with iron necessity. The country that is the more developed industrially only shows, to the less developed, the image of its own future. Capital I, 90-91. In the next two paragraphs, Marx compared the situation in England to that in continental Europe, especially Germany, without mentioning any non-European societies. Sayer and Corrigan conclude, Marx is publishing in Germany in 1867, a treatise illustrated mainly with English data. He is understandably concerned to establish its relevance to German conditions. Since Germany is a society in which capitalism has taken root already, its normal development can reasonably be expected to follow an English path. But this in no way implies any necessity for societies in which capitalist production is not already established to do the same. 1983, 79. Debate over the sentence in the 1867 preface is in fact over a century old, and can be traced to some of the earliest discussions of capital in Russia. Writing in the 1930s, Leon Trotsky addresses what was already an old debate, here in the context of his theory of combined and uneven development. This statement of Marx, which takes its point of departure methodologically not from world economy as a whole but from the single capitalist country as a type, has become less applicable in proportion as capitalist evolution has embraced all countries regardless of their previous fate and industrial level. England in her day revealed the future of France, considerably less of Germany, but not in the least of Russia and not of India. The Russian Mensheviks, however, took this conditional statement of Marx unconditionally. Backward Russia, they said, ought not to push ahead, but humbly to follow the prepared models. To this kind of Marxism the liberals also agreed. Trotsky 1933-1967, 349, 24. These are serious answers, but they still leave open the possibility, however slight, that Marx intended to apply this notion of an iron necessity more widely, as he had in the manifesto. But note how the sentence in question reads in the later French edition, where Marx makes his surreptitious alteration: the country that is more developed industrially only shows, to those that follow it up the industrial ladder, the image of its own future. 1872-75 1985a, 36, emphasis added. Point 25 Societies of Marx's time that had not yet embarked upon the industrial path, such as Russia and India, were now explicitly bracketed out, leaving open the notion of alternative possibilities for them. I see two possibilities here. First, it could be argued that this textual alteration was a clarification on Marx's part of a position he had already arrived at by 1867. A second, more likely possibility is that this change from 1867 to 1872 is an example of the evolution of his thought away from the implicit unilinearism of the manifesto, a process that had been underway since the 1850s. The second change in the French edition that went in a similar direction was not surreptitious at all, for Marx was to refer to the new version proudly in his correspondence with Russians on more than one occasion. In an important passage in Part 8 on primitive accumulation in the Standard Engels edited editions, Marx discusses the rise of capitalist forms, the transformation of feudal exploitation into capitalist exploitation, capital I, 875, through the expropriation of the English peasantry, a period in which great masses of men are suddenly and forcibly torn from their means of subsistence, and hurled onto the labor market as free, unprotected, and rightless proletarians. 876. He concludes: the expropriation of the agricultural producer, of the peasant, from the soil, is the basis of the whole process. The history of this expropriation assumes different aspects in different countries, and runs through its various phases in different orders of succession, and at different historical epochs. Only in England, which we therefore take as our example, has it the classic form. 876, emphasis added, 26. This concluded chapter 26, The Secret of Primitive Accumulation, where Marx introduced the theoretical framework of the entire part on primitive accumulation. In this brief chapter, Marx mentioned only European examples, specifically the transition from feudalism to capitalism. Nonetheless, it might have been read as a global and unilinear process of capitalist development, with England exhibiting the classic form of this process. Given the implicitly unilinear language of the Communist Manifesto, this was how many have read and still read this passage, if not the whole of Capital. In the French edition, Marx extended and reworked this passage considerably, expressly limiting his analysis to Western Europe. Although Marx subsequently referred more than once to the following passage from the French edition 27, it has yet to make it into any of the standard English editions of Capital. But the basis of this whole development is the expropriation of the cultivators. So far, it has been carried out in a radical manner only in England, therefore this country will necessarily play the leading role in our sketch. But all the countries of Western Europe are going through the same development, although in accordance with the particular environment it changes its local color, or confines itself to a narrower sphere, or shows a less pronounced character, or follows a different order of succession. Marx 1872-75 1985 b. 169, emphasis added, 28. This altered text made clear, as far as Marx was concerned, that his narrative of primitive accumulation was meant as a description of Western European development, nothing more, and hardly a global grand narrative. As we will see in the next chapter, these debates especially concerned Russia in the 1870s, where revolutionaries who had read Capital wondered aloud whether Marx meant that their country had to pass through the same stages of development as had England. In this context, the editors of Mega 22/10 Roland Needsold, Wolfgang Fock, and Hans Scambrax suggest in their introduction, apparently, under the influence of his studies of agrarian relations in Russia since the beginning of the 70s, Marx modified this finding in the French edition, Mega 22/10, 22*.29 be that as it may, because Marx did not specify Russia here, the general level of new language for the French edition allows the reader to connect his qualification not only to Russia, but also to a whole range of other non-Western, non-industrialized societies of his time. At a minimum, these two important alterations for the 1872-75 French edition, the last one Marx personally prepared for publication, show a tightening of his argument to shield capital from its critics, especially Russian populists who wished to avoid the suffering and destruction that would have accompanied the capitalist industrialization of their country. But a stronger theoretical case can also be made concerning these alterations. It is more likely that they represent not mere clarifications, but changes in Marx's thinking, part of the long process that we have already traced in earlier chapters of this book. In particular, as discussed in Chapter 4, Marx wrote in 1869 and 1870 that he had altered his position on Ireland, now advocating Irish independence as a precondition for a socialist transformation in England, as against his earlier more modernist position wherein a workers' revolution in England would have had to precede Irish independence. At a more fundamental theoretical level, we have seen earlier in this chapter how, in the Grundrisse and the Critique of Political Economy, Marx had written that Asian societies such as India needed to be analyzed separately, since their history did not fit into the stages of development that he had worked out earlier on the basis of European history. I would argue that these changes in capital were part of this process of evolution in Marx's thinking. This process did not end in 1875 with the final installment of the French edition of Capital, however. It would continue into his late and largely unpublished writings and notes, as will be discussed in the next chapter. Before going there, however, let us view a few other aspects of Capital, Volume I, its non-Western and pre-capitalist subtext, as well as its treatment of race, ethnicity, and nationalism. Subtexts of Capital, Volume I. As we have seen, in Capital was centered on Western development, something Marx underlined in the later French edition. Yet there was also a subtext where non-Western and pre-capitalist societies put in the occasional appearance. Such societies were present throughout Marx's argument about the growth of capital, hovering in the background at crucial junctures as the other of Western capitalist modernity, at times helping the reader to grasp this social order's perverse uniqueness. A second aspect concerned how the very existence of these non-capitalist societies implied the possibility of alternative ways of organizing social and economic life. A third aspect revolved around the ways in which examples from these societies helped him to elaborate modern, progressive alternatives to capitalism. In the section on commodity fetishism, Marx presents human relations under capitalism as 1. Reified or thing-like and 2. Containing an exploitative reality hidden by a mystical veil or cloud, capital I, 173, German, Mystische Nebelschleier, French, Nuage Mystique. This was the distorting lens of the commodity fetish. Non-capitalist societies, however oppressive they might be, had not perfected this veiling of social relations. Thus, he argues in the section on commodity fetishism, the whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surrounds the products of labor on the basis of commodity production, vanishes therefore as soon as we come to other forms of production. 169. It vanishes because these earlier societies were not organized around value production. Marx proceeds to give 4 examples of these other forms. The first one was fictive, an ironical rendering of the Robinson Crusoe analogies so popular among early 19th century political economists. On his lonely island, Crusoe produced only use values, but used accounting methods appropriate to a developed capitalism to record his production and consumption. Nonetheless, Marx writes here social relations were transparent, as against those of modern capitalism. 170. In the latter, workers were paid the exchange value of their labor power, but capital then reaped a bonanza when it received something of far greater value, the actual value added to the production process by labor power. The difference lay hidden under slogans like a fair day's work for a fair day's pay. Marx took the feudal society of the European Middle Ages as his second non-capitalist example, now with a dab of irony toward modernity's pretensions to enlightenment and openness. Let us now transport ourselves from Robinson's Island, bathed in light, to medieval Europe, shrouded in darkness. Here, instead of the independent human being, we find everyone dependent serfs and lords, vassals and suzerains, laymen and clerics. Personal dependence characterizes the social relations of material production. There is no need for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form different from their reality. The social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor are not disguised as social relations between things, between the products of labor. Capital I, 170. Social relations might be brutally exploitative rather than free, but there was no veiling, no fetishism, under what he calls direct relations of domination and servitude. 173. Marx's third example, a small peasant household, might be considered a corollary to the second, or to agrarian pre-capitalist societies other than Western European feudalism. He considers it to be a remnant of much older social forms, already found in communal pre-literate societies, for an example of labor in common, i.e. directly associated labor. We do not need to go back to the spontaneously developed form which we find at the threshold of the history of all civilized people. We have one nearer to hand in the patriarchal rural industry of a peasant family, capital I, 171. In a long footnote, Marx quotes a passage from Critique of Political Economy discussed earlier in this chapter. There, he argues that communal property was not, as some supposed, a uniquely Slavic phenomenon, but existed among the early Romans and their later barbarian opponents, as well as in contemporary Asia, especially India, cited in full in this volume, p. 161. Whether then or later, the peasant family exhibited a simpler, spontaneously developed division of labor, based on differences of sex and age, capital I, 171. The family shared its social product on the basis of need, as conditioned by its various social hierarchies. No fetishism veiled these relationships, which were also clear and open, but they were limited by the immaturity of the human being as an individual in such societies, capital I, 173. It was through the mediation of these two non-capitalist examples, both of them added after the first German edition of 1867, that Marx drew the reader from the hyper-individualized and fictive Crusoe toward his final example, one of an associated form of labor that was also free. This was communism in the modern form, the telos of capitalist development and of the labor movement that had arisen as its negation. Let us finally imagine, for a change, an association of free human beings, working with means of production held in common, he intones, capital I, 171. After referring to earlier ancient Asiatic 30 classical antique and other such modes of production, each of which had a measure of commodity production, albeit in a subordinate role. 172, he returns to his sketch of this modern communistic system. Such a system would be a free association, undergirded by social relations that would again be transparent. The mystifying veil or cloud is not removed from the countenance of the social life process, i.e. the process of material production, until it becomes production by freely associated human beings, and stands under their conscious and planned control. 173. In this free and transparent society, the individual would be part of a free association, rather than isolated and atomized in the modern capitalist sense. 31 Marx is careful to indicate that this return to transparency was on the basis of modernity. Pre-capitalist societies were sometimes transparent, but they were characterized either by the immaturity of the human being as an individual or by direct relations of dominance and servitude. 173. Going beyond these naive or oppressive forms of social transparency required the material foundation of modern capitalism that had been the product of a long and tormented historical development. 173. While Marx made few mentions of China in Capital, an interesting one occurred in the fetishism section. In an ironical one-sentence footnote, he alluded to the period following the defeat of the 1848 revolutions in Europe. He eliminated this footnote in the French edition. During the quiescent 1850s, he writes, German intellectuals were drawn to séances where participants attempted to levitate tables. But during this period China's Taiping Rebellion showed an entirely different direction, one of confrontation with state powers. One may recall that China and the tables began to dance when the rest of the world appeared to be standing still pour encourager l'autre to encourage the others, capital I. 164. This refers to a famous line from Voltaire's Candide, chapter 23. When Candide comes upon the public execution of a British admiral for nonfeasance, a bystander explains matter-of-factly, it is good to execute an admiral from time to time, to encourage the others. With this phrase, Marx may have sought to bring the harsh power of revolution to mind. 32. Among the non-Western societies discussed in first volume of Capital, India received the most attention. While there was no section or chapter on India as such, Marx highlighted what he considered to be that society's distinctiveness as a way of zeroing in on modern Western capitalism's uniqueness. India appeared as a subtext throughout the crucial part 4, the production of relative surplus value, where Marx analyzed the technical innovations that radically increased both labor's productivity and its level of exploitation and alienation. Marx took the reader through three forms of this process: cooperation, manufacture, and lastly, machinery and large-scale industry, which were to some extent chronological. In the chapter titled Cooperation, Marx focused not on small-scale or localized social cooperation, but something larger and much more authoritarian. This was the notion that capitalist production began in earnest only when each individual capital employs a comparatively large number of workers, capital I. 439. He writes of an industrial army organized on a hierarchical basis, with officers, managers, and N.C.Os, foremen, overseers, who command during the labor process in the name of capital. 450. In describing this purely despotic organizational form, Marx gently mocks those political economists who saw the slave plantation as wasteful due to the high cost of supervising a hostile labor force, but who failed to notice something similar when they considered the costs of supervision made necessary by the capitalist and therefore antagonistic character of modern production. 450. Marx then moves to a comparison with pre-modern forms, into a discussion of the colossal effects of simple cooperation, as found in the gigantic structures erected by the ancient Egyptians, Etruscans, etc. Capital I. 451. After quoting the political economist Richard Jones at length on these processes, especially in India, Marx concludes that this type of power has in modern society been transferred to the capitalist. 452. He proceeds to delineate three historical forms of cooperation: 1. That of village India and other similar societies, characterized by common ownership of the conditions of production and a lack of social individuation. 33. 2. Other forms, from ancient times to those in modern colonies, resting on direct domination and servitude, in most cases on slavery, and 3. The modern capitalist form, which presupposes from the outset the free wage laborer who sells his labor power to capital. 452. The last of these arose out of the breakup of the medieval European guilds and village communities. Overall, it was a very different social form from the first two, one peculiar to, and specifically distinguishing, the capitalist process of production. 453. India also entered into his discussion at the next analytical level of relative surplus value, the chapter The Division of Labor and Manufacture. By manufacture, Marx meant not the modern factory but more rudimentary forms that preceded the Industrial Revolution. This was the period of the dissolution of the medieval guilds and the gathering of skilled workers with various specialties into large workshops under the control of individual capitalists. 34 One big structural change, he holds, was that an individual worker, however skilled, no longer produced a whole commodity. The specialized worker produces no commodities. It is only the common product of all the specialized workers that becomes a commodity. Capital I. 475. On the one hand, the new manufacturing workshop was a very authoritarian institution, as against the guild workshop, where master craftsmen had controlled their means of production and thus enjoyed substantial autonomy. On the other hand, he notes, the social division of labor outside the workshop was to a great extent unregulated, without strong guilds structuring it, while within the workshop, the iron law of proportionality subjects definite numbers of workers to definite functions. In the society outside the workshop, the play of chance and caprice results in a motley pattern of distribution of the producers and their means of production among the various branches of social labor. 476. This resulted in a contradictory situation, with anarchy in the social division of labor and despotism in the manufacturing division of labor. 477. Again, to get a sharper focus on the uniqueness of modern capitalist development, Marx moves his discussion to India, which he describes as a contemporary example similar to earlier European social forms. We find, on the contrary, in those earlier forms of society in which the separation of trades has been spontaneously developed, then crystallized, and finally made permanent by law, on the one hand, a specimen of the organization of the labor of society in accordance with an approved and authoritative plan, and on the other, the entire exclusion of division of labor in the workshop or, at the least, its development on a minute scale, sporadically and incidentally. Capital I. 477. He then launches into a detailed portrait of the traditional Indian village. Those small and extremely ancient Indian communities, for example, some of which continue to exist to this day, are based on the possession of the land in common, on the blending of agriculture and handicrafts and on an unalterable division of labor. Most of the products are destined for direct use by the community itself, and are not commodities. 35. It is the surplus alone that becomes a commodity, and a part of that surplus cannot become a commodity until it has reached the hands of the state, because from time immemorial a certain quantity of the community's production has found its way to the state as rent in kind. The form of the community varies in different parts of India. In the simplest communities, the land is tilled in common, and the produce is divided among the members. At the same time, spinning and weaving are carried on in each family as subsidiary industries. 477-78. Marx also describes a dozen or so traditional officials and craftsmen, from the bookkeeper to the calendar Brahmin, and from the blacksmith to the carpenter, all of them maintained at the expense of the whole community. 478. This led, he concludes, to a system with a division of labor that operated quite differently from that under modern capitalism. The whole mechanism reveals a systematic division of labor, but a division like that in manufacture is impossible, since the smith, the carpenter, etc. find themselves faced with an unchanging market. The law that regulates the division of labor in the community acts with the irresistible authority of a law of nature, while each individual craftsman, the smith, the carpenter, and so on conducts in his workshop all the operations of his handicraft in the traditional way, but independently, and without recognizing any authority. Capital I, 478-79, emphasis added. Thus, the Indian village system was on one level extremely conservative and restrictive, but on another level, it offered a type of freedom lost to workers under capitalism, autonomy in the actual conduct of their work. This existed because there was as yet no separation of the workers from the objective conditions of production. In this sense, the Indian craft workers and their medieval European counterparts exercised an important right indeed, one at the heart of the notion of what is lost when labor becomes alienated. Here again, it seems that Marx's focus had shifted somewhat from that of the 1850s. Then, as we saw in Chapter 1, he had viewed the social structure of the Indian village through the lens of the Oriental despotism that it undergirded. Here in Capital, the Indian example was not only historical, but also showed different social relations than those under capitalism. 36 Thus, after a brief description of similar autonomous powers held by the pre-capitalist European guilds, Marx hit the reader between the eyes with a wrenching description of modern alienated labor, where capital seizes labor power by its roots. It converts the worker into a crippled monstrosity by furthering his particular skill. Through the suppression of a whole world of productive drives and inclinations, capital I, 481. This situation grew out of the fact that, rather than the autonomy of the craft worker, there was now the autonomy of the means of production, as capital, vis-a-vis the worker, 480. The lengthy 15th chapter, Machinery and Large-Scale Industry, provided the third and last analytical/historical level for the discussion of relative surplus value. Here, Marx placed the reader in modern capitalism, as of the early 1870s, with large-scale factories and complex technology. At one level, Marx argues against the common-sense view that machinery reduced toil, holding instead that it increased alienation by making work into a repetitive drudgery, that it does away with the many-sided play of the muscles, and confiscates every atom of freedom, both in bodily and intellectual activity. Capital I, 548. 37 By now the machine dominated the worker, as against the tool, which had been controlled by the human being who used it. Although this level of complex technology had not yet reached India, it nonetheless affected that country from afar. For in a globalized economy, the introduction of the power loom in Britain displaced craft workers in India. Marx describes the effects of this process in heart-rending terms. World history offers no spectacle more frightful than the gradual extinction of the English handloom weavers. This tragedy dragged on for decades, finally coming to an end in 1838. Many of the workers died of starvation, many vegetated with their families for a long period on 21/2d a day. In India, on the other hand, the English cotton machinery produced an acute effect. The Governor-General reported as follows in 1834-5, "The misery hardly finds a parallel in the history of commerce. The bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India." 557-58. Here, as in his comparison in the 1850s of the conditions of Irish and Indian peasants, each under the domination of British capital, Marx was stressing not so much the differences as the commonalities of working people's experiences under globalized capitalism. Marx gave more attention to colonialism and globalization in Part 8 of Capital, Primitive Accumulation, where he took up the historical emergence of capitalism out of Western feudalism. 38 By the 15th century, he writes, serfdom had disappeared in all but name in England, leaving a mass of free peasant proprietors, however much the feudal trappings might disguise their absolute ownership. Capital I, 877. Over the next several centuries, these formally unfree but factually free peasants were transformed into formally free but factually unfree wage laborers. At the same time, he holds, wealth in the form of capital accumulated on a vast scale, in a process marked by considerable violence. In actual history, it is a notorious fact that conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, in short, force, play the greatest part in these transformations. 874. While he concentrated on the experiences of English peasants, colonialism and slavery formed an important subtext, and perhaps more, one he acknowledges at key junctures. In fact, the veiled German, Verhult, French, dissimule slavery of the wage laborers in Europe needed the unqualified slavery of the New World as its pedestal. 925. In an oft-cited paragraph, he burns his indignation onto the page. The discovery of gold and silver in America, the extirpation, enslavement, and entombment in mines of the indigenous population of that continent, the beginnings of the conquest and plunder of India, and the conversion of Africa into a preserve for the commercial hunting of blackskins 39 are all things which characterize the rosy dawn of the era of capitalist production. These idyllic proceedings are the chief Hauptmoment of primitive accumulation. Hard on their heels follows the commercial war of the European nations, which has the globe as its battlefield. It begins with the revolt of the Netherlands against Spain, assumes gigantic dimensions in England's anti-Jacobin war, and is still going on in the shape of the Opium Wars against China. 915, emphasis added. By referring to events as recent as the Second Opium War of the late 1850s, Marx was making a connection between mercantile and industrial capitalism. Interestingly, he removed completely from the French edition the second sentence, with its Hegelian language about moments, a term referring to elements of a totality. Was this an example of what Engels had protested, the removal of dialectical language from the French edition for reasons of popularization? Perhaps. It is also possible, however, that Marx removed the sentence for more substantive reasons, to avoid merging India and the Americas and China as well into a single totality in which all societies could be seen as necessarily following the same pathway. If so, this deletion was in the spirit of his other alterations for the French edition discussed earlier in this chapter. Marx also addressed the issues of globalization and colonialism in a key paragraph from the French edition that was also passed over by Engels. This was in the long chapter The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation, which preceded the section on primitive accumulation. But only after mechanical industry had struck root so deeply that it exerted a preponderant influence on the whole of national production, only after foreign trade began to predominate over internal trade, thanks to mechanical industry, only after the world market had successively annexed extensive areas of the New World, Asia and Australia, and finally, only after a sufficient number of industrial nations had entered the arena, only after all this had happened can one date the repeated self-perpetuating cycles, whose successive phases embrace years, and always culminate in a general crisis, which is the end of one cycle and the starting point of another. Until now the duration of these cycles has been 10 or 11 years, but there is no reason to consider this duration as a constant. On the contrary, we ought to conclude, on the basis of the laws of capitalist production as we have just expounded them, that the duration is variable, and that the length of the cycles will gradually diminish. I, 786, 40. Here the context was not the past but the future, especially concerning his crisis theory, but the term primitive accumulation was not used. In his treatment of primitive accumulation, Marx turned his attention especially to Dutch and English colonialism, both of them connected to successful capitalist development and both of them claiming moral superiority over Spanish and Portuguese versions of colonialism. On the Dutch, he intones, here citing Raffles' History of Java. The history of Dutch colonial administration, and Holland was the model capitalist nation of the 17th century, is one of the most extraordinary relations of treachery, bribery, massacre, and meanness. Nothing is more characteristic than their system of stealing people in celebes, in order to get slaves for Java. People stealers were trained for this purpose. The thief, the interpreter, and the seller were the chief agents in the trade, the native princes were the chief sellers. The young people thus stolen were hidden in secret dungeons on celebes, until they were ready for sending to the slave ships. Wherever the Dutch set foot, devastation and depopulation followed. Banjarwangi, a province of Java, numbered over 80,000 inhabitants in 1750 and only 18,000 in 1811. That is peaceful commerce. Capital I, 916. As to the English, he emphasizes that the English East India Company both plundered India and organized the infamous international opium trade. Nor does he spare Massachusetts, whose anti-slavery stance he had so admired in his Civil War writings. In 1703, those sober exponents of Protestantism, the Puritans of New England, by decrees of their assembly set a premium of £40 on every Indian scalp and every captured redskin. In 1720, a premium of £100 was set for every scalp. In 1744, after Massachusetts Bay had proclaimed a certain tribe as rebels, the following prices were laid down: for a male scalp 12 years and upwards, £100 in new currency; for a male prisoner £105; for women and children prisoners £50; for the scalps of women and children £50. 917-18. Given such evidence, Marx did not even bother to address the issue of whether colonialism benefited the colonized. Moreover, he denies that colonialism bettered the lot of the working people of the mother country either. Holland, which first brought the colonial system to its full development, already stood at the zenith of its commercial greatness by 1648, by which time its people were more overworked, poorer and more brutally oppressed than those of all the rest of Europe put together. Capital I, 918. Did Marx believe that the main form of primitive accumulation through uprooting peasant and guild-based production inside Europe brought about overall social progress? Perhaps. But here in Capital, he gave even this thesis surprisingly little attention. In fact, in his nearly 70 pages on primitive accumulation, I have located a single brief acknowledgement of progress. In the long run, he writes, the accumulation of capital led to the free development of the productive forces, instead of keeping the economy within narrow limits that would decree universal mediocrity. 41. This de-emphasis on the positive effects of capitalist development is further suggestive of the extent to which Marx had by now modified the progressivism of the Communist Manifesto. Marx addressed colonialism in a different way in a discussion of Ireland that formed the concluding section of the General Law of Capitalist Accumulation. As a whole, this chapter took up what Marx called changes in the organic composition of capital, especially the tendency under advanced capitalism for the amount of capital tied up in machinery and other forms of constant capital to predominate over that given over to labor power or variable capital. This led to high unemployment, even during periods of relative prosperity, as technology replaced labor. This tendency was closely related to capital's centralizing tendencies, toward forms of monopoly whose limit would be reached only when the entire social capital was united in the hands of either a single capitalist or a single capitalist company. Capital I, 779.42. He analyzed these phenomena not only in industry, but also in agriculture, here including Ireland. Considerably expanded for the French edition, with the new material this time included by Engels in the standard edition, the section on Ireland began with some stark population figures. Considering the years 1846 to 1866, Marx notes that Ireland has lost more than 5/16 of its people in less than 20 years, capital I, 854. The decrease in population had not alleviated the country's grinding poverty, however, because of a radical modernization of agriculture beyond anything carried out in Britain itself. The Irish famine of 1846 killed more than 1 million people, but it killed poor devils only. It did not do the slightest damage to the wealth of the country. The exodus of the next 20 years, an exodus which still continues to increase, did not, as for instance the 30 Years' War did, decimate the means of production along with the human beings. The Irish genius discovered an altogether new way of spiriting a poor people thousands of miles away from the scene of its misery. The exiles transplanted to the United States send sums of money home every year as traveling expenses for those left behind. Every troop that emigrates one year draws another after it the next. The absolute level of the population falls every year. 861 to 62. He lays the blame for this terrible human toll squarely on the drive by capital to centralize production in fewer and fewer hands. This fall was therefore solely due to the suppression of farms of less than 15 acres, in other words it was due to their centralization. 854. Marx paints an extremely bleak picture of a dependent economy that had been used up and nearly destroyed. Ireland is at present merely an agricultural district of England which happens to be divided by a wide stretch of water from the country for which it provides corn, wool, cattle, and industrial and military recruits. 860. It was her true destiny, to be an English sheep walk and cattle pasture. 869. As in his 1867 notes for a speech to the First International that were discussed in Chapter 4, Marx touches as well on how ecological destruction accompanied this terrible human toll. The new form of capitalist agriculture lurched forward, he writes, without even allowing its cultivators the means for replacing the constituents of the exhausted soil. Capital I. 860. During the same period, Ireland became somewhat more profitable for large-scale livestock production, since with the throwing together of small holdings and the change from arable to pasture land, a larger part of the total product was transformed into a surplus product, even though there was a decrease in the total product. Capital I. 860. As against the British experience, he writes, little industrialization took place here, as shown by the fact that the amount of capital employed in industry and trade accumulated only slowly during the last 2 decades. 861. Except for a small linen industry, even the build-up of a proletarianized urban population did not lead to any significant industrial development. 43 In several pages based on an 1870 British government report added to the French edition, he examines the lot of the urban poor. The first act of the agricultural revolution was to sweep away the huts situated at the place of work. This was done on the largest scale, and as if in obedience to a command from on high. Thus many laborers were compelled to seek shelter in villages and towns. There they were thrown like refuse into garrets, holes, cellars, and corners, in the worst slum districts. The men are now obliged to seek work from the neighboring farmers, and are only hired by the day, and therefore under the most precarious form of wage. 866. He noted that the veracity of this damning portrait was buttressed by the fact that it was based on the testimony of the English, blinded as the latter are by nationalist prejudices. 865. In this new material added for the French edition, Marx also pointed to the possibility of revolution. In view of this, it is no wonder that, according to the unanimous testimony of the inspectors, a somber discontent runs through the ranks of this class, that they long for the return of the past, loathe the present, despair of the future, give themselves up to the evil influence of agitators, and have only one fixed idea, to emigrate to America. Capital I. 865. He concluded the discussion on Ireland by pointing to the growth of the Fenian movement, which he had supported, albeit critically, within the First International, as we saw in Chapter 4. The emigration to America had another consequence for Britain as well, for it strengthened its emergent intercapitalist rival, the United States. He foretells Britain's decline in the dialectical tones of tragic drama. Like all good things in the world, this profitable mode of proceeding has its drawbacks. The accumulation of the Irish in America keeps pace with the accumulation of rents in Ireland. The Irishman, banished by the sheep and the ox, reappears on the other side of the ocean as a Fenian. And there a young but gigantic republic rises, more and more threateningly, to face the old queen of the waves. 870. Thus, writing only a few years after the Civil War, he discerned the rise of a new economic power, based in no small part on Irish immigrant labor. At several key junctures in capital, Marx also addressed the Civil War and the larger questions of race, labor, and slavery. The first of these was in the 1867 preface, where he refers implicitly to the impact of the Civil War on the rise of the International, just as in the 18th century the American War of Independence sounded the tocsin for the European middle class, so in the 19th century the American Civil War did the same for the European working class, capital I, 91. He does so a second time in the same preface, as part of a discussion of how within the ruling classes themselves, some were beginning to recognize the need for a radical change in the existing relations between capital and labor. He refers in this context to the fight by radical Republicans like Ohio's Benjamin Wade for the breakup of the large slave plantations, in order to make grants of 40 acres and a mule to each freed slave. At the same time, on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, Mr. Wade, Vice President of the United States, has declared in public meetings that, after the abolition of slavery, a radical transformation in the existing relations of capital and landed property is on the agenda. 93.44. Marx gives the issues of race and class greater attention in The Working Day, a chapter of nearly 80 pages that examines the lengthening of the working day that had accompanied the rise of capitalism, as well as the counterattack by organized labor, with a shorter working day its central demand. After capital had taken several centuries to extend the working day to its normal maximum limit, and then beyond this to the limit of the natural day of 12 hours, there followed, with the birth of large-scale industry in the last third of the 19th century, an avalanche of violent and unmeasured encroachments. Every boundary set by morality and nature, age and sex, day and night, was broken down. Capital was celebrating its orgies. Capital I, 389-90. In this context, the rise of capitalism represented stark retrogression rather than progress for working people. In addition, he writes, where the liberal concept of human rights was formal and abstract, a shorter working day constituted a substantive achievement for working people. In the place of the pompous catalogue of the inalienable rights of man there steps the modest Magna Carta of the legally limited working day, which at last makes clear when the time which the worker sells is ended, and when his own begins. 416. For if they were working 18-hour days, 6 or 7 days a week, how indeed could workers exercise their civil rights in a meaningful way? 45. Marx incorporated into this chapter some material on the working to death of slaves in the United States and Cuba from the Economic Manuscript of 1861, 63, cp 170, above. However, the vast majority of the text of The Working Day cannot be found in the 1861-63 draft, for it was written sometime after Marx had finished that long early draft of Capital, probably not until 1866.46. In comparing the finished book to the draft, Dunayevsky argued that the Civil War and its impact on British labor was decisive, not only for the creation of this chapter, but also for the reorganization of the text of Capital, Volume I, as a whole. In Capital, as opposed to the earlier drafts of his critique of political economy, Marx made the voices and struggles of working people present in theory in a new way, while also leaving aside the long debates with other theoreticians that comprised the part of the 1861-63 manuscript published only posthumously as theories of surplus value. Dunayevsky holds that Marx's activity in the International alongside the very worker activists who had championed the Union cause in Britain, at great economic sacrifice to themselves, was crucial to his decision to add a chapter on the working day. He is breaking with the whole concept of theory as something intellectual, a dispute between theoreticians. Instead of keeping up a running argument with theorists, he goes directly into the labor process itself, and thence to the working day. He no sooner relegated the history of theory to the end of the whole work, and began to look at the history of production relations, than he of necessity created a new dialectic instead of applying one. This new dialectic led him to meet, theoretically, the workers' resistance inside the factory and outside of it. The result is the new section of Capital, the working day. Marx, the theoretician, created new categories out of the impulses from the workers. It wasn't he, however, who decided that the Civil War in the United States was a holy war of labor. It was the working class of England, the very ones who suffered the most, who decided that. 1958-2000, 91, see also Welsh 2002. And it is those types of voices that come to prominence in The Working Day. In its beginning pages, Marx refers explicitly to the voice of the worker for the first time, capital I, 342. The chapter has two warring protagonists, the impersonal, self-aggrandizing power of capital and the working class, especially the British workers, who sacrificed so much to oppose American slavery during the 1860s. After recounting the long and ultimately successful struggle by British labor in the 1840s for the 10-hour day, he concludes. The establishment of a normal working day is therefore the product of a protracted and more or less concealed civil war between the capitalist class and the working class. Since the contest takes place in the arena of modern industry, it is fought out first of all in the homeland of that industry, England. The English factory workers were the champions, not only of the English working class, but of the modern working class in general, just as their theorists were the first to throw down the gauntlet to the theory of the capitalists. 412-13. While he refers to the 1840s, a continuity with the 1860s with the Civil War and the founding of the International in London may also have been implied in the notion of the British working class as champions of the modern working class in general. By 1866, the 8-hour day was on the agenda. As to the impact of the Civil War on labor inside the United States, Marx makes a dramatic assertion. In the United States of America, every independent workers' movement was paralyzed as long as slavery disfigured a part of the republic. Labor in a white skin cannot emancipate itself where it is branded in a black skin. However, a new life immediately arose from the death of slavery. The first fruit of the American Civil War was the 8 Hours agitation, which ran from the Atlantic to the Pacific, from New England to California, with the 7-league boots of a locomotive. The General Congress of Labor held at Baltimore in August 1866 declared, the first and great necessity of the present, to free the labor of this country from capitalistic slavery, is the passing of a law by which 8 hours shall be the normal working day in all the states of the American Union. We are resolved to put forth all our strength until this glorious result is attained. Capital I, 414, emphasis added. This blunt assessment of the intractably negative effects of racism on the labor movement was a theme Marx had first developed in his Civil War writings. At the same time, he sees the struggle to overcome racism as a decisive factor in the creation of a strong labor movement in America. Chapter 6. Late Writings on Non-Western and Pre-Capitalist Societies. After the defeat of the Paris Commune in 1871, Marx focused again on forms of resistance to capital outside Western Europe and North America. 13 strands in his writings illustrate this turn toward agrarian non-Western societies during his last decade, 1872-83. Taken as a whole, these indicate a new turn, part of a gradual evolution in Marx's thought since the late 1850s. The first of these strands is found in the changes he introduced to the French edition of Capital, as discussed in the previous chapter. The second of these strands, to be discussed in the present chapter, can be found in the 1879-82 excerpt notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, some of them still unpublished in any language, which extend to over 300,000 words. 2 These notes on studies by other authors, many of them anthropologists, cover a wide range of societies and historical periods, including Indian history and village culture, Dutch colonialism and the village economy in Indonesia, gender and kinship patterns among Native Americans and in ancient Greece, Rome, and Ireland, and communal and private property in Algeria and Latin America. 3. A group of shorter but better known texts on Russia from the years 1877 to 1882 form the third strand of Marx's late writings. He started to learn Russian in 1869, his interest in that society was increased further by the wide discussion generated by the 1872 Russian translation of Capital, Volume I. In his correspondence with the Russian exile Varazay Sulich and elsewhere, Marx began to suggest that agrarian Russia's communal villages could be a starting point for a socialist transformation, one that might avoid the brutal process of the primitive accumulation of capital. His interest in the Russian rural commune as a locus of revolution was no theory of agrarian autarky. However, to achieve a successful socialism, Russia would need connections to Western technology and above all, reciprocal relations with the Western labor movement, he held. Except for a brief preface to an 1882 Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto, co-authored with Engels, Marx never published any of the results of his new research on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies before his death at age 64 in 1883. During his last decade, he published little, as illustrated by the fact that he did not complete volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, which Engels edited and published after Marx's death. Marx's best-known work from this period is the Critique of the Gotha Program, 1875, also published posthumously. Many studies of Marx's life and thought have suggested that by 1879, he had lost the capacity for serious intellectual work. The great Marx editor, David Ryazanov, who launched the first Mega in the 1920s, expresses such an attitude when he writes that by that time, any strenuous intellectual work was a menace to his overwrought brain, this due to his shattered health. After 1878, the year Marx turned 60, he was forced to give up all work on Capital, but he was still able to make notes. Ryazanov 1927-1973, 205-6. Ryazanov was almost certainly referring to the notebooks under consideration in the present chapter, among other things. Moreover, in 1925, in a report on his preparations for the first Mega, Ryazanov characterizes these excerpt notebooks as examples of inexcusable pedantry. 1925, 399. .4 The suggestion that Marx's multilingual explorations of gender and class across a wide variety of geographical locations, cultures, and historical periods were less intellectually serious than the critique of political economy surely smacks of Eurocentrism, if not sexism. The surviving Marx correspondence does not offer a clear-cut explanation of the relationship of these late writings to the unfinished Capital. However, a possibility not considered by Ryazanov is that Marx intended to extend the geographic scope of his critique of political economy. More recent discussions of Marx's late writings have challenged the notion that his last years were marked by intellectual decline, although it remains the dominant 1.5. In 1972, Lawrence Crater published a careful transcription entitled The Ethnological Notebooks of Karl Marx. 6 This path-breaking multilingual volume, which contains several hundred pages from Marx's notebooks from 1880 to 1882, made the extent and depth of these notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, which were not included in Marx's collected works in English or German, evident for the first time. Crater published Marx's notes on anthropological works by Lewis Henry Morgan on Native Americans and Ancient Greece and Rome, Henry Sumner Maine on social relations in ancient Ireland, John Bud Fear on village India, and John Lubbock on a number of pre-literate societies. 7 Crater's edition of the Ethnological Notebooks contains only about half of Marx's 1879-82 notes on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, however. The remainder, some of it not yet published in any language, concerns Marx's notes on the Russian anthropologist Maxim Kovalevsky's study of communal property in the Americas, India, and Algeria, on Indian history based on a book by the colonial civil servant Robert Sewell, on the writings of the German social historians Karl Bucher, Ludwig Friedlander, Ludwig Lang, Rudolf Jering, and Rudolf Sohm on class, status, and gender in Rome and medieval Europe, on the British barrister J.W.B. Money's study of Indonesia, Java, on new works in physical anthropology and paleontology, on Russian language studies of rural Russia, and finally, on Britain's moves into Egypt in the 1880s. Including those previously published by Crater, these notes would total over 800 printed pages. 8. In his analysis of these notebooks, Crater, 1974, 1975, stressed their relationship to Marx's earlier work on the Asiatic mode of production and their contribution to anthropological thought. The German historian Hans-Peter Harstick, who published Marx's 1879 notes on Kovalevsky's book on communal property, saw these notebooks as more of a new departure. Marx's gaze turned from the European scene toward Asia, Latin America, and North Africa, 1977, 2. Dunayevskaya, 1982-1991, 1985, emphasized their focus on gender and the differences between Marx's notes on Morgan and what Engels developed from them in his The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, 1884. 9. Dunayevskaya's work, which attracted the attention of the feminist poet Adrienne Rich, 1991-2001, first brought the ethnological notebooks to the attention of a wider public. Written in an unpolished, sometimes ungrammatical mixture of English, German, and other languages, these are not draft manuscripts, but working notebooks in which Marx recorded or summarized passages from books he was studying. However, they are far more than summaries of other authors. As Dunayevskaya suggests, these notebooks let us hear Marx think, 2002, 294. First, they show Marx as a reader. Not only do they contain his direct or indirect critique of the assumptions or conclusions of the authors he is studying, but they also show how he connected or took apart themes and issues in the texts he was reading. Second, they indicate which themes and data he found compelling in connection with these studies of non-Western and pre-capitalist societies. In short, they offer a unique window into Marx's thinking at a time when he seemed to be moving in new directions. Gender and social hierarchy among the Iroquois, the Homeric Greeks, and other pre-literate societies. Because Engels based The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State on them, Marx's excerpt notes on Lewis Henry Morgan's Ancient Society, 1877, are the best known of his 1879-82 notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, at least indirectly. In his pioneering book, Engels made an unusually strong argument for gender equality, challenging the prejudices not only of mainstream public opinion but also of socialist discourse, where some figures like Proudhon had expressed an untrammeled hostility to women's rights. Moreover, Engels offered an alternative to liberal feminism, since he tied women's subordination to the economic sphere, arguing that women's emancipation could not be fully achieved as long as class domination persisted. At the same time, as will be argued below, Engels's book was burdened with a deterministic framework that did not do justice to the subtlety of Marx's notes on Morgan. In his celebrated book, Engels sees the American anthropologist Morgan as virtually a materialist in the Marxian sense, someone who rediscovered in America, in his own way, the materialist conception of history that had been discovered by Marx 40 years ago and who was led by this conception to the same conclusions, in the main points, as Marx 10. Moreover, Engels writes, but without providing any evidence, that Marx had planned to present the results of Morgan's researches in published form, MECW 26, 131. After surveying a number of pre-literate, stateless societies as analyzed by Morgan from the Iroquois to the early Greeks, Romans, and Germans, Engels argues that the state was a new and transitory human institution. The state, then, has not existed from eternity. There have been societies that managed without it, that had no idea of the state and state authority, MECW 26, 272. The gens, or clan, the non-state organizational form that Morgan had found across a wide range of pre-literate cultures, structured these societies. Marx, Engels, and Morgan all used the Roman-based terms gentes, gens, and gentile instead of clan, the common usage of today. Looking forward to the stateless and socialist society that he saw on the horizon, Engels concludes The Origin of the Family by citing Morgan's prediction of a revival, in a higher form, of the liberty, equality, and fraternity of the ancient gentes, MECW 26, 276, Morgan 1877, 552. Striking an almost Rousseauian note, Engels maintains that the new data of anthropology had conclusively proved, when one took account of the whole period of human existence, that what was called civilization, with its hierarchies of class, property, and gender, was an atypical and, it was implied, unnatural way of ordering human affairs. Unlike Rousseau, however, and this to his credit, Engels placed gender equality at the center of his concerns. Engels maintains that these early egalitarian societies were doomed to extinction because of their low level of economic and technological development, MECW 26, 203. Sooner or later, new institutions like private property, social classes, the state, and the patriarchal family overwhelmed them. Striking a Hegelian chord concerning gender, Engels concludes that the rise of these new hierarchies marked the world historic defeat of the female sex, wherein women's participation in political decision-making died out, as did matrilineal forms of descent. 165. Since private property, the state, and patriarchy formed a totality, Engels argues that they could likewise be overcome only by a total socialist transformation. Overall, Engels was making an economic determinist argument, according to which the development of the capitalist economy, combined with a strong workers' movement towards socialism, would reverse the world historic defeat of the female sex, this in quasi-automatic fashion. The origin of the family has come to be seen as the classic Marxist statement on gender and the family. By the mid-20th century, however, some feminist thinkers began to critique the book's economic determinism, which they usually linked to Marx as well. For example, the existentialist feminist Simone de Beauvoir holds, against Engels, that it is not clear that the institution of private property must necessarily have involved the enslavement of women, 1949-1989, 56. As a result, the error of Engels lay in how he tried to reduce the antagonism of the sexes to class conflict, 56, 58. But this critique of Engels, powerful as it was, also exhibited some weaknesses. For as many of its critics rooted in Marxism or structuralism have held, existentialism gives too much weight to individual subjectivity and choice, as against economic and social conditions, Marcuse 1948-1972, Dunayevsky 1973-1989, Bourdieu 1977. The publication in 1972 of Marx's Notes on Morgan in Crater's ethnological notebooks created new ground for what was by then an old debate. 11 To be sure, Engels had utilized Marx's excerpts and comments on Morgan, and, as he maintains in his introduction to The Origin of the Family, he worked to reproduce those critical notes in his own book, MECW 26, 131. But until the ethnological notebooks first appeared, few were aware of just how comprehensive Marx's Notes on Morgan had been, roughly equal in length to Engels's book. By the simple act of publishing Marx's Morgan Notes alongside those on other anthropologists, whose work took up a number of non-Western societies, especially India, Crater pointed to something Engels had not taken up at all in his book, the possibility that Marx's 1880-82 notebooks were concerned not so much with the origins of social hierarchy in the distant past, as with the social relations within contemporary societies under the impact of capitalist globalization. In his notes, Marx seemed to accept Morgan's clan-centered approach, especially the notion that the clan long preceded the family. Moreover, he seemed to agree that the family, as it developed out of the breakdown of the clan system, contained multiple forms of domination, as in Rome. In a brief remark also quoted by Engels, Marx sketches this: the modern family contains in embryo not only servitus, slavery, but also serfdom, since from the outset it refers to services for agriculture. It contains within itself in miniature all the antagonisms that later develop widely in society and its state. Marx 1880-82 1974, 120, see also Engels in MECW 26, 166.12. To an extent, Marx also connected Morgan's clan-centered approach to his own materialist one. Additionally, he seemed in basic accord with Morgan's thesis concerning the relative gender equality of early clan societies. However, where Morgan and Engels focused solely on the breakdown of clan society as the source of male domination, of class society, and of the state, Marx's notebooks show a more nuanced, dialectical approach that resists such schema. To be sure, Marx seems to appreciate Morgan's view of the remarkable degree of power held by women in Iroquois society, as in the following passage he records in his notes. Rev. Asher Wright, many years a missionary among the Senecas, wrote to Morgan in 1873 on them. The women were the great power among the clans, as everywhere else. They did not hesitate, when occasion required, to knock off the horns, as it was technically called, from the head of a chief, and send him back to the ranks of the warriors. The original nomination of the chiefs also always rested with them. Marx 1880-82 1974, 116, original emphasis, 13. Marx does not leave it at that, however. As Dunayevsky asserts, Marx, unlike Engels, saw limitations to the type of freedom enjoyed by women in these clan societies, 1982-1991, 182. She singles out the following passage Marx recorded from Morgan, again on the Iroquois, where women are seen to have speaking but not decision-making rights, the women allowed to express their wishes and opinions through an orator of their own election. Decision given by the male council, Marx 1880-82 1974, 162 original emphasis, see also Morgan 1877, 117. Marx took up yet another core insight of Morgan, the reconceptualization of early Greco-Roman society through the lens of Iroquois clan society. The following selection, mainly a passage from Morgan on male domination in classical Greece, contains two bracketed sentences by Marx, who poses male domination there as a contradictory phenomenon, containing at least some hints of resistance. From beginning to end under the Greeks a principle of studied selfishness among the males, tending to lessen the appreciation of women, scarcely found among savages. The usages of centuries stamped upon the minds of Grecian women a sense of their inferiority. But the relationship to the goddesses on Olympus shows remembering and reflection back to an earlier, freer, and more powerful position for women. Juno craving for domination, the goddess of wisdom springs from the head of Zeus, etc. 14. The Greeks remained barbarians in their treatment of the female sex at the height of their civilization, their education superficial, intercourse with the opposite sex denied them, their inferiority inculcated as a principle upon them, until it came to be accepted as a fact by the women themselves. The wife not companion equal to her husband, but in the relation of a daughter. Marx 1880-82 1974, 121, original emphasis, 15. As against the utterly bleak portrait of male domination in Greece in Engels and Morgan, Marx's bracketed insert makes the passage more dialectical, suggesting that Greek gender ideology was riven with deep fault lines. Immediately following this, Marx incorporates into his notes a long passage from Morgan concerning the relatively freer position of Roman women. Materfamilias was mistress of the family, went into the streets freely without restraint from her husband, frequented with the men the theatres and festive banquets, in the house not confined to particular apartments, nor excluded from the table of the men. Roman females thus more personal dignity and independence than Greek, but marriage gave them into power of the husband, was equals daughter of the husband, he had the power of correction and of life and death in case of adultery, with concurrence of the council of her gens, Marx 1880-82 1974, 121, original emphasis, 16. Here and above, Marx's notes seem to run in a different direction from Engels's formulation of a world historic defeat of the female sex at the time clan society died out and was replaced by class society and state forms. Not only did Greek goddesses offer an alternative perspective within the patriarchal order, but in the later Roman society, women's position also improved somewhat, albeit with many severe restrictions remaining. 17. Again differing somewhat from Morgan and Engels, Marx focuses upon indications of stratified hierarchy within early clan society. As Morgan interpreted the traditional accounts, the legendary early Athenian ruler Theseus had tried to undermine the egalitarianism of the clan system, this during a period long before its collapse. Morgan suggested that Theseus had attempted to set up a class system, but this had failed due to the lack of a social base within the clan society of that era. As a result, he writes, there was in fact no transfer of power from the gentes under Theseus. Morgan 1877, 260. Marx disagrees with Morgan on this point, viewing the early clan structures themselves as a source for the growth of social inequality. The statement of Plutarch, that the lowly and poor eagerly followed the summons of Theseus, and the statement of Aristotle quoted by him, that Theseus was predisposed toward the people, seem however, in spite of Morgan, to imply that the chiefs of the gentes etc. because of wealth etc. already engaged in conflict of interests with the mass of the gentes. Marx 1880-82 1974, 210, original emphasis. Dunayevsky sees Marx's remark on Theseus as suggesting the possibility of a non-class form of social stratification, caste. Marx demonstrates that, long before the dissolution of the primitive commune, there emerged the question of ranks within the egalitarian commune. It was the beginning of the transformation into opposite gens into caste. That is to say, within the egalitarian communal form arose the elements of its opposite caste, aristocracy, different material interests. 1985, 214. This is in keeping with how Marx singles out caste at another point in his notes on Morgan. In the situation where conquest would be added onto the Gentile principle, could the gentes little by little give occasion for caste formation? As soon as difference of rank stands between consanguinity of gentes, this comes into conflict with the Gentile principle and can rigidify the gens into its opposite, caste. Marx 1880-82 1974, 183, original emphasis. Engels, who concentrated on the rise of private property, missed the possibility that collectivist forms of domination that minimized private property could also create very pronounced social hierarchies. Had Engels taken up Morgan's chapter on the Aztecs 18 as Marx did at some length, these distinctions might have become clearer to him. Then Engels might not have written with such assurance of Native American clan societies with no room, as a rule, for the subjugation of alien tribes, MECW 26, 203. For the Aztec Confederacy was a collectivist clan society, one that Morgan termed a military democracy, which nonetheless ruled over numerous subordinate tribes, 1877, 188. Marx continued to look at matrilineal societies in his notes on the Darwinist John Lubbock's The Origin of Civilization and the Primitive Condition of Man, 1870. He treated Lubbock with scorn throughout these brief notes from late 1882. At several points, he mocks Lubbock's patriarchal prejudices, as in the bracketed and parenthetical comments interspersed within the following passage on Africa. Among many of the lower races, relationship through females is the prevalent custom, hence the curious practice that a man's heirs but they were not then the man's heirs. These civilized jackasses cannot get free of their own conventionalities, are not his own, but his sister's children. 105, 19. Thus when a rich man dies in Guinea, his property, excepting the armor, descended to the sister's son. Marx 1880-82 1974, 340, Marx's emphasis. At another point, Marx refers in parenthetical remarks to an Australian Aborigine as the intelligent black, this in contrast to an ethnocentric anthropologist cited approvingly by Lubbock. The belief in the soul, not identical with ghosts, in an universal, independent, and endless existence is confined to the highest races of mankind. The Reverend Lang in his The Aborigines of Australia had a friend, which friend tried long and patiently to make a very intelligent Australian understand, should be called make him believe, his existence without a body, but the black never would keep his countenance. For a long time he could not believe, he is the intelligent black, that the gentleman, i.e. Reverend Lang's silly friend, was serious, and when he did realize it, that the gentleman was an ass in good earnest, the more serious the teacher was the more ludicrous the whole affair appeared to be. 245, 246, without realizing it Lubbock makes a fool of himself. Marx 1880-82 1974, 349, Marx's emphasis. He does not confine such strictures to the superficial Lubbock, however. Marx sounds similar chords in his lengthier notes on the distinguished jurist Henry Sumner Maine's Early History of Institutions, 1875, where he frequently chides the English scholar for his patriarchal, colonialist, and ethnocentric assumptions. As the American social theorist David Norman Smith, forthcoming, notes, of all Marx's writings on ethnological subjects, these are the richest in criticism. Most of Maine's book concerned the communal social forms and the customary law of ancient Ireland, based upon the recently published Brehon laws, especially the Census More and the Book of Isil. Maine frequently compared Irish customary law to similar legal institutions in India, where he served as a high-ranking colonial official during the 1860s. In his first chapter, Maine argues that the collective ownership of the soil, once widespread in Western Europe, was still a major factor in many other parts of the world, 1875, 1. He refers specifically to the contemporary Slavic peoples of Eastern Europe and to India, this with some foreboding. It is one of the facts with which the Western world will someday assuredly have to reckon, that the political ideas of so large a portion of the human race, and its ideas of property also, are inextricably bound up with the notions of family interdependency, of collective ownership, and of natural subjection to patriarchal power. 2-3. Maine attributes non-Western backwardness to the persistence of these forms. Crater holds that Maine believed that the English could transmit the advanced form of property in land and of the state to Ireland and India, and in this regard, Maine offered his historical jurisprudence to the service of empire. Crater 1975, 263. While Marx was to hammer Maine repeatedly for assuming the patriarchal family as the oldest and most basic form of social organization, the two writers were in agreement on one fundamental point: communal social forms in Russia and Asia represented an obstacle and a challenge to bourgeois property relations. In taking issue with Maine's assumption that the patriarchal family came first historically, Marx writes, Herr Maine as a block-headed Englishman does not start with the gens, but rather with the patriarch, who becomes the chief, etc. Height of silliness, Marx 1880-82 1974, 292. Marx attacks the related notion that the substantial power of women in ancient Ireland was due to later influences, like Christianity. This Maine takes for church influence, although it arises everywhere in the higher state of savagery, for example among Red Indians. 288. Marx referred as well to Morgan's superior insight concerning early non-patriarchal forms. A second element of the discussion of gender concerned sati and women's inheritance rights in India. Again, Marx attacked the way in which Maine, still positing the patriarchal family as the original form, sometimes explained marital property held by the wife as an innovation. Marx views this instead as the vestige of an earlier, matrilineal social order marked by descent within the clan along the female line. Marx 1880-82 1974, 325. He holds the Brahmins and their treatises on law responsible for the shift. Concerning sati and female inheritance, Marx brings into his notes material from Thomas Strange's Elements of Hindu Law, 1835, which he finds more illuminating than Maine. The beastliness of the Brahmins reaches its height in the sati or widow burning. Strange considers this practice to be a malus usus, 21 not law, since in the Manu and other high authorities there is no mention of it. The matter is clear, the sati is simply religious murder, in part to bring the inheritance into the hands of the spiritual Brahmins for the religious ceremonies for the deceased husband, and in part through Brahmin legislation to transfer the inheritance of the widow to the closest in the gens, the nearer family of the husband. Although sati an innovation introduced by the Brahmins, in the Brahmin mind this innovation was conceived as a survival from the older barbarians, who had buried a man with his possessions. Let it rest. Marx 1880-82 1974, 325-27, original emphasis. Moreover, Marx saw all of this not in terms of Indian alterity, but in connection to Western societies, as he delved into the medieval Catholic Church's appropriation of property, albeit in a different manner than the Brahmins. He remarks that while it curtailed other rights of women, in relation to proprietary right, the wily Church certainly had an interest in securing the rights of women, the opposite interest from the Brahmins. This was because it wanted women to donate property. 327. Marx, like Maine, was interested in how the ancient Irish clan structures began to be transformed into a new class society, and on these issues, he occasionally expressed some affinity to Maine. He incorporated into his notes much of Maine's discussion of the breakdown of the clans in Ireland. Here again, Marx singled out the role of the pre-Christian clergy in these transformations. He also followed closely Maine's discussion of the accumulation of livestock, especially cattle, as crucial to the process of class differentiation. The transformation of the ancient clan structures into a class system eventually led to the formation of states, a topic that led to another attack by Marx on Maine. Referring to Thomas Hobbes, Jeremy Bentham, and John Austin, Maine writes that the state was predicated upon the possession of irresistible force, not necessarily exerted but capable of being exerted. Marx 1880-82 1974, 328, Maine 1875, 350. Marx attacks this version of commandism, writing that where states exist, after the primitive communities, etc., i.e. politically organized society, the state in no way is the prince, it just seems so. 329. Instead, Marx points to the changes in the economic base as the source of the rise of the state, this in one of his longest remarks in these notebooks. One particular problem for Marx at this point is Maine's notion of the moral, as separate from the economic base. This moral shows how little Maine understands the matter. So far as these influences, economical before everything else, do have a moral mode of existence, this mode is always a secondary, derived mode, never the primary one. 329, Marx's emphasis. A second problem for Marx was that the English jurist's analytical construct of state power sought to abstract out history. For example, Maine writes, in a passage not incorporated by Marx, that his theory of sovereignty made it possible to class together the coercive authority of the great king of Persia, of the Athenian demos, of the later Roman emperors, of the Russian Tsar, and of the Crown and Parliament of Great Britain. Maine 1875, 360. Point 22 to Marx, such notions were ahistorical and abstract, merging together uncritically institutions from quite different modes of production. But the biggest problem for Marx concerned Maine's discussion of Austin's commandist theory. I quote this passage extensively, for it reveals some late developments in Marx's theory of the state, on the basis of his anthropological studies. Maine ignores the much deeper aspect, that the seemingly supreme independent existence of the state itself is only an illusion, since the state in all its forms is only an excrescence of society. Just as the state only appears at a certain stage of social development, the state will also disappear when society reaches a stage of development that until now it has not reached. First, the separation of individuality from the shackles of the group. This means the one-sided development of individuality. These shackles were originally not despotic, as Blockhead Maine understands it, but comprised the social bonds of the group, the primitive community. But the true nature of the latter can only be understood if we analyze its content in the last analysis, interests. We find then, that these interests are common to certain social groups. They are class interests, which in the last analysis have economic relations as their basis. The state is built upon these as its basis, and the existence of the state presupposes the existence of class interests. Fundamental error. That political superiority, whatever its peculiar shape, and whatever the ensemble of its elements, is taken as something standing over society, resting solely upon itself. For example, better armaments depend directly on improvements in the means of production. These coincide directly, e.g. in hunting and fishing, with the means of destruction, means of war. A good example is the half-crazy Ivan 4.23. While he was angry at the boyars and also at the Moscow rabble, he sought, and indeed had to present himself as the representative of peasant interests. Marx 1880-82 1974, 329-30, original emphasis. Probably the most notable new feature above was the way Marx brought in the material from Morgan and Maine on clan societies in order to update his state theory, which remained rooted in notions of economic interest. As we have seen, Marx's frequent attacks on Maine sometimes masked areas where he appropriated, albeit critically, some of the British jurists' data and arguments. These concerned especially, 1. The rise of class differentiation within the Irish clan, and 2. The rejection of the category of feudalism as a generic term for pre-modern agrarian societies. However, for the most part he portrays Maine as an ideologue defending capital and empire, rather than a real scholar. India's communal social forms under the impact of Muslim and European conquest. Although his notes on Maine contain some discussion of India, in major parts of the 1879-82 excerpt notebooks, Marx concentrated entirely on that society. This can be seen in his lengthy notes on the young anthropologist Maxim Kovalevsky's communal land ownership, the causes, course, and consequences of its decline, published in Russian in 1879, most of which is devoted to India. It can also be seen in his equally lengthy notes on the young historian Robert Sewell's Analytical History of India, 1870, and in those on ethnologist John Budd Fear's The Aryan Village in India and Ceylon, 1880. Marx's notes on the Indian subcontinent from this period comprise nearly 90,000 words. As against the notes on Morgan, Lubbock, and Maine, however, Marx made far fewer remarks in his own voice in these India notes. Writing mainly in German, but with some passages in Russian, Marx appears to have excerpted Kovalevsky's book on communal property in the fall of 1879, a year or two before his notes on Morgan, Maine, and Lubbock. In a letter of September 19, 1879 to Nikolai Danielson, one of the translators of Capital into Russian, Marx refers to the young Kovalevsky as one of my scientific friends, MECW 45, 409. It was Kovalevsky, who saw Marx in London fairly frequently during this period, who provided him with a copy of Morgan's Ancient Society, Crater 1974, White 1996.24. In the parts of his notes on Kovalevsky dealing with India, Marx examines social relations, especially in terms of communal property, across the entirety of Indian history, covering 1. The period before the Muslim conquests, 2. That of Muslim domination, and 3. That of British colonialism. At the beginning of these excerpts, he quotes Kovalevsky to the effect that no country besides India has experienced so much variety in the forms of land relations, Marx 1879 1975, 346.25. In the first part, Marx closely follows Kovalevsky's historical typology of communal forms in rural India, which consisted of 3 stages: 1. Clan-based communities owning and tilling the land in common; 2. More differentiated village communities, where kinship did not bind together the entire village but where land was allotted to some extent on the basis of kinship; 3. Village communities not organized around kinship and that periodically redivided the common land on an equal basis. The latter a relatively late form in the history of Indian forms of landed property, Marx 1879 1975, 351. Somewhat later, Marx remarks that even such individual shares of land within a communal village are not private property. 362. Given this focus on broad changes in India's communal forms, it would appear that Hindu India was for Marx no longer an unchanging society without any real history, as in 1853, MECW 12, 217. Inserting his own remarks, which I have italicized, into a quote from Kovalevsky, Marx writes of social antagonisms within the early Indian village, of the danger that threatens the system of shares determined by degree of kinship from the more distant descendants and the newly arrived settlers, inasmuch as this antagonism indeed leads ultimately to the system of periodic redistribution of the communal land in equal shares, Marx 1879 1975, 357. Thus for Marx, more than Kovalevsky, the contradiction between the older system of clan or kinship and that of equality within the broader-based communal village was the major force behind the social changes in the early Indian village. At another level, Marx seems to have concluded that the evolution of Hindu law from the early Code of Manu onwards also facilitated the breakdown of communal property as such. This, he emphasizes, came through bequests and gifts to religious bodies, as seen in the passage below, where the parts inserted by Marx into his quotes from Kovalevsky are again italicized. The priestly pact thus plays a central role in the process of individualization of family property. 113. The chief sign of undivided family property is its inalienability. In order to get at this property, the legislation, which is developed under Brahmin influence, must attack this bastion more and more. Alienation by gifts everywhere, the priestly hobby horse. Among other peoples as well, for instance in the Germanic Roman world, vide Merovingians, Carolingians, the same rank order is also found gifts to the priest first, preceding every other mode of alienation of immovable property. Marx 1879 1975, 366-67. In the last sentence above, Marx is again emphasizing parallels of Indian history with that of other cultures, in this instance to early medieval Europe, as against notions of Indian alterity. While Marx seems to share much of Kovalevsky's argument concerning India's communal property, on occasion he takes issue with the young ethnologist's assumptions. For example, in response to Kovalevsky's statement that the rise of communal property in land formed the basis of common exploitation of the soil by the members of the clans, Marx writes that cooperation, made necessary by the conditions of the hunt, etc., came about even before settled agriculture among nomadic and even savage peoples, Marx 1879 1975, 356-57. As the Marxist humanist philosopher Peter Hüdes notes, Marx rejects Kovalevsky's identification of communal social relations with communal property forms, 2004, 63. Here again, as in the Grundriss, Marx saw communal forms of production as historically prior to and more fundamental than communal property. The second part of Marx's notes on Kovalevsky on India, which deals with the impact of Muslim rule on these earlier social relationships, calls forth one of his most explicit attacks on the notion that pre-colonial India was feudal. Muslim conquerors introduced the ikta, a form of benefice in which military leaders received land, or the income from land, in return for further military service. As against Western feudalism's fiefs, however, iktas were not normally hereditary. There were also severe limits on how much land could be handed over as iktas, and in most cases the Hindu subjects retained possession of their land. In an extended comment, Marx expresses exasperation over his friend Kovalevsky's interpretation of these relations as feudal. Because benefices, farming out of offices, but this is not at all feudal, as Rome attests and Commendation 26 are found in India. Kovalevsky here finds feudalism in the Western European sense. Kovalevsky forgets, among other things, serfdom, which is not in India, and which is an essential moment. In regard to the individual role of defense, however, cf. Palgrave, not only of the unfree, but also the free peasants by the feudal lords, who play a role as wardens, this plays a limited role in India, except for the Wakaf 27 of the poetry of the soil which the Romanic Germanic feudalism had as its own. See Morer, as little is found in India as in Rome. The soil is nowhere noble in India, so that it might not be alienable to commoners. Marx 1879 1975, 383, original emphasis. This passage underlines Marx's adamant opposition to the view, sometimes held up as Marxist orthodoxy, that pre-capitalist class societies were uniformly feudal. Not only was he keeping away from such notions, as he had in the Grundrisse 2 decades earlier, but he was also explicitly attacking those who maintained the feudal interpretation. As Harstik writes concerning this passage, Marx argues for a differentiated examination of Asian and European history, and he aims his argument above all against simply carrying over concepts of social structure drawn from the Western European model into Indian or Asian social relations, 1977, 13. Despite their differences, Marx's friend Kovalevsky here, unlike Lubbock, Maine, and Sewell, but like Morgan, also admired communal property and clan societies. In addition, the young Russian ethnologist shared much of Marx's hostility toward colonialism, here unlike even Morgan, who was silent on the matter. 28 This became clear in the third section of Marx's notes on Kovalevsky on India, which focuses on the period of British colonialism up through the 1857-58 Sepoy Uprising. Marx begins with a detailed treatment of Cornwallis's permanent settlement of 1793, which made the Zamindars, formerly hereditary tax farmers for the Mughal Empire, into landlords. The Zamindars therefore gained unrestricted capitalist-style ownership over the areas they had formerly only taxed, including the right to evict those who were now their tenants, the riots, and the right to pass down these new acquisitions to their heirs. As he incorporates some excerpts from Sewell's aforementioned analytical history of India directly into his notes on Kovalevsky, Marx adds phrases such as the scoundrel to describe Cornwallis, Marx 1879 1975, 385, Sewell 1870, 153. According to Sewell, one of the latter's opponents spoke strenuously in council of the East India Company against the wholesale destruction of Indian customs, a statement Marx incorporates into his notes, Marx 1879 1975, 385, Sewell 1870, 153. But he does not incorporate Sewell's condescending description of humbled and spiritless Hindus accepting these changes passively, Sewell 1870, 153. Calling the British colonialists dogs, asses, oxen, blockheads, and the like, Marx describes a general hatred of the English government, 1879 1975, 390-92, pass him. As in 1853, he also links the situation of the riot to that of the Irish peasant, England and Ireland combined. Beautiful. Marx 1879 1975, 390. Kovalevsky discerned the continuation of communal forms in the villages, underneath the new capitalist structure. Marx records the following on this issue, inserting the italicized passage about social atoms. Under this system, the government has nothing to do with the totality of the communal possessors of a given village, but with hereditary users of individual parcels, whose rights cease by not paying tax punctually. Yet between these atoms certain connections continue to exist, distantly reminiscent of the earlier communal village landowning groups. Marx 1879 1975, 388, original emphasis. This extremely important passage suggests a link between Marx's notes on India and his 1877-82 writings on Russia, discussed below. If these communal connections endured in India, might they not also, as in Russia, serve as points of resistance to capital? Near the end of this discussion of the impact of British colonial rule on the communal village, Marx makes a swipe at Maine, whom he accuses of bias. The English Indian officials and the publicists supported upon these, as Sir H. Maine, etc., describe the decline of common property in the Punjab as the mere result in spite of the loving English treatment of the archaic form of economic progress, whereas they themselves are the chief bearers, active, of the same to their own danger. Marx 1879 1975, 394, original emphasis. In this very interesting passage, Marx certainly shows hostility to colonialism and capitalism, and a degree of sympathy for communal social forms. But with the phrase "to their own danger," he also suggests that it was not so much the preservation of these forms as their forceful breakup in the name of economic progress that could unleash new social forces dangerous to British rule. The older communal forms may not have been revolutionary in and of themselves, but they could become a danger to the social order as they collided with capitalist modernity. Marx probably made his 16,000-word notes on Fears the Aryan Village in India and Ceylon in 1881, the year after it was published. 29 Fear had served as a colonial judge in India and Ceylon, now Sri Lanka, during the 1860s and 1870s, and his book is a detailed description of village life in Bengal and Ceylon. Although Marx mainly records Fear's data, his occasional comments are illuminating. Fear expresses some sympathy for the plight of impoverished Indian villagers, but without sharing Marx's view of this as part of a stark economic polarization in which the local dominant classes and the British colonialists became rich at the villagers' expense. This is shown in a parenthetical remark Marx inserts into one of Fear's sentences: extreme poverty of by far the largest portion, i.e. the bulk of the population of Bengal, the richest part of India. Marx 1880-82 1974, 249. At one point, Marx records a passage from Fear on conflicts between the riots and the Zamindars, referring also to the Mundal, the elected village head. A fray of the Zamindars people on the Mundal, headman of the village. The new Zamindar takes measures for enhancing rents of his riots, was successful at obtaining increased rates from several riots, but the Mundal of the village, whose example most influential, sturdily held out and led the opposition. Against him the Zamindar sent his retainers, with the view of capturing him and carrying him off. P 118, 119, ended with the murder of a couple of people, but the Mundal won. P 119, 120, another case where the riots against the Mundal because took much the side of the Zamindar in certain matters, therefore resolve in committee that he should be punished and warned, a few charged with thrashing him. Whereby he died. Marx 1880-82 1974, 261, original emphasis. The above passage suggests a degree of class solidarity and resistance on the part of the riots. Marx's selections for his notes give proportionally greater prominence to these issues than Fear's original. Marx supplemented these anthropological studies with a chronology of Indian political and military history in his notes on Sewell's Analytical History of India, made in 1879, in the same notebook as those on Kovalevsky on India. Robert Sewell, a colonial official who wrote his analytical history while still in his mid-20s, went on to publish some significant historical and archaeological works on southern India. Marx's notes on Sewell stretched to 42,000 words, written mainly in German, but with some passages in English. In fact, the notes on Sewell and the more anthropological ones on Kovalevsky are interspersed in Marx's handwritten notebook. If the Kovalevsky notes suggest that Marx by now believed that Indian society had a history, those on Sewell seem to suggest that a second problematic feature of the 1853 India writings was falling aside, the notion that India had always responded passively to outside conquest. This is because Marx's notes emphasize the contingent character of the Muslim and British conquests, rather than, as in 1853, the ineluctable march of large historical forces. Although Marx made some significant comments in his own words in his notes on Sewell, these are not very frequent. Nonetheless, a close study of his notes in relation to Sewell's text offers some important indications of his evolving perspectives on India. In many cases, Marx emphasized passages that had subordinate importance in Sewell's narrative. Thus, the central thrust of his notes is often different from the work of the author from which they were drawn. For example, while Sewell gave little attention to the period preceding the Muslim conquests, Marx emphasized this material in his notes. The following clipped passage from Sewell includes in the first sentence 2 words of his own: most interesting. Kingdom of Magadha was a most interesting one. Its Buddhist kings wielded extensive power. They belonged for many years to the Kshatriya caste, until one of the Sudra caste, the fourth and lowest of Manu's 4 castes, named Chandragupta, called Sandrakatis by the Greeks, murdered the king and made himself sovereign. He lived in Alexander the Great's time. Later we find 3 more Sudra dynasties, which ended with one Andhra in 436 AD. Marx 1879 to 80, 1960, 54, Marx's emphasis, 30. Marx's phrase most interesting may have expressed his surprise at the relative porosity of caste lines. If so, the passage may indicate an alteration of his 1853 view of caste as an insurmountable barrier that undermines social cohesion in the face of foreign invasion. Similarly, Marx fails to incorporate into his notes a statement from Sewell with which he would likely have agreed in 1853, the real history of India commences with the invasions of the Arabs, Sewell 1870, 10. Moreover, where Sewell tends to identify with India's Muslim conquerors, no doubt seeing the British as following their footsteps, Marx often skips over passages where Sewell praises these early conquerors. In addition, Marx emphasizes passages where Sewell refers to Hindu resistance, while also excising parts of Sewell's text that show Hindu warriors or rulers in a more negative light. For example, Marx records passages such as the following from Sewell, emphasizing how the Hindu Maratha forces had put Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb on the defensive at the end of his reign, this before the British had gained much of a foothold in India. 1704. In the last 4 years of his life, whole government disorganized, Marathas began to recover their forts and gather strength. A terrible famine exhausted the provisions for troops and drained the treasury. Soldiers mutinous over want of pay. Hard pressed by the Marathas, Aurangzeb retreated in great confusion to Ahmednagar, fell ill. Marx 1879 to 80, 1960, 31. At another point, Marx substitutes the word clan ancestor Stamvatar for Sewell's sovereign in recording a description of the Maratha leadership. Marx 1879 to 80, 1960, 80, Sewell 1870, 122. 32. This indicates a conceptual link between these notes on Sewell and his more anthropological ones, highlighting the notion that the Marathas, who formed the most important locus of Indian resistance to both the Mughals and the British, were organized on a clan basis. Marx also devotes considerable attention to the fact that by the late 14th century, just before Timur's invasion and sacking of Delhi, the Delhi sultans had begun to encounter strong resistance. Below, I have italicized Marx's insertions into passages from Sewell. 1351, with breakup of the Delhi kingdom of Muhammad Tughlaq, various new states came into being. About 1398, at the time of Timur's invasion, the whole of India free from Mohammedan domination, except a few miles around Delhi. Marx 1879 to 80, 1960, 25, 33. He proceeds to record 6 examples of kingdoms that had asserted themselves, also writing the word Hindu repeatedly in the left-hand margin of his notebook. 34. Marx does something similar in a parenthetical comment within a passage he records from Sewell concerning events 50 years later. In 1452, the Raja of Jaunpur laid siege to Delhi, which led to war that lasted for 26 years. This is important. it shows that the native Indian princes had become powerful enough against the old Muslim rule, and ended in total defeat of the Raja and annexation of Jaunpur to Delhi. Marx 1879–80 1960, 23, original emphasis, 35. In this instance, Marx's parenthetical insert alters the tone of Sewell's text considerably, emphasizing the lengthy resistance on the part of the native Indian princes, rather than their eventual defeat. 36 Again, these passages indicate a shift from his 1853 view of Indian passivity in the face of conquest. None of the above is meant to suggest that Marx's notes on India are anti-Muslim, for on numerous occasions, he notes the considerable contributions of Muslims to Indian culture and society. At one point, he writes of Mughal Emperor Akbar, he made Delhi into the greatest and finest city then existing in the world, Marx 1879–80 1960, 33, here giving a summary that was more forthright than that of Sewell, who had written of Akbar's Delhi, the city must at this period have been one of the largest and handsomest in the world, Sewell 1870, 54, emphasis added. Marx portrays Akbar in a more secular light than Sewell, characterizing him as indifferent in religious matters, therefore tolerant, whereas the British historian writes, in religious matters Akbar was tolerant and impartial, Marx 1879–80 1960, 32, Sewell 1870, 52. Marx devotes the bulk of the notes on Sewell to the period of British ascendancy, where he stresses its contingent character, and the many instances where British power in India hung by a thread. He frequently terms the British blockheads or dogs, whom he sometimes describes as terribly frightened in the face of Indian resistance. Throughout these notes, Marx shows a pronounced sympathy for the Marathas, while occasionally expressing disdain for their warlordism. Unsurprisingly, Marx often ridicules or excises from his notes passages from Sewell portraying the British conquest of India as a heroic fight against Asiatic barbarism. This is seen in how he excerpts Sewell's account of the death by suffocation in 1756 of over 100 British captives imprisoned by a Mughal official, in what came to be known as the Black Hole of Calcutta. At this juncture, Marx does not incorporate into his notes phrases from Sewell characterizing this as one of the most horrible tragedies in the history of the world, and so forth. Instead, he writes of the Black Hole of Calcutta, over which the English hypocrites have been making so much sham scandal to this day, Marx 1879–80 1960, 65, see also Sewell 1870, 95. Additionally, Marx takes note of how British colonialism, by introducing a most rapacious form of capitalism, had transformed ancient forms of landed property into unrestricted private property that could be acquired by money lenders and financiers. 37 Marx takes down the following passage from Sewell, also adding some material of his own, placed in italics below. In the late 18th century, Muhammad Ali, a Mughal official and a libertine and reveller and debauchee of the worst kind, borrowed large sums from private individuals, whom he repaid by assigning to them the revenues of considerable tracts of land. The lenders, alias English swindler usurers, found this very advantageous. It established the Vermin 38 at once in the position of large landowners and enabled them to amass immense fortunes by oppressing the riots, hence tyranny the most unscrupulous towards the native peasants of these upstart European, i.e. English, zemindars. Marx 1879–80 1960, 90, 39. Marx holds the English state under reformer William Pitt responsible for these developments in India. Marx again and again singles out resistance to the British, showing sympathy for the various Maratha, Mughal, Afghan, and Sikh forces arrayed against them. At the same time, he often indicates ways in which these forces cut themselves off from possible supporters through banditry or brutality, all the while showing an utter contempt for those Indian leaders who aligned with the British. Even after the Maratha clans were finally vanquished, he still calls attention to new challenges to the British in the northwest, from the Sikhs and the Afghans. The British invaded Afghanistan, only to suffer a crushing defeat in 1842, with a loss of 15,000 soldiers and civilians as they attempted a retreat through the mountain passes. Marx records a passage from Sewell describing one point of that retreat, inserting the derisive appellation British dogs. The natives shot the British dogs dead from the heights above. Hundreds fell thus until the end of the pass was cleared, where only 500 to 600 starving and wounded men were left to continue their retreat. They too were slaughtered like sheep during their struggling march to the frontier. Marx 1879-80 1960, 136. Marx's emphasis, see also Sewell 1870, 240. Marx also focuses on how, in the subsequent campaigns to retake Afghanistan and the regions in between, the British on more than one occasion plundered the cities they had conquered. Marx covers the 1857-58 Sepoy uprising in great detail, usually leaving aside Sewell's fulsome descriptions of Indian atrocities, and concentrating instead on British ones. His clipped excerpts tended to place the rebels in a more favorable light than Sewell's text. This is seen in the following excerpt on the situation in May 1857, which Marx amends with phrases of his own, here italicized. Rebellion spread throughout Hindustan, in 20 different places simultaneously, Sepoy risings and murder of the English, chief scenes, Agra, Bareilly, Moradabad. Scindia loyal to the English dogs, not so his troopers. Raja of Patiala for shame, sent large body of soldiers in aid of the English. At Mainpuri, northwest provinces, a young brute of a lieutenant, one de Kansau, saved the treasury and fort. Marx 1879-80 1960, 149, 40. Even rebel leader Nana Sahib's massacre of several hundred European civilians and soldiers at Kanpur, evokes little sympathy from Marx, who makes rather clipped excerpts on this from Sewell, excising overwrought language like fiendish and treacherous demons, as well as the British historian's statement that the horrors that revealed themselves are almost without parallel in history. Marx 1879-80 1960, 149-50, Sewell 1870, 268-70. At several points, Marx also replaces Sewell's term mutineers with insurgents. The notes on Sewell suggest that Marx's sympathy for the Sepoy uprising had only increased since his Tribune articles on these same events during the late 1850s. Colonialism in Indonesia, Algeria, and Latin America. The notes on India contain some discussion of Islam, given the fact that that region, which comprised during the 19th century what are today the nations Pakistan and Bangladesh, as well as India, contained one of the world's largest Muslim populations, even though it was a minority, compared to the Hindus. Marx also took extensive notes on two predominantly Muslim societies, Indonesia, Java, and Algeria, colonized by the Netherlands and France, respectively. Marx's notes on J.W.B. Money's Java, or, How to Manage a Colony, showing a practical solution of the questions now affecting British India, 1861, concentrated on the social organization of the traditional Javanese village. Money, a British barrister born in India, visited the Dutch colony of Java during 1858, at the height of the Sepoy uprising. His book is an unabashed panegyric to Dutch colonial rule. In Java, the Dutch had retained more of the pre-colonial system than had the British in India, where the Cornwallis settlement had unleashed market forces that severely disrupted the traditional communal village. The Dutch extracted a surplus from above while allowing many aspects of traditional land tenure patterns, political organization, and communal village culture to persist. After Marx's death, Engels appears to have read Money's book, but it is unclear if he read Marx's notes as well, composed 1880-81. In a letter to Karl Koski of February 16, 1884, Engels views the solidity of Dutch rule as an example of a conservative state socialism that, as in India and Russia at the time, was grounded in primitive communism at the village level. MECW 47, 100, and 2-3. Engels's remarks were of course related to Money's core thesis concerning the stability of Dutch versus British colonial rule. This was exactly what Marx tended to ignore in his notes on Money, however, as he concentrated instead on Money's data. Marx makes no directly critical comments on the vantage point of this rather superficial chronicler of life in Java, with the exception of an exclamation point next to a passage where Money extolled the Dutch policy of keeping modern education away from the villages. With a careful sense of objectivity, he leaves aside the most dubious parts of Money's account, while still managing to turn to his own use a book which was at that time one of the few detailed accounts of life in colonial Java by an outside observer. Marx turned to Algeria in another part of his notes on Kovalevsky, in which he took up communal forms in both the pre-colonial and colonial periods. In these relatively brief 7,000-word excerpts, he began by noting the strength of communal property in the Maghreb region. Although a considerable amount of private property in land came into existence under the Ottomans, the majority of the land in Algeria remained communal property in the hands of clans and extended families. In the 19th century, French colonizers sought to change the situation, but encountered stubborn resistance. Marx singles out the role of the 1873 French National Assembly in these efforts to dismantle communal property, quoting the following from Kovalevsky, with a parenthetical remark of his own in the first sentence. The formation of private land ownership, in the eyes of the French bourgeois, as the necessary condition of all progress in the political and social sphere. The further maintenance of communal property, as a form that supports communist tendencies in people's minds, Debates of the National Assembly, 1873, is dangerous both for the colony and for the homeland. The distribution of clan holdings is encouraged, even prescribed, first as a means of weakening subjugated tribes that are ever standing under impulsion to revolt, second, as the only way toward a further transfer of land ownership from the hands of the natives into those of the colonists. Marx 1879 1975, 405, Marx's emphasis, 41. Thus, like Maine, the French legislators saw a link between indigenous communal property and the contemporary socialist movement, in that both formed major obstacles to the consolidation of bourgeois property relations, both for the colony and the homeland. Marx lashes out again at the French National Assembly, emphasizing that these were the so-called rurals. Rurals and Assembly of Shame were derisive appellations by the French left referring to the National Assembly at Versailles. They blamed it for having legitimate the repression of a modern communal form, the Paris Commune of 1871. Marx expresses his outrage by inserting into his excerpts several passages, italicized below, that sharpen Kovalevsky's already critical description of the assembly. 1873. Hence the first concern of the Assembly of Rurals of 1873 was to hit upon more effective measures for stealing the land of the Arabs. The debates in this Assembly of Shame concerning the project on the introduction of private property in Algeria seek to hide the villainy under the cloak of the so-called eternal, inalterable laws of political economy. 224. In these debates the rurals are unanimous on the goal, destruction of collective property. The debate turns only around the method, how to bring it about. Marx 1879 1975, 410. Here again, Marx is drawing a connection between those who suppressed a modern commune set up by the workers of Paris and those who were seizing indigenous communal land holdings in Algeria. A bit later, Marx incorporates into his excerpts Kovalevsky's mention of fear on the part of the French of an anti-colonial clan-based uprising. They believed this could be avoided by tearing away the Arabs from their natural bond to the soil to break the last strength of the clan unions thus being dissolved, and thereby, any danger of rebellion. 229, Marx 1879 1975, 412, Marx's emphasis. In yet another part of his notes on Kovalevsky, Marx takes up a much earlier form of colonialism, that of Spain in the New World, while also examining communal forms in pre-Columbian Latin America and the Caribbean. These relatively brief notes comprise some 7,500 words, written mainly in German, with some passages in Russian and Spanish. Marx begins by recording material from Kovalevsky on the transition from a herd-like existence to clans and to families in Native American societies. Bending Kovalevsky's text slightly in order to present the shift from clan to familial production as prior to the related changes in property forms, he writes, with the formation of private families individual property also emerges and only movable at the outset, Harstik 1977, 19.42. Marx also incorporated text from Kovalevsky stressing the virtual absence of private property among some nomadic societies in the Americas. Additionally, Marx focused on Kovalevsky's discussion of the transition to agriculture, according to which clans settled permanently on land that they usually took by force. In Mexico, reported Kovalevsky, clan-based urban communities held land in common as calpulli, with their occupants termed calli. The land could not be sold or inherited on an individual basis. A group's ability to cultivate the land became an increasingly important factor in determining possession, thus leading to unequal shares. The calli closely guarded their possessory rights, strictly excluding non-clan members. According to Kovalevsky, at another stage overlords from conquering groups like the Aztecs or the Incas used similar communal associations to administer empires. Excerpting Kovalevsky, Marx writes that the rural population continued as before to own the land communally, but had to, at the same time, give up a part of its real income as payments in kind for the benefit of their rulers, Harstik 1977, 28. This, he adds, recording another passage from the Russian ethnologist, prepared the way for the development of the large landed estates and created the potential for the dissolution of communal land ownership, a process accelerated by the arrival of the Spaniards, 28. Marx's excerpts on the next period, early Spanish colonialism, expand only occasionally on Kovalevsky's own words, probably because Kovalevsky's attack on colonialism, always present in communal property, was utterly unequivocal here. Here is a representative passage, as recorded by Marx, with his inserts italicized. The original Spanish policy of extermination of the Redmen. 47. After pillage of the gold etc. that they found, the Aymer Indians are condemned to work in the mines. 48. With the decline of the value of gold and silver, the Spanish turn to agriculture, make the Aymer Indians into slaves in order to cultivate land for them. 1.c. Harstik 1977, 29. Under this repartimento system, the indigenous caciques or clan leaders had to furnish the Spaniards with people to be used in agricultural labor. Marx records passages on the extreme brutality of the system, where the Aymer Indians were hunted down if not enough were supplied up by the caciques. Soon, under pressure from elements of the church, the Spanish state moved to curtail the outright enslavement of the native population, as seen in this excerpt from Kovalevsky that Marx incorporates into his notes. Even here, at a point where he supports the clergy, Marx cannot resist a bit of irony toward them, inserting the word fuss into this excerpt from Kovalevsky. Hence the fuss on the part of the monks of the Order of St. Jacob against the enslavement of the Aymer Indians. Hence, 1531, bull from Pope Paul III declaring Aymer Indians human beings and therefore free from slavery. The Royal Council for the West Indies, established 1524, half of which consisted of the heads of the highest clergy, declared itself for the freedom of the Aymer Indians. Charles V, Law of May 21, 1542, accordingly prohibited that, no person, whether engaged in war or not, can take, apprehend, occupy, sell, exchange any Indian as a slave, nor possess him as such. Likewise, the law of October 26, 1546 prohibits the sale of Aymer Indians into slavery etc. Harstik 1977, 30, Marx's emphasis. Marx then touches on the resistance to this law by the colonists and the law's eventual enforcement. It did not lead to an actual decrease in New World slavery, however, as seen in the following passage he incorporates from Kovalevsky, inserting a pejorative phrase about the colonists, here italicized, resistance by the Spanish colonists against this law. 1c. Fight with the latter dogs by Las Casas, Don Juan Zumarraga and other Catholic bishops. 54. Hence the Negro slave trade as surrogate for the gentlemen colonists. 30. Thus, the bishops' reforms led in the end to an increase in the African slave trade, which became the prime source of labor for the plantations of the New World. The brutal repartimento system for the Amerindians is now replaced by the encomienda system. It created a sort of serfdom, in which formerly free subjects living in communal villages were subject to taxes in kind and in labor, all administered by local Spanish encomienderos. Typically, these taxes were supposed to support one encomiendero and one priest per village. The new system had many paternalistic features, including requirements that the encomienderos were to protect the Amerindians, assist in their Christianization, and so forth. The encomienderos had the right to remove village elders if payments fell into arrears, something that severely undermined the communal system. While encomienderos could also be removed and banished for failing to fulfill their end of the bargain, the enforcement of all of these regulations was left to the Spanish colonists, something that causes Marx to exclaim, worthy this of the statesmen Carlos I, Charles V, and Philip II, Harstik 1977, 32. The exactions under the encomienda system became so severe that many Amerindians fled, or committed suicide. While the Amerindians technically owned the land through their village communes, this applied only to land actually under cultivation, which gave openings to Spaniards wishing to annex portions of it by getting it declared wasteland. These and other legal maneuvers deprived the Amerindians of much of their prime agricultural land. Marx continues his summary and excerpts, now moving into the transition to capitalist private property, here adding a parenthetical remark in the first sentence rendering Kovalevsky's anthropological categories more precise. This dissolution of consanguinity, real or fictitious, led in some locations to the formation of small-scale landed property out of the earlier communal allotments. This in turn passed little by little into the hands of capital-owning Europeans under the pressure of taxes from the encomenderos and the system first permitted by the Spanish of lending money at interest. Zurita says, under the indigenous leaders the Amerindians did not know usury. Harstik 1977, 36, original emphasis. This sparked new, destructive conflicts within and among village communes and clans, which further eroded the power and rights of the Amerindians. Marx ends his notes on Kovalevsky on Latin America with the following excerpt, into which he inserts a few words, italicized below. The survival in large measure of the rural commune is due on one hand to the Amerindians' preference for this type of property in land, as the one best corresponding to their level of culture, on the other hand, the lack of colonial legislation in contrast to the English East Indies of regulations that would give the members of the clans the possibility of selling the allotments belonging to them. Harstik 1977, 38. Marx's qualifier in large measure undercuts somewhat Kovalevsky's stress on the dissolution of these communal forms. Marx's bracketed insert about India suggests that communal forms remained stronger in Latin America than in India, probably because India had been colonized in a later period by an advanced capitalist power, Britain, which actively tried to create individual private property in the villages. Here and elsewhere in the 1879-82 notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, Marx was concerned with the persistence of communal forms, even into his own century, in this case after more than 3 centuries of colonial rule. Such considerations formed a crucial backdrop to what follows directly below, his embrace of Russia's rural commune of the 1880s as a potential source of resistance to capital. Russia, communal forms as the point of departure for a communist development. Many of the major themes discussed in this book reach their culmination in Marx's late writings on Russia during the years 1877 to 1882. First, It is here that Marx seems to move furthest away from the implicitly unilinear model of development espoused in the Communist Manifesto. Second, Marx poses more explicitly here than elsewhere the possibility that non-capitalist societies might move directly to socialism on the basis of their indigenous communal forms, without first passing through the stage of capitalism. This came with an important proviso, however, expressed by Marx and Engels in their preface to the 1882 Russian edition of the Manifesto. These new types of revolutions could succeed only if they were able to link up with incipient working-class revolutions in the industrially developed West. Like the other texts discussed in this chapter, Marx's late writings on Russia included excerpt notebooks with occasional commentary in his own words. These were quite substantial. In 1875 and 1876, after having studied the Russian language for a few years, he began a lengthy set of notes from Russian sources on that country's social and political development since 1861.43. He continued to cover Russia in other notes through the 1880s. Among these were two texts that will appear in Mega 24/27, a brief study of Russian agriculture and longer notes on Nikolai Kostomarov's historical monographs, the latter focusing on Stenka Razin's Cossack revolt during the late 17th century. But Marx's late writings on Russia were not limited to excerpt notebooks, where his own voice was necessarily somewhat muted. They also included letters, drafts, and one published text, the aforementioned preface to the Communist Manifesto. Most of these writings connected communal forms, at least in Russia, to the prospects for revolution in his own time. Although these non-notebook materials on Russia are not very lengthy, about 30 pages of text in the best-known edition, Shannon 1983a, they illustrate the conclusions Marx was drawing from his studies of communal forms in Russia. At a broader level, they constitute a window into how Marx may have intended to develop the material in the 1879-82 excerpt notebooks on a variety of non-Western societies. As mentioned earlier, Marx's renewal of interest in Russia was stimulated by the 1872 translation of Capital into Russian. This was its first non-German edition, and a surprisingly wide discussion followed, considering the fact that this society at the eastern edge of Europe had yet to be seriously impacted by capitalism. Razies 1970, White 1996. In the afterword to the second German edition of 1873, Marx contrasts what he sees as the ideological response by the mealy-mouthed babblers of German vulgar economics to the serious reviews the excellent Russian translation was receiving, capital I, 99. In agricultural Russia, the political opposition was dominated by the populists, who advocated an agrarian revolution that would avoid capitalism and develop Russia along different lines from the West. In 1877, Marx drafted a response to an article on capital that the sociologist and populist leader Nikolai Mikhailovsky had published earlier that year in the Russian journal Otechestvenniy Zapiski, Notes of the Fatherland. Mikhailovsky was sympathetic to Marx. In fact, his article took the form of a response to a harsh critique of capital by another Russian, Yuliy Zhukovsky. 44 What seemed to distress Marx was that in defending him, Mikhailovsky had ascribed to him a unilinear theory of human history, linked to a theory of development wherein other societies were destined to follow England into capitalism. Mikhailovsky writes, in the 6th chapter of Capital is a section entitled So-called Primitive Accumulation. Here, Marx has in view a historical sketch of the first steps of the capitalist process of production, but he gives us something much bigger, a whole philosophical historical theory. This theory is of great interest in general and especially great interest for us Russians. 1877 1911 167-68, 45. Marx may also have been troubled by Mikhailovsky's open reservations concerning dialectics. If you take from Capital the heavy, clumsy, and unnecessary covering of Hegelian dialectic, then independently from the other virtues of this work we will see in it material excellently worked out for the solution of the general question of the relation of forms to the material conditions of their existence, as well as an excellent formulation of the question in a particular sphere. 186. Marx's draft reply to Otechestvenai Zapiski focused especially on Mikhailovsky's first point about capital having been grounded in a whole philosophical historical theory. 46. In his letter, Marx recounts that Russian affairs had occupied him greatly during the 1870s. In order to reach an informed judgment on Russia's economic development, I learned Russian and then for many years studied official and other publications relating to the question. Shannon 1983a, 135.47. Marx writes, here for the first time, although without acknowledging that his position had changed, that he was open to the populist Nikolai Chernyshevsky's argument about skipping the stage of capitalism in order to move towards socialism by another pathway. I have come to the conclusion that if Russia continues along the pathway she has followed since 1861, she will lose the finest chance ever offered by history to a people and undergo all the fateful vicissitudes of the capitalist regime. 135. As an indication of just how tentative his argument was, Marx stated it negatively, emphasizing how the penetration of capitalist institutions into the village communes after the 1861 liberation of the serfs was rapidly closing off the alternative outlined by Chernyshevsky and other populists. Marx denies that he had attempted to sketch the future of Russia and other non-Western societies in Capital. The chapter on primitive accumulation claims no more than to trace the path by which, in Western Europe, the capitalist economic order emerged from the womb of the feudal economic order. Shannon 1983a, 135. To support this assertion, he cites the 1872-75 French edition, where, as discussed in the previous chapter, he had altered the text in the direction of a more multilinear perspective, writing regarding the expropriation of the agricultural producer, it has been accomplished in a radical manner only in England. But all the countries of Western Europe are going through the same development. Shannon 1983a, 135, see also Marx 1872-75 1985b, 169. Marx makes only a brief and implicit answer on a second point in Mikhailovsky's review, the strictures concerning the heavy lid of Hegelian dialectics. In this regard, Marx refers to a passage near the end of the discussion of primitive accumulation in Capital, where he writes that the historical tendency of capitalist production is said to consist in the fact that it begets its own negation with the inexorability of a natural process, that it has itself created the elements of a new economic order. Shannon 1983a, 135, see also Capital I, 929. Here, in the book's conclusion, capital was to be negated by the revolt of labor, a process Marx characterizes as the negation of the negation. The capitalist mode of appropriation, conforming to the capitalist mode of production, constitutes the first negation of that individual private property that is only the corollary of independent and individual labor. 48 But capitalist production itself begets, with the inevitability of a natural process, its own negation. This is the negation of the negation. It does not re-establish the individual private property of the worker, but his individual property on the basis of the achievements of the capitalist era, namely cooperation and the possession in common of all the means of production, including the soil. Marx 1872-75 1985b, 207, emphasis added, 49. Anti-Hegelians have often complained about Marx's use of the core Hegelian concept of negation at this crucial juncture. 50 With some claiming he had dogmatically tried to prove his economic laws via Hegelian syllogisms. In his draft letter of 1877, Marx responds, I furnish no proof at this point, for the good reason that this statement merely summarizes in brief the long expositions given previously in the chapters on capitalist production. Shannon 1983a, 135. Thus, his recourse to Hegelian language at this juncture was not intended as a proof, but as a methodological indication informing the reader that his overall presentation of capitalist production and its eventual collapse was grounded in Hegelian dialectics, even though he had developed his discussion without any explicit reference to Hegel. Dialectics fit into capital, he seemed to claim, not because he had imposed it on reality, but because reality was itself dialectical. A third point in the letter to Ethnicity Zapiski concerned a comparative historical reference. Marx writes that if Russia is tending to become a capitalist nation like the nations of Western Europe, then and only then, 1. It would have to expropriate its peasantry and make them into unattached proletarians, and, 2. Be otherwise brought into the fold of the capitalist regime, after which it would come under its pitiless laws, Shannon 1983a, 136. At this point, he gives an example of a trajectory of development similar to the primitive accumulation of capital, but which did not end in capitalism. This was ancient Rome. At various points in capital, I have alluded to the fate that befell the plebeians of ancient Rome. They were originally free peasants, each tilling his own plot on his own behalf. In the course of Roman history they were expropriated. The same movement that divorced them from their means of production and subsistence involved the formation not only of large landed property but also of big money capitals. Thus one fine morning there were, on the one side, free men stripped of everything but their labor power, and on the other, in order to exploit their labor, owners of all the acquired wealth. What happened? The Roman proletarians became, not wage laborers, but an idle mob more abject than those who used to be called poor whites of the southern United States, and what unfolded se deploy 51 alongside them was not a capitalist but a slave mode of production. 136, 52. Although he draws parallels between ancient Rome and the American South, the emphasis runs in another direction, toward the radical differences between Roman and modern capitalist social forms. Marx's main point was that he had not, as Mikhailovsky had argued, developed a whole philosophical historical theory of society, generalizable for all times and places. Thus events of striking similarity, taking place in different historical contexts, led to totally disparate results. By studying each of these developments separately, one may easily discover the key to this phenomenon, but this will never be attained with the master key avec le passé per 253 of a general historico-philosophical theory, whose supreme virtue consists in being suprahistorical. Shannon 1983a, 136. Mikhailovsky, he complains, insists on transforming my historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe into a historico-philosophical theory of the general course fatally imposed on all peoples, whatever the historical circumstances in which they find themselves placed. 136. Thus, Marx was denying, 1. That he had created a unilinear theory of history, 2. That he worked with a deterministic model of social development, or, 3. That Russia in particular was bound to evolve in the manner of Western capitalism. To some extent, these arguments were new, but they grew out of the moves toward a more multilinear framework that Marx had been making ever since the Grundrisspoint 54. Given the general level at which Marx argued these points, it is likely that he intended these qualifications to apply not only to Russia but also to India and the other contemporary non-Western, non-industrialized societies that he was studying during this period. India, like Russia, had communal forms in its villages, which led Crater to write of Marx's positing of the alternatives open to the Indian and Russian rural collective institutions, 1974, 29. Indonesia, Algeria, and Latin America, also covered in the 1879-82 notebooks, had rural communal forms. Through colonialism, these societies had all been impacted by capitalism more directly than Russia. Nonetheless, one could surmise that Marx was interested in their possible anti-capitalist development, somewhat along the lines that he was beginning to sketch for Russia. The 1877 letter to Ethnicity Zapiski stressed Marx's multilinear standpoint, but did not analyze Russian society any more than had Capital, Volume I. In his March 1881 drafts of a letter to the Russian revolutionary Varazay Sulich, however, Marx began to sketch what a Russian pathway of social development might look like within the multilinear perspective put forth in the 1877 letter and the French edition of Capital. David Smith shows what was at stake here for Russia, whose social structure was for Marx part of the Asian social forms. Marx's stress on the unique curve of Asiatic development not only helps us to distinguish Marx's conception from the Procrustean theory of fixed evolutionary stages which masqueraded as Marxist materialism for so many years, but also enables us to see that Marx's concept of post-capitalist society was just as multilinear as his conception of the past. 1995, 113. In a letter of February 16, 1881, Zhe Sulich, who described herself as a member of Russia's Socialist Party, asked Marx whether the rural commune, freed of exorbitant tax demands, payment to the nobility and arbitrary administration, is capable of developing in a socialist direction, or whether the commune is destined to perish and Russian socialists needed to wait for capitalist development, the rise of a proletariat, and so forth. Shannon 1983a, 98. Marx's Russian followers held the latter view, she added, referring specifically to debates in journals like Otechestvenny Zapiski. Zhe Sulich requested a reply from Marx that could be translated into Russian and published. In his reply, dated March 8, 1881, Marx again cites the passage from the French edition of Capital that bracketed the discussion of primitive accumulation to Western Europe, before concluding, the historical inevitability fatalite of this course is therefore explicitly restricted to the countries of Western Europe. Shannon 1983a, 124.55 In Western Europe, he adds, the transition from feudal to capitalist property was the transformation of one form of private property into another form of private property, but capitalist development would require that Russian peasants, on the contrary, transform their communal property into private property. 124. Therefore, Capital was agnostic on the question of Russia's future. He ends his letter with a few tentative remarks about Russia. The special study I have made of it has convinced me that the commune is the fulcrum for social regeneration in Russia. But in order that it might function as such, the deleterious influences assailing it from all sides must first be eliminated, and then it must be assured the normal conditions for a spontaneous development. 124. As in 1877, Marx was arguing that alternate pathways of development might be possible for Russia. He based his judgment in large part upon the marked differences between the social structure of the Russian village, with its communal social forms, and the medieval village of Western Europe. Moreover, he was convinced that the commune is the fulcrum for a social regeneration in Russia. Marx in Shannon 1983a, 124. In the much more substantial preparatory drafts of his letter, Marx covered these points in more depth, as well as other ones left out of his actual reply to Zhe Sulich. He discusses the particularities of Russia's situation as a large country at Europe's edge. Russia does not live in isolation from the modern world, nor has she fallen prey, like the East Indies, to a foreign conqueror. Shannon 1983a, 106. Therefore, it might be possible to combine Russia's ancient communal forms with modern technology, this in a less exploitative manner than under capitalism. At this point, it needs to be underlined that Marx was proposing not an autarky but a new synthesis of the archaic and the modern, one that took advantage of the highest achievements of capitalist modernity. Thanks to the unique combination of circumstances in Russia, the rural commune, already established on a national scale, may gradually shake off its primitive characteristics and directly develop as an element of collective production on a national scale. Precisely because it is contemporaneous with capitalist production, the rural commune may appropriate for itself all the positive achievements, and this without undergoing its frightful vicissitudes. Should the Russian admirers of the capitalist system deny that such a development is theoretically possible, then I would ask them the following question: did Russia have to undergo a long Western-style incubation of mechanical industry before it could make use of machinery, steamships, railways, etc.? Let them also explain how the Russians managed to introduce, in the twinkling of an eye, that whole machinery of exchange, banks, credit companies, etc., which was the work of centuries in the West. Shannon 1983a, 105-6. The stress above was on the contradictory and dialectical character of social development, as against any unilinear determinism. At an objective level, the very existence of Western capitalist modernity meant that Russia's rural commune could draw upon its achievements. At a subjective level, this created a vastly different situation than that faced by popular movements in earlier pre-capitalist societies. A second theme in the drafts, not present in the letter Marx actually sent to Zasulich, concerned the relationship of his excerpt notebooks on anthropology and on India to these reflections on Russia. He alluded, for example, to Morgan's notion that in the future, Western civilization would revive archaic communism in a higher form. Marx also stressed the persistence of communal forms across many centuries. Recent research, he writes, has advanced enough in order to affirm, 1. That the primitive communities had incomparably greater vitality than the Semitic, Greek, Roman, etc. societies, and, a fortiori 56 that of the modern capitalist societies, 2. That the causes of their decline lie in economic conditions that prevented them from passing beyond a certain level of development, this in historical contexts not at all analogous with the present-day Russian commune. Shannon 1983a, 107. Marx also notes the anti-communal bias of some of the new research, again attacking Maine. One has to be on guard when reading the histories of primitive communities written by bourgeois authors. They do not even shrink from falsehoods. Sir Henry Maine, for example, who was an enthusiastic collaborator of the English government in carrying out its violent destruction of the Indian communes, hypocritically assures us that all of the government's noble efforts to maintain the communes succumbed to the spontaneous power of economic laws. Shannon 1983a, 107. Beneath this anti-communal ideological bias, as well as the real destruction carried out through the imposition of English-style private property on the Indian village, one could, Marx also argued, find evidence of the persistence of these communal forms. Probably basing himself on his notes on Kovalevsky, Marx created a more general typology of communal forms across various societies. The earliest form, basing itself on the clan, involved not only communal distribution of land, but also probably the land itself was worked by groups, in common, Shannon 1983a, 118. These early communes were based upon real or fictitious consanguinity. In a clan structure, one cannot join unless one is a natural or adopted relative, 119. At a later stage, this archaic form transitioned into the rural commune, which was based upon residency rather than kinship. It was this later form, Marx holds, that exhibits such great natural vitality, 118. Here, the arable land, inalienable and common property, is periodically divided among the members of the rural commune, 119. The later rural commune contained an important dualism. Communal land ownership held it together, Marx writes, while at the same time the house and yard as an individual family preserve, together with small plot farming and private appropriation of its fruits, gave scope to an individuality incompatible with the organism of the most primitive communities, Shannon 1983a, 120. While it constituted a source of this social form's vitality and longevity, eventually this dualism could turn into a seed of disintegration for the rural commune, 120. Small-scale private land ownership, which could be expanded, constituted one factor. Even more fundamental was the shift in labor relations that arose within this mode of production, however. But the key factor was fragmented labor as the source of private appropriation. It gave rise to the accumulation of movable goods, such as livestock, money, and sometimes even slaves or serfs. Such movable property, not subject to communal control, open to individual exchange with plenty of scope for trickery and chance, weighed ever more heavily upon the entire rural economy. This was what dissolved primitive economic and social equality. 120. Such disintegration was by no means inevitable, however. This second theme in the draft centered on features common to Russia's rural communes and those in other times and places. To be sure, Marx had not worked out a theory of social development or revolution for Russia, let alone the often colonized lands in Asia, Africa, or Latin America. Moreover, he explicitly contrasts politically independent Russia with colonized India. Russia does not live in isolation from the modern world, nor has she fallen prey, like the East Indies, to a foreign conqueror, Shannon 1983a, 106. This contrast was not absolute, but relative, however, for there were also many commonalities, chief among them the presence of rural communes in the villages of these two large agrarian societies. This meant that in India as in Russia, the development of modern capitalist private property would of necessity involve a transition not from quasi-private feudal peasant property, but from communal property. Recall that in the 1877 draft and these writings of 1881, Marx restricted the laws of primitive accumulation in capital to the lands of Western Europe, not to those lands and their colonies. At this historical juncture, did Marx place India and other non-Western societies outside the logic of capitalist modernity, at least to some extent? When Marx's historical typology of communal forms in the 1881 drafts is placed alongside his 1879 notes on Sewell and Kovalevsky on India, another question arises, that of India's communal forms as potential sites of resistance to colonialism and to capital. The notes on Kovalevsky suggested that communal forms in colonized India and Algeria, as well as Latin America, still possessed some vitality, albeit not as much as Marx was ascribing to those in Russia. Recall that Marx added a passage, here italicized, to an excerpt from Kovalevsky on this point with regard to post-Cornwallis India, yet between these atoms certain connections continue to exist, distantly reminiscent of the earlier communal village landowning groups, Marx 1879 1975, 388, original emphasis. Recall also that Marx's notes on Sewell highlighted the continuous resistance of the Indian people to their conquerors, Muslim and British, notes he interspersed with those on Kovalevsky, which centered on those very communal forms. A third theme in the drafts for the letter to Zasulich concerned the prospects for revolution in Russia and the form that revolution might assume. Here, Marx weighed the Russian communal form's strengths against the threats it faced from capital and the state. While the Russian communes possessed a certain vitality, they were also isolated in villages scattered across the country's huge expanse, with the central despotism of the state towering over them, Shannon 1983a, 103. But although the existing state fostered their isolation, this could easily be overcome once the government fetters have been cast off, 103. This could not happen without a revolution, however, thus, only a general uprising can break the isolation of the rural commune, the lack of connection between the different communes, in short, its existence as a localized microcosm that denies it the historical initiative, 112. Such a revolution would not be easy to achieve, as time was running out for the rural commune. What threatens the life of the Russian commune is neither an historical inevitability nor a theory, it is oppression by the state and exploitation by capitalist intruders made powerful, at the expense of the peasants, by this same state, Shannon 1983a, 104-5. At an international level, however, other objective factors operated in a more positive direction. The contemporaneity of Western production, which dominates the world market, enables Russia to incorporate into the commune all the positive achievements of the capitalist system, without passing under its humiliating tribute. Fortius 57, 110. Moreover, the isolation of the communes could be alleviated through a greater democratization, removing the centralized state as an overlord. All that is necessary is to replace the Volost, a government institution, with a peasant assembly chosen by the communes themselves, an economic and administrative body serving their own interests. 111. This would parallel the process already taking place in the West, where the capitalist system found itself, both in Western Europe and the United States, in conflict with the working masses, with science, and with the very productive forces it engenders, in short, in a crisis that will end through its own elimination, through the return of modern societies to a higher form of an archaic type of collective ownership and production. 111. It is important to note that here, for the first time in his late writings on Russia, Marx was referring to a major external subjective factor, the presence in Western Europe and North America of a self-conscious, organized working class movement. Alongside the objective achievements of capitalist modernity, this subjective factor would also be able to impact Russia. What would be the character of the Russian Revolution, and how would it affect that society's future development? To save the Russian commune, a Russian revolution is needed. Moreover, the Russian government and the new pillars of society are doing their utmost to prepare the masses for such a catastrophe. If the revolution takes place at an opportune moment, if it concentrates all its forces 58 to ensure the free unfolding esse or libre 59 of the rural commune, the latter will soon develop itself as a regenerating element of Russian society and as an element of superiority over those countries enslaved by the capitalist regime. Shinin 1983a, 116-17. This was a clear enough statement concerning Russia's indigenous revolutionary potential. But even such a ringing endorsement of the possibility of a peasant-based, non-capitalist social order should not be seen as an argument for a freestanding Russian socialism, for as shown elsewhere in the drafts of the letter to Zasulich, Marx held that such a new system could arise only in the context of a wider social transformation involving the Western working classes. The last part of Marx's late writings on Russia was a preface, co-authored by Engels, to the 1882 second Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto. It was also Marx's last publication before his death in March 1883. Drafted in German and dated January 21, 1882, it was translated into Russian and published almost immediately in Narodnovolya, People's Will, a populist journal, and again later that year in a new translation of the Manifesto by Georgy Plekhanov. 60 Marx and Engels begin their preface by noting that neither Russia nor the United States figured very much in the original edition, and not at all in the section on communist movements. They then develop a brief analysis of the growing crisis in the United States due to the squeezing out of the small independent farmer by capital. As to Russia, they note the rise of a serious revolutionary movement at a time when the rest of Europe was relatively quiescent. Russia forms the vanguard vorhut of revolutionary action in Europe. Shinin 1983a, 139. What form would a Russian revolution take? Marx and Engels weigh the revolutionary possibilities within the communal form of the Russian village, with its obshchina or mir. Can the Russian obshchina, a form, albeit heavily eroded, of the primeval communal ownership of the land, pass directly into the higher, communist form of communal ownership? Or must it first go through the same process of dissolution that marks the West's historical development? Today there is only one possible answer: if the Russian Revolution becomes the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West, so that the two complement each other, then Russia's peasant communal land ownership may serve as the point of departure for a communist development. Shinin 1983a, 139. 2 points stand out here. 1. The final sentence clarifies a point to which Marx had alluded in the drafts of the letter to Zasulich: a Russian revolution based upon its agrarian communal forms would be a necessary, but not a sufficient condition for the development of a modern communism. What was also needed was help from an outside subjective factor, a revolution on the part of the Western working classes. 61 Only this would allow the achievements of capitalist modernity to be shared with autocratic and technologically backward Russia, rather than employed to exploit it. Subjective factors could work in the other direction as well. However, a Russian revolution would not need to follow one in the West. In fact, it could be the point of departure for such an uprising. 2. Another point implicit in the drafts of the letter to Zasulich was also clarified here: a Russian revolution could lead to a communist development. 62 Russia would not need to go through an independent capitalist development to reap the fruits of modern socialism, provided that its revolution became the spark for a working class uprising in the more democratic and technologically developed world. This was a different and more radical claim than that he had made in the 1850s concerning a Chinese economic crisis sparking a European one and thus a revolution, or with regard to the sepoy rebels in India as allies of the Western working classes. In the 1850s, he saw the national resistance movements in China and India as, at most, carrying the potential for a democratic transformation in those lands. In the 1870s, he saw an Irish national revolution, which would not have been communist in character, as a precondition for a communist transformation in Britain. In the late writings on Russia, however, he was arguing that a modern communist transformation was possible in an agrarian, technologically backward land like Russia, if it could ally itself with a revolution on the part of the Western working classes, and thus gain access on a cooperative basis to the fruits of Western modernity. 63. Did Marx discern similar possibilities in places like India as well, whose communal forms he was also studying in this period? He never addressed this question explicitly. In the Zasulich drafts, as we have seen, he sometimes stresses Russia's uniqueness, at other times its commonalities with regard to India and other colonized non-Western societies. Nonetheless, I would argue, based on the preponderance of the evidence in the excerpt notebooks discussed in this chapter, that Marx did not intend to limit his new reflections about moving toward a communist revolution on the basis of indigenous communal forms to Russia alone. Conclusion. This journey into Marx's writings on nationalism, race, ethnicity, and non-Western societies has, I hope, revealed the multidimensional character of his overall intellectual projects, especially in his later years. Marx's critique of capital, it has been shown, was far broader than is usually supposed. To be sure, he concentrated on the labor-capital relation within Western Europe and North America, but at the same time, he expended considerable time and energy on the analysis of non-Western societies, as well as that of race, ethnicity, and nationalism. While some of these writings show a problematically unilinear perspective and, on occasion, traces of ethnocentrism, the overall trajectory of Marx's writings on these issues moves in a different direction. The foregoing discussion has shown Marx to have created a multilinear and non-reductionist theory of history, to have analyzed the complexities and differences of non-Western societies, and to have refused to bind himself into a single model of development or revolution. In 1848, Marx and Engels set out a theoretical model of capitalist society and its core contradictions in so prescient a manner that even today the descriptive power of the Communist Manifesto has no equal. In the manifesto, they also espoused an implicitly and problematically unilinear concept of social progress. Pre-capitalist societies, especially China, which they characterized in ethnocentric terms as a most barbarian society, were destined to be forcibly penetrated and modernized by this new and dynamic social system. In his 1,853 articles for the New York Tribune, Marx extended these perspectives to India, extolling what he then saw as the progressive features of British colonialism, as against India's caste-ridden and unchanging traditional social order. In this sense, he argued, India was a society without history, except for the history of its foreign conquerors, from Arab to British. Moreover, he held, Indian society had failed to resist these conquests, due to both its caste divisions and the society's general passivity. The communal social relations and communal property of the Indian village offered a solid foundation for the resultant Oriental despotism. All of this left India particularly open to British colonialism, which in any case brought progress in its wake. Post-colonial and postmodern thinkers, most notably Edward Said, have criticized the Communist Manifesto and the 1853 India writings as a form of Orientalist knowledge fundamentally similar to the colonialist mindset. Most of these critics have failed to notice that by 1853, Marx's perspective on Asia had begun to shift from the standpoint of the manifesto, becoming more subtle, more dialectical. For he also wrote in the 1853 Tribune articles that a modernized India would find a way out of colonialism, which he now described as itself a form of barbarism. Sooner or later, he argued, the end of colonialism in India would come about, either through the aid of the British working class, or by the formation of an Indian independence movement. As Indian scholars like Irfan Habib have pointed out, this aspect of Marx's 1853 writings on India constitutes the first instance of a major European thinker supporting India's independence. By 1856–57, the anti-colonialist side of Marx's thought became more pronounced, as he supported, also in the Tribune, the Chinese resistance to the British during the Second Opium War and the Sepoy Uprising in India. During this period, he began to incorporate some of his new thinking about India into one of his greatest theoretical works, the Grundrisse, 1857–58. In this germinal treatise on the critique of political economy, he launched into a truly multilinear theory of history, wherein Asian societies had developed along a different pathway than that of the successive modes of production he had delineated for Western Europe: ancient Greco-Roman, feudal, and capitalist. Moreover, he compared and contrasted the communal property relations, as well as the broader communal social production, of early Roman society to those of contemporary India. While he had seen the Indian villages' communal social forms as a prop of despotism in 1853, he now stressed that these forms could be either democratic or despotic. During the 1860s, Marx concentrated on Europe and North America, writing little on Asia. It was in this period that he completed the first version of the first volume of Capital, as well as most of the drafts of what became volumes 2 and 3 of that work. However, it would be very wrong to think of Marx in this period as occupied solely with the capital relation and the class struggle, to the exclusion of nationalism, race, and ethnicity. In the period that he was completing Capital, he also concerned himself with the dialectics of race and class during the long years of the Civil War, 1861–65. Although the North was a capitalist society, Marx threw himself into the anti-slavery cause, critically supporting the Lincoln government against the Confederacy. In his Civil War writings, he connected race to class in several important ways. First, he held that white racism had held back labor as a whole. Second, he wrote of the subjectivity of the enslaved black laboring class as a decisive force in the war's favorable outcome for the North. Third, he noted as an example of the finest internationalism British labor's unstinting support for the North, despite the harsh economic suffering the Northern blockade on Southern cotton had unleashed on Manchester and other industrial centers. Finally, his First International warned presciently that America's failure to grant full political and social rights to the emancipated slaves would once again drown the country in blood. Marx also supported the Polish uprising of 1863, which sought to restore national independence to that long-suffering country. Already in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels had signaled their support for Polish independence as a core principle for the labor and socialist movements. Marx's writings on Poland and Russia were intimately connected. He and his generation viewed Russia as a malevolent, reactionary power, which constituted the biggest threat to Europe's democratic and socialist movements. He saw the Russian autocracy, which he considered to be a form of Oriental despotism inherited from the Mongol conquests, as rooted in that country's agrarian character, particularly in the communal forms and communal property relations that predominated in the Russian village. As with India and China, by 1858 Marx began to shift his view of Russia, taking note of the looming emancipation of the serfs and the possibility of an agrarian revolution, as seen in several of his articles on Russia for the Tribune. Since Russian-occupied Poland stood between Russia proper and Western Europe, Poland's revolutionary movement represented a deep contradiction within the Russian Empire, one that had hampered its efforts to intervene against the European revolutions of 1830 and to an extent, those in 1848 as well. At the same time, Marx severely critiqued French and other Western Democrats for having failed to reciprocate by adequately supporting their Polish allies. Moreover, these betrayals of Poland weakened the Western democratic and socialist movements, contributing to their defeat through Russian intervention, as had occurred on a major scale in 1849. Toward the end of his life, Marx began to emphasize anti-capitalist strains within the Polish revolutionary movement. As a result of working-class support for the Northern cause in the Civil War and then the 1863 uprising in Poland, an international network of labor activists came into being. This network, chiefly British, French, and German, joined together in 1864 to form the International Working Men's Association, later known as the First International, for which Marx came to serve as chief organizer and theorist. In this way, Marx's most sustained involvement with labor during his lifetime occurred under the backdrop of struggles against slavery, racism, and national oppression. Moreover, within a few years of the founding of the International, it became caught up in the Irish independence movement. The International's involvement with Ireland began in 1867, the very year that Capital came off the press in its first German edition. To their immense credit, and with no small amount of theoretical and political argument on Marx's part, the British Labour leaders of the International initially took a remarkably strong stance against British domination of Ireland. During the years 1867 to 70, when the Irish conflict was at a boil, Marx's arguments concerning the relationship between national emancipation and the class struggle were hammered out, not as pure theory, but as arguments within the largest labor organization of the era. Over time, Marx worked out a new theoretical position on Britain and Ireland that had implications reaching far beyond this particular historical juncture. His theorization of Ireland in this period marked the culmination of his writings on ethnicity, race, and nationalism. Earlier, he had predicted in modernist fashion that the British labor movement, a product of the most advanced capitalist society of the time, would first take power and then enable Ireland to regain its independence, also offering the newly independent country both material and political support. By 1869 to 70, however, Marx wrote that he had changed his position, now arguing that Irish independence would have to come first. British workers, he held, were so greatly imbued with nationalist pride and great power arrogance toward the Irish that they had developed a false consciousness, binding them to the dominant classes of Britain, and thus attenuating class conflict within British society. This impasse could be broken only by direct support for Irish national independence on the part of British Labour, something that would also serve to reunite labour within Britain, where Irish immigrant labour formed a sub-proletariat. British workers often blamed competition from the desperately poor Irish for lowering their wages, while the Irish immigrants often distrusted the British labour movement as merely another expression of the very British society that was ruling over them, both at home and abroad. On more than one occasion, Marx linked his conceptualization of class, ethnicity, and nationalism for the British and the Irish to race relations in the United States, where he compared the situation of the Irish in Britain to that of African Americans. He also compared the attitudes of the British workers to the poor whites of the American South, who had too often united with the white planters against their fellow black workers. In this sense, Marx was creating a larger dialectical concept of race, ethnicity, and class. At the same time, he critiqued narrow forms of nationalism, particularly Irish versions that retreated into religious identities or remained so aloof from the British people that they failed to take account of the work of the International. Almost all of these considerations found their way into Marx's most important theoretical work, Capital, albeit at times only as sub-themes. In the 1872-75 French edition of Capital, the last one he prepared for publication, Marx not only corrected the translation by Joseph Roy, but also revised the entire book. Several of these revisions concern the question of multilinear pathways of social development. Some key passages Marx changed for the French edition concern the dialectic of capitalist development out of Western feudalism that was at the heart of the book's Part 8, the primitive accumulation of capital. In direct and clear language, Marx now stated that the transition outlined in the part on primitive accumulation applied only to Western Europe. In this sense, the future of non-Western societies was open, was not determined by that of Western Europe. India also figured prominently at various points in the text of Capital. The Indian village served as an example of pre-capitalist social relations, while the sharp decline of traditional Indian manufactures and the resultant starvation of these handicraft workers was used to illustrate the terribly destructive effects of capitalist globalization at a human level. In addition, Marx devoted a major section of the first volume of Capital to the ways in which British capitalist penetration had resulted in the destruction of the land and the people of Ireland. The forced immigration of millions of Irish to America, he concluded, showed the revenge of history, as Irish labor was helping to form the foundations of a new capitalist power that would soon challenge Britain's world dominance. Finally, he took up slavery and racism in Capital, showing the ways in which the extermination of the indigenous peoples of the Americas and the enslavement of Africans constituted major factors in early capitalist development. He also pointed at several key junctures to the deleterious effects of slavery and racism on the nascent labor movement in the United States, writing in Capital that labor in a white skin cannot emancipate itself where it is branded in a black skin, capital I, 414. In addition, concluded that the end of slavery had opened up important new possibilities for American labor. By the 1870s, Marx returned to his earlier preoccupation with Asia, while also deepening his studies of Russia. Whereas he had previously concentrated on Russian foreign policy, he now began to learn Russian in order to study its internal economic and social relations. Marx's interest in Russia increased with the publication of Capital in Russian in 1872, especially after the book generated more debate there than it had in Germany. During the years 1879 to 82, Marx embarked upon a series of excerpt notebooks on current scholarship on a multifaceted group of non-Western and non-European societies, among them contemporary India, Indonesia, Java, Russia, Algeria, and Latin America. He also made notes on studies of indigenous peoples, such as Native Americans and Australian Aborigines. One core theme of these excerpt notebooks was the communal social relations and property forms found in so many of these societies. While these research notes on other authors contained only intermittent or indirect expressions of his own viewpoint, some broad themes could nonetheless be discerned. In his studies of India, for example, two issues emerged. First, his notes indicate a new appreciation of historical development in India, as against his earlier view of that country as a society without history. Although he still saw the communal forms of India's villages as relatively continuous over the centuries, he now noted a series of important changes within those communal forms, as they evolved from clan-based to residential communes. Second, these notes show his preoccupation, not with Indian passivity as in 1853, but with conflict and resistance in the face of foreign conquest, whether against the Muslim incursions of the medieval period or the British colonialists of his own time. Moreover, he noted, some of this resistance was based on clan and communal social forms. In his studies of India, Algeria, and Latin America, Marx discerned the persistence of communal forms in the face of attempts by Western colonialism to destroy them in favor of private property forms. In some cases, like Algeria, these communal forms were directly tied to anti-colonial resistance. By this time, Marx's earlier notions of the progressiveness of colonialism had also fallen away, replaced by a harsh and unremitting condemnation. As had been the case in some of his earlier writings, especially in the 1840s, gender was a prominent theme in Marx's 1879-82 notes on indigenous peoples like the Iroquois, as well as on Roman society. Here it is possible to compare Marx and Engels directly on gender, since Marx's notes on the anthropologist Lewis Henry Morgan's Ancient Society were composed in 1880 or 1881. Engels discovered them after Marx's death and used them as background for his own study, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, 1884. While Engels's book has many flaws, it stands out in a positive sense as a ringing defense of women's equality, the only full-length book on that topic by a major theoretician of the early socialist movement. As against Engels, however, Marx tended to avoid any idealization of the gender relations of pre-literate societies like the Iroquois. Always the dialectician, Marx followed Hegel in discerning dualities and contradictions within each social sphere, even that of egalitarian and communal pre-literate societies. Nor did he seem to share Engels' simplistic view that a world historic defeat of the female sex had occurred in Europe and the Middle East during the transition from pre-literate clan societies to class ones. As against Engels, it is likely that Marx was looking at these alternate forms of gender relations for his own time, not merely as a consideration of the origins of class society, but also as potential sources of resistance to capital. If Marx's theorization of nationalism, ethnicity, and class culminated in his 1869–70 writings on Ireland, those on non-Western societies reached their high point in his 1877–82 reflections on Russia. In a series of letters and their drafts, as well as the 1882 preface to the Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto he co-authored with Engels, Marx began to sketch a multilinear theory of social development and of revolution for Russia. These writings built on multilinear themes from the French edition of Capital. In his Russia writings, Marx repeatedly and emphatically denied that the argument of Capital offered any clear-cut prediction about Russia's future. He noted that the social structure of the Russian communal village differed markedly from that of the pre-capitalist village of Western feudalism. This difference between Western and Russian pre-capitalist social structures suggested the possibility of an alternate form of social development and modernization for Russia, if it could avoid absorption by capitalism. Since Russia's rural communes were contemporaneous with industrial capitalism in the West, a village-based social revolution in Russia might be able to draw upon the resources of Western modernity while avoiding the pain of capitalist development. Marx was in no way proposing an autarky or a socialism in one country for Russia, however, which would have meant a socialism based on a low level of economic and cultural development, a notion he had critiqued as early as 1844 as crude communism. For as Marx and Engels argued in their 1882 preface to the Russian edition of the Manifesto, a radical transformation on the basis of Russia's rural communes would be possible only if accompanied by parallel revolutionary transformations on the part of the working class movements of Western Europe. In their preface, they also averred that such a Russian revolution could have a communist basis. Earlier, Marx had viewed anti-colonial movements in China and India as allies of the Western working classes. He had viewed national movements in Poland and Ireland in a similar light. Here, in the late writings on Russia, he went further, arguing that a communist development was a real possibility in non-capitalist Russia, if a Russian revolution could link up with its counterpart based in the Western labor movement. In sum, I have argued in this study that Marx developed a dialectical theory of social change that was neither unilinear nor exclusively class-based. Just as his theory of social development evolved in a more multilinear direction, so his theory of revolution began over time to concentrate increasingly on the intersectionality of class with ethnicity, race, and nationalism. To be sure, Marx was not a philosopher of difference in the postmodernist sense, for the critique of a single overarching entity, capital, was at the center of his entire intellectual enterprise. But centrality did not mean univocality or exclusivity. Marx's mature social theory revolved around a concept of totality that not only offered considerable scope for particularity and difference but also on occasion made those particulars race, ethnicity, or nationality determinants for the totality. Such was the case when he held that an Irish national revolution might be the lever that would help to overthrow capitalism in Britain, or when he wrote that a revolution rooted in Russia's rural communes might serve as the starting point for a Europe-wide communist development. On the one hand, Marx analyzed how the power of capital dominated the globe. It reached into every society and created a universalizing worldwide system of industry and trade for the first time, and with it a new universal class of the oppressed, the industrial working class. But on the other hand, In developing this universalizing theory of history and society, Marx, as emphasized in this book, strove to avoid formalistic and abstract universals. Again and again, he attempted to work out the specific ways in which the universalizing powers of capital and class were manifesting themselves in particular societies or social groups, whether in non-Western societies not yet fully penetrated by capital like Russia and India, or in the specific interactions of working-class consciousness with ethnicity, race, and nationalism in the industrially more developed countries. Asterisk. Another question arises, however. What does Marx's multicultural, multilinear social dialectic reveal about today's globalized capitalism? Does his multilinear perspective on social development concerning Russia and other non-capitalist lands in his own time have any direct relevance today? Here I would argue that this is so today only to a limited degree. There are of course some areas of the world like Chiapas, Mexico, or the highlands of Bolivia and Guatemala, or similar communities across Latin America, Africa, Asia, and the Middle East where indigenous communal forms survive. But none of these are on the scale of Russian or Indian communal forms during Marx's day. Nonetheless, vestiges of these communal forms sometimes follow peasants into the cities, and in any case, important anti-capitalist movements have developed recently in places like Mexico and Bolivia, based upon these indigenous communal forms. On the whole, however, even these areas have been penetrated by capital to a far greater degree than was true of the Indian or Russian village of the 1880s. Marx's multilinear approach toward Russia, India, and other non-capitalist lands is more relevant for today at a general theoretical or methodological level, however. It can serve an important heuristic purpose, as a major example of his dialectical theory of society. Therein, he worked on the basis of the general principle that the entire world was coming under the domination of capital and its value form, while at the same time analyzing very concretely and historically many of the major societies of the globe that had not yet come fully under that domination. At the level of the intersectionality of class with race, ethnicity, and nationalism, many of Marx's theoretical conclusions are more directly relevant to us today. In all of the major industrial countries, ethnic divisions, often sparked by immigration, have transformed the working classes. Here, the principles underlining Marx's writings on the relationship of race and class in Civil War-era America, on that of the struggle for Polish independence to the wider European Revolution, or on that of the Irish independence movement to British Labour, have a more obvious continuing relevance. Marx's writings on these issues can help us to critique the toxic mix of racism and prisonization in the United States, or to analyze the Los Angeles uprising of 1992, or to understand the 2005 rebellion by immigrant youth in the Paris suburbs. Again, the strength of Marx's theoretical perspective lies in his refusal to separate these issues from the critique of capital, something that gives them a broader context, without collapsing ethnicity, race, or nationality into class. Whether, 1, as a multilinear dialectic of social development or, 2, as a heuristic example that offers indications about the theorization of today's indigenous movements in the face of global capitalism, or, 3, as a theorization of class in relation to race, ethnicity, and nationalism, I believe that the writings by Marx that have been the focus of this book offer some important vantage points for today. Appendix: The vicissitudes of the Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe from the 1920s to today. To this day there are a significant number of writings by Marx, especially on the themes of this study, which have never been published in any language. Why this is still the case over a century after Marx's death? The problem really began with Engels and continues today. While he labored long and hard to edit and publish what he considered to be a definitive edition of Volume I of Capital in 1890, and brought out Volumes 2 and 3 of that work in 1885 and 1894 by carefully editing and arranging Marx's draft manuscripts, Engels did not plan or even propose the publication of the whole of Marx's writings. Under the post-Engels Second International, little more was done. Ryazanov and the first Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe. It took the Russian Revolution of 1917 to break the impasse. With the strong encouragement of Lenin and the financial backing of the new Soviet state, the distinguished Marx scholar David Ryazanov and his colleagues began the first Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, hereafter Mega-1, in the Soviet Union in the early 1920s. Since the non-communist Second International still owned the manuscripts and letters of Marx and Engels, the director of the newly established Frankfurt School, Karl Grünberg, who had relations with both communists and socialists, became the go-between. It was the Frankfurt School staff that was charged, according to a formal agreement, with photocopying the papers of Marx and Engels in the German Social Democratic Party's archives in Berlin for Ryazanov's Moscow-based Marx-Engels Institute, with a complete record of all peculiarities and special characteristics of the originals which cannot be recorded by photography, cited in Wiggershau's 1986-1994, 32. Ryazanov established a far-reaching plan for Mega-1, a small part of which was actually published during the years 1928 to 35. He divided Mega-1 into 3 sections, each of which was to contain writings in the original language in which Marx or Engels had written them, usually German, English, or French, as well as a rigorous scholarly apparatus. Section I: Philosophical, Economic, Historical, and Political Works. Mega-1 eventually issued 8 volumes of this section covering the years up to 1850, including most notably the 1844 manuscripts and the German ideology, neither of which had been published by Engels or the Second International. Earlier, in 1927, Ryazanov had published the 1844 manuscripts for the first time anywhere, in a Russian translation. Section 2. Capital and related manuscripts. This section was to comprise all editions of Volume I of Capital as Marx wrote them or Engels edited them, from the first German edition of 1867 to Engels's definitive fourth German edition of 1890. It was also to include Volumes 2 and 3 as edited by Engels, the original manuscripts for those volumes, plus other texts such as the Grundrisse and Theories of Surplus Value. None of this section of Mega-1 was published, although the Grundrisse eventually appeared as a separate volume in 1939-41. Section 3. Letters between Marx and Engels. Only 4 volumes were actually published, covering all known letters of Marx and Engels to each other from 1844 to 1883, but not letters to or from third parties. For all his commitment to publishing the whole of Marx, even Ryazanov rejected the idea of publishing one type of writing by Marx, the excerpt notebooks, texts such as the ethnological notebooks in which Marx had copied extracts from, summarized, and commented on many of the texts he had studied throughout his life. In a 1923 report on his plans for Mega-1 to Moscow's Socialist Academy, a report which was also published in Germany the following year by Frankfurt School director Grünberg, Ryazanov referred to a fourth or final group of Marx's writings, the notebooks, which he indicated would be of use mainly to Marx biographers. He mentioned in particular 3 thick notebooks on the economic crisis of 1857. A chronological survey of world history up to the middle of the 17th century as well as some mathematical notebooks. He made an exception for the last of these, which were slated for publication. In a surprising outburst of condescension toward Marx, this usually rigorous Marx editor added, "If in 1881-82 he lost his ability for intensive, independent, intellectual creation, he nevertheless never lost the ability for research." Sometimes, in reconsidering these notebooks, the question arises, why did he waste so much time on this systematic, fundamental summary, or expend so much labor as he spent as late as the year 1881, on one basic book on geology, summarizing it chapter by chapter. In the 63rd year of his life that is inexcusable pedantry. Here is another example: he received, in 1878, a copy of Morgan's work. On 98 pages of his very minuscule handwriting, you should know that a single page of his is the equivalent of a minimum of 2.2 pages of print. He makes a detailed summary of Morgan. In such manner does the old Marx work. Point 1. This attitude helps explain why Marx's notebooks were not slated to appear in Mega 1. An independent spirit, Ryazanov averred publicly that he was a Marxist but not a Leninist. By the late 1920s, he began to feel the heavy hand of Stalin's regime. In 1931, Stalin had him arrested and deported to a forced labor camp, where he was executed in 1938. Mega 1 ceased to appear in 1935, it too having become a victim of Stalinism. Point 2 For example, the publication of Marx's mathematical manuscripts, already edited by the young German mathematician Julius Gumbel, who had been recommended by Albert Einstein, and even set in proofs by 1927, did not appear until 1968. In Stalinist style, that 1968 edition did not mention Gumbel, Voigt 1995. Point 3. The collected works of Marx and Engels. Ryazanov also developed a plan for a more limited collected works of Marx and Engels, which was published in Russian during the years 1928 to 46. This edition became the basis for the German Marx-Engels Werke, 1956 to 68, as well as other single-language editions, such as the English-language collected works of Marx and Engels, 1975 to 2004. Taking the latter edition as our example, it also has 3 parts. I volumes 1 to 27, Marx's and Engels's published and unpublished books, articles, and manuscripts. 2 volumes 28 to 37, Marx's major economic writings, from the Grundrisse to Capital. 3 volumes 38 to 50, letters of Marx and Engels. Like all Stalinist editions, MECW has serious omissions as well as other problems. The prefaces and explanatory notes are often dogmatic and sometimes misleading. Divergences between Marx and Engels are sometimes covered over. Their sharp attacks on the Russian Empire's territorial ambitions, and their strong support for anti-Russian movements on the part of the Poles and the Chechens are sometimes concealed, or even ascribed to errors by Marx or Engels. But the biggest problem with MECW, MU, and similar editions is that they are not the mega. For example, only a single version of Capital, Volume I, is included, which leaves out the process by which Marx changed and developed it through its various editions, as well as important material from the French edition that was left out by Engels. Nor do they reproduce Marx's drafts for volumes 2 or 3 of Capital, only those volumes as edited by Engels are included. Additionally, very few letters to Marx or Engels are included. Finally, almost none of the excerpt notebooks appear in these editions. Marx's Œuvre, as edited by Rubel. During the long years before 1989, when the Soviet Union and East Germany exercised a near monopoly over the publication Marx's writings, the French Marxologist Maximilien Rubel's independent editions, chronologies, and biographies of Marx offered a libertarian alternative, albeit on a much smaller scale. In 1952, Rubel co-authored an attack on the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute in Moscow for its silence regarding the fate of Ryazanov and his enterprise, adding that Stalin could not tolerate the publication in its entirety of an œuvre that stigmatized his despotism via the merciless struggle waged by Marx and Engels against police states, those of Louis Napoleon, of Prussia, of Tsarism, Rubel and Bracades Rousseau 1952, 113, original emphasis. A decade later, Rubel, who by then had gained financing from a French academic institute, began to issue his edition of Marx's Œuvres with France's most prestigious publisher, Editions Gallimard. From 1963 to 1994, 4 large volumes appeared, each containing about 1,500 pages of Marx and 500 pages of Rubel's scholarly prefaces and footnotes. Unlike in Stalinist editions, differences between Marx and Engels were noted, especially with regard to Capital. Rubel's commentary was often marred by a virulent anti-Hegelianism, however, K. Anderson 1992, 1997a. Another problem was that Rubel was also opposed to publishing the excerpt notebooks. Just before his death in 1996 he gave a surprisingly negative response to an interviewer's question on whether we could expect to see any important new material from Marx in the coming years as a result of the second mega, discussed below. Frankly, I do not believe so. Ryazanov only wanted to publish 40 volumes quite simply because he thought it useless to publish the whole of the excerpt notebooks, more than 200. While 1995. The second Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, before and after 1989. In 1975, Mega 2 was begun from Moscow and East Berlin. In pure Stalinist style, its editors made no reference to the pioneering work of Ryazanov, their illustrious and martyred predecessor. As with MECW and other similar editions, the prefaces and notes had a dogmatic character, although the actual editing of Marx's texts was quite meticulous. Following the collapse of East Germany and the Soviet Union in 1989-91, Mega 2's funding was severely undermined. After a period of difficulty, it began to receive new funding from Western foundations, in recent years mainly through the International Institute of Social History in Amsterdam and the Berlin-Brandenburg Academy of Sciences. While the current level of funding is much more limited than before 1989, and the edition has been very slightly scaled back, editorial control has passed to a varied group of mainly Western Marx scholars. For example, the post-1989 advisory board has included internationally known figures like Shlomo Avinri, Eyring Fitzgerald, Eric Hobsbawm, the late Eugene Kamenka, Bertel Ohlmann, the late Maximilian Rubel, who resigned just before his death, and Emanuel Wallerstein. Overall editorial control is in the hands of the International Marx-Engels Foundation, an affiliate of the International Institute of Social History, and the Berlin-Brandenburg Academy of Sciences, while editing groups are functioning in Germany, Russia, France, Japan, the United States, and other countries. Mega 2 includes 4 sections, for the last of these the excerpt notebooks. Section I works, articles, and drafts. Of 32 volumes now planned, 17 have appeared. Especially notable in this section is Volume I/2, which includes Marx's 1,844 manuscripts. Here, for the first time, 2 versions of these manuscripts are published, the one established by Mega 1 that has been the basis for the English translations up to now, and a new version, this one rougher in form but closer to the original. Interestingly, in the first 10 pages of the new version, Marx is writing 3 essays at once, in separate vertical columns. Mega 2 I/2 shows that Marx composed what is known today as the Critique of the Hegelian Dialectic of 1844 in at least 2 parts, with the part on Feuerbach separated from the text in which Marx extols the dialectic of negativity as the moving and creating principle of Hegel's phenomenology of spirit. Mega 2 I/2, 292. Section 2. Capital and Preliminary Studies. Of 15 volumes now planned, 13 have been published, making this the most complete section of Mega 2. What has already been published includes all the editions of Volume I of Capital that either Marx or Engels prepared for publication. Important here is Mega 2 2/10, a reprint of Engels's 1894th German edition, but with an important addition, an appendix that gathers together 60 pages of text, much of it very significant, from Marx's 1872-75 French edition of Volume I. This material was not included by Engels in Volume I and has yet to appear in standard German or English editions of that volume. Other volumes include Marx's draft manuscripts for what became Volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, which can now be readily compared to the versions published by Engels. 5. Section 3. Correspondence. Of 35 volumes planned, 12 covering most of the years through 1865 have been published. Mega 2 includes all surviving letters by Marx and Engels, as well as those written to them. Section 4. Excerpt notebooks. Of 32 volumes planned, 11 have been published. What is most notable here are the texts that have never been published before in any language. Although Marx's notes on Bakunin's statehood and anarchy and his notes on Adolf Wagner are included in the MECW, and parts of the 1879-82 notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies and the mathematical manuscripts have been published separately, a vast array of new material awaits publication in Section 4. Among the volumes already published is Mega 2/4/3, which appeared to great acclaim in 1998 as the first volume produced under the new editorial guidelines, as edited by Georgy Bogatyria, Lev Kurbanov, Olga Koroleva, and Ljudmila Vazina, with Jurgen Royan. It contains Marx's 1844-47 notebooks on political economists such as Jean-Baptiste Say, Jean-Charles Leonard Sismondi, Charles Babbage, Andrew Ure, and Nassau Sr. None of these texts had been previously published in any language. 6 excerpt notebooks from Marx slated for eventual publication include, besides considerable material on political economy, the following: 1. Notes from 1853 and 1880-81 on Indonesia, the latter to appear fairly soon in Mega 2/4/27 and in Marx's Commune, Empire, and Class, 1879-82 notebooks on non-Western and pre-capitalist societies, forthcoming. 2. 1852 notes on the history of women and gender relations. 3. Many notes from the 1870s and 1880s on agriculture in Russia plus some on prairie farming in the United States. 4. Notes on Ireland from the 1860s. 5. Notes on agriculture in Roman and Carolingian times, and 6. A massive chronology of world history composed during the 1880s. In this way, the publication of a complete edition of Marx's writings is continuing, having survived both Stalinism and Nazism. The ongoing work on Mega 2 stands on the shoulders of those who, during the tortured 20th century, worked to collect, preserve, and edit Marx's original writings, sometimes at the cost of their lives.